All right, and welcome back to some more DPC China action. I am joined here with not Kezu, but Lacoste this time. It's going to be a fun one. Maybe not as fun, probably just the same amount of fun. I think it's going to be the same amount of fun, truthfully, but it's going to be more Chinese Dota for you and should be exciting. Lacoste, I don't know if you took a look at yesterday's matchups. They were all 2-0s, but they were fun. They were pretty exciting.
Yeah, China DPC always delivers. Even some of the games were relatively one-sided. It always feels that there's something fun happening in those games. But we're talking about some of the builds. We're talking about the heroes that they're playing. This is the Ogre game. I don't know. I like to see Dumb Luck in action. Such a fun way to describe it. And also call it dumb luck, considering that Ogre has 0 intelligence. Fits the profile because he was always the dumb hero.
Yeah, I mean, this was a ridiculous game where I honestly think both games in this series had gone the same way, where it's all right, we've given Medusa too much time to just farm, and also in this game, you gave too much time to Ogre Magi to use that Midas and farm as much as he could. And you could see there, 49,000 net worth lead for LGD. It was kind of ridiculous. Just in game number 1.
Not really a shocker there. PSG LGD dropped only one game. Team Bright did manage so far to win only one game, which is not, where you kind of expected them to be. They also managed to take a game of IG. So I think that also says a lot about IG coming into this series, because they're still in the middle of the pack. But PSG LGD, again, dominating, same as they did in the previous DPC tour. Same goes for Team Aster. But I want to see some of these big teams clashing now. We already had a little bit of a derby at the start. Extreme Gaming against Azure Ray. We had Aster against Azure Ray as well. But the big one is still coming up. It's going to be PSG LGD against Team Aster. This is the last one, the last day of the DPC in China.
Right. Yeah, last day of the DPC. But we'll see if it ends up mattering, truthfully, because both of those teams already have 4 wins, and we've talked about how you have 4 wins in the DPC in China, or a region where you've got yourself 4 slots to the major, and for the most part, you're probably at least at a tiebreaker with 4 wins. So, if 5 wins, I'm almost certain that you're guaranteed a spot at the major in some capacity.
Most likely, yeah. But some of these games, even though you can already feel that Team 1, this is the first game, Extreme Gaming against Aster Ares, is they don't want to rush anything. You don't want to finish off the game immediately. I feel like this is more common in China because, again, in DPC, every series does matter. Maybe this one is not the best example because you're still playing against Magnus, so you can be skewered underneath the towers, tier 4 towers as well. So it might take you a little bit more, as we see, 50 minutes, 55k gold lead. They're about to finish off the game, but teams don't want to risk anything. Every series is just way too important. If you drop one, you manage to get the comeback. And I would say that this patch is not the most comebackable one in terms of gold, but you're still getting a lot of gold. That's the thing. You get the gold from getting the kills. It's a bunch of gold. Just for the support, you kill a support, you get 1,000 gold 30 minutes into the game if he's super farmed, if he has a streak on.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that, 3 or 4 early kills, and all of a sudden you kill that guy early on in the game, and you're getting yourself a lot of gold, which is insane. The turnarounds that can happen early, but for the meta, at least, it feels like these stable heroes that at a certain point in the game whether or not you're winning or losing. An Alchemist mid-game that's not doing well, you're probably losing. And there's not really much of a comeback mechanic with the meta that we're seeing so far. And go for it.
Yeah, pretty much. You mentioned Alchemist. If you're not ahead by huge margin with Alchemist, you are behind pretty much. And we've seen Slaughter in action. I think this hero, this was solely picked as a counter in the laning stage against the Lifestealer because he has a rough time playing into it. But I want to see more of a hero. I feel like the hero doesn't really have a space in the game right now in the current meta. But I always love to see Slardar. You know, this hero, something about him makes me always feels good to watch him play. Yeah. Dominate the laning stage, because he's been picked, I would say, in 2 situations when you play against Lifestealer, as it was in this game. Maybe Anti-Mage, because you don't rely on having mana, so you can pressure Anti-Mage with just Bash. Kind of hard matchup for AM. Something needs to be done about the hero. Feels a bit awkward to play right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing this series right now, IG against the Zoray. Now we've seen what Aster Aries did in the previous day, and now we're seeing what IG has done in the previous day. And they're up against each other right now in what kind of feels like a potential relegation match, where if one of these 2 teams ends up losing, it could be a bit of an issue for them moving forward. And you've got IG, who have given up a game, the only game, to Team Bright.
Yeah.
And then you've got Aster Aries, who haven't won a game at all, actually. So it's a little concerning when you come into this series, especially IG. They have a series where they look good against Picky Killer, who, in my opinion, on paper, are no joke. Like, they've got guys who do really well, who are longtime veterans. But then they go up against the Zoray, and they go up against, other teams, and they're just getting washed out at the same time.
Doesn't look good for Aster Aries. It's a spot you would expect them to be in, I would say, considering how they played in the previous DPC tours, some minor changes to the roster. Still, the team still has the same issues, I would say. Sitting at 0-4, as you said, 0-8. I think in terms of games, does give you a better picture of the team. Because, for example, Pig Killer, they're 1-4. But the score is 4-8, so that's a big difference compared to Aster Aries. And I feel like after this series, we're gonna have a clearer picture who's gonna go where. Team Bright, they're already 0-5, and they look like a team that's just gonna drop out. That they can't really compete with these big names in Chinese DPC. Yeah. Aster Aries, again, not sure if they can pull it off. Like, considering how the team played so far, I feel like they kind of belong in DPC in this like 6th, maybe like 7th place, but they're not Div 2 material, that's for sure. Like, they're not good enough to be in Div 1, but they're also like too good for Div 2. There's something in between.
Yeah, they're kind of floating in the mid ground right now, and we could see this opening for Aster Aries. And it's a little surprising you've got a guy like XWY who's playing mid. I like what Ulu does. You have Red Panda in the 5 position, who has been known to be pretty decent in the past. So a team like this getting 0 wins is a little bit surprising overall. And I could see them sneak out something against IG, but at least for the moment, IG feel like the better team. Although, again, there are question marks when you play against Bright and you're the only team to give up a game to them.
I mean, it's also IG. They're very hit or miss team overall.
Yeah.
Like, they do have to have some really good performances, but they're also a team that does tend to overextend. I would say unnecessary, but they're a very fun team to watch, especially, I would say Emo, whenever he plays some of these spirit heroes, something elusive, and you know that he's gonna pop off, like his Morphling performance at the start of the DPC when he was pretty much playing 1 versus 5, 1 versus 9, whatever you want to call it, because the rest of the team wasn't really doing too hot. He still almost managed to solo carry the game as Morphling. He's that type of a player, very flashy, and always going back to that meme at Singapore Major. Gotta love this man.
Question mark? Maybe, that's the meme that we're getting. And we could take a look here. We see IG on the stage. I like this land setting. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of seeing these teams kind of competing in a different environment from what we've seen in the past. There was so much time in the Chinese region where you had guys who were just basically in boot camp and staying at home, and you never really got this feel. And I think when the DPC was first kind of imagined, the idea was let's have LAN events and let's give these teams that are on the cusp of going to LAN events, that are on the cusp of going to majors, LAN experience, right?
Pretty much. That was the idea, but unfortunately, COVID hit and then everything changed. But now we're back at it, and China is the one who's starting it first. Feels good to see like Chinese players back in LAN environment. And this is where they belong. Like this brings it to another level. Also like having an audience. It's not a huge audience, but it also gives a kick to it, I would say.
Yeah, from what I've watched, they've been a little loud. It's very exciting. Like I know it's a small group of people who are watching these events, but they've been excited. They like this Dota, and you still have and now have more familiar faces in the LAN environment, like Somnus coming back. You've got Paparazzi, which a lot of people enjoy to watch, and of course Sumail on Aster now. So there are a lot of names here that I think a lot of people are kind of getting excited for, and you can get that kind of volume in a LAN environment. So it's always exciting to see these teams kind of have that moment to maybe shine in front of the hometown fans. Yeah,
like some of these players, I would say, definitely need some extra LAN experience. I'd say IG, the way they played during the major. Sure, like some of these games were not in front of the crowd, but yeah, I want to see IG do better. Like, if they win this series, they're gonna be like 3-2, which still puts them in a good spot to contest for the major. Mm-hmm. But they need to get some extra dubs as well, because the series that they have left are against Aster, the main team, and then you play against Extreme Gaming. So these are not the easy series by any means. If we look how they played in the previous DPC tour, they did manage like against, I can't remember if they won against Extreme Gaming or not in the previous tour. They lost to them, never mind. Yeah, IG beat LGD, they beat Aster Aries, they beat Vici, and they beat Outsiders from China. After starting 0-3 as well. So, like, I don't know. Again, it goes back to, what are we getting from IG? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be bad? Do they want to play today? Do they not want to play today? Did they have a good breakfast, which was always the meme with, like, EG, right, in the early games? Everybody was like, did EG eat breakfast today? And then... you always wonder what you're going to see from IG as a whole. And it, that is a little bit concerning. I think that when you've got up and downs like this with Emo and Dust, it gets a little bit scary. It does. But as we've seen in the previous DPC tour, you said it, like IG is the team that can ramp up. They can play really good Dota when it matters, because they started with 0-3 and still managed to qualify for the major. So... after each series in the DPC, it feels like they play better. Let's see if that's going to be the case here. And looking at the bans, Doom banned out. No real surprise there. Same goes for Techies inside of Aster Aries. This hero has been the most picked hero, most contested hero throughout all regions. Hero just feels insane. AoE on the stun. It's pretty nuts. Strong laner, scales really well, can buy into all items. Batrider is the one that... I haven't seen it being played as position 4 in China yet, at least not the games that I've seen, but it's been super popular in Western Europe. Techies has just been super popular. There's the Monkey King ban. Yesterday, what was it? It was... we've been seeing Timbersaw, that's been coming out. But yesterday we were seeing Void Spirit come out so late in these drafts, and I'm a little surprised. I know in the first series we saw Medusa both games, and we've seen that before, where if you pick it third, you're going to get hit by an anti-mage. But fourth, it feels like Medusa, as long as you've got it in the fourth pick overall, you're in a pretty decent spot, right? Pretty much. Aster Aries, like this Timbersaw is... flexible. They can play it from the mid lane and the off lane as well. You can also like run an aggressive tri lane, put Timbersaw alone if you don't feel like the matchup is really good. So they use this Monkey King ban coming out from Aster Aries to get hands on Timbersaw, which is like, it doesn't happen in other regions, I would say. It has been mostly picked as the first pick in China. Europe tends to pick it slightly later. If it's not Quest Esports, Amar does love to pick the hero in the first phase still for himself, if that's the case. So they respond with the Enchantress, have that extra damage against Timbersaw. Having that pure damage really works out amazingly with Impetus. And Spirit Breaker is a hero that has been on the rise. Like, this hero is pretty nuts in terms of scaling what it can do. Can be played from different roles as well. Potentially position 3, but I do like it as position 4 the most, because as 5, sure, you soak up some of the damage, but then again, you don't really provide anything against the Timbersaw, so they need to stay away with that Spirit Breaker away from Timber.
Yeah, that was going to be my big question, where you like the Spirit Breaker more. But Crystal Maiden getting picked up here in the first phase feels like a bit interesting, considering we don't really... It doesn't feel like a first phase pick to me in terms of a Crystal Maiden, but opening of Timbersaw as well as the CM and Spirit Breaker Enchantress. But now they're banning out Silencer. We'll see what they want from that. Obviously, making sure that they can get the freezing field off of full duration, which is always nice. But as long as Timbersaw can kind of get those spells out, it definitely... I love this, sorry.
Okay,
I love the meme that is starting right now. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12.
Okay.
DI 12 is confirmed for the Chinese teams.
Gotta find a way.
Always gotta find a way. Oh, that's pure opium right there.
Oh, that's Matt, and just straight up stats. Stats don't lie in the end. As for Ares banning out Storm Spirit, I think they need to ban out Void as well. Void's like even better. I think Puck also comes to my mind. Hero that can't be really charged by Spirit Breakers. So like the mid lane is not gankable unless they like use Phase Shift, use their Dissimulate to be like maybe a little bit more aggressive, and then you can try to charge, but still very difficult heroes to catch, so you want to probably ban them out.
Radiant team ban.
There goes the Morph. Getting rid of that Emo and or Dust Morph. Feels like a comfort pick. We've seen Void Spirit get picked last phase so many times, it's shocking to me.
The way you said it's like, it's shocking. It's like Earthshaker said it.
Shocking to me. But yeah, it feels wild, right? Like, this is a hero that feels super broken right now, but yet here he is getting picked in the last phase. Like, how does a hero so good hide so well under the radar?
His win rate is slightly dropping across all other regions because everybody is playing it. Let me just double check. At one point, it has been like at 60%, still busted in my eyes. 57.8%, 83 games picked so far. This hero is pretty ridiculous. Like, just the amount of damage it can deal, especially against a hero like Enchantress. Sometimes you do struggle to get a kill on a hero like Ench because you don't have enough. Like 2 Astral Steps, Dissimulate should be enough to just insta-kill Enchantress. And I don't think it should be a problem in this game because you have already a Timbersaw, you have a Crystal Maiden. So IG setting themselves up for a really strong laning stage. As for Ares, however, if this is off-lane Spirit Breaker, this hero, I would say, doesn't push the limits in terms of like how much pressure he can do to certain enemy carries, especially if it's a range carry, then you're like, sure, you might be able to get close, but that's about it. He needs to be paired up with like something strong in the lane. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Anti-mage ban here, maybe leaning towards getting that Medusa. Let's see. I mean, it's still available. Another one of those heroes, the later in the draft it gets, the scarier I feel like it'll be.
Yeah. Also, when you have last ban, like when you have like this third ban in the second banning phase, you can afford to go for a little bit of a bait. Use this anti-mage potentially to think, oh, we have a better hero in mind. But if we ban AM and Medusa's still in the pool, they might need to ban out Medusa themselves. So kind of, let's see. Wow, that's an interesting one. This is PYW's classic. And I think this hero is very viable. There was an interview the other day in Western European where 9 played Dark Willow mid, and he talked about how the hero is very good right now. He was before a position 4 player. That's why he played some of these weird heroes. Shadow Demon, this is like they left Medusa in the pool and gonna have Shadow Demon, which has been a good counter. Like I've seen Darkseer plus Shadow Demon as a counter to Medusa. Not enough control. This is easy time walkable. Let's see who is the emo, real evil genius. Love it. And there he is. So not enough control. Like Shadow Demon, sure, you picked Faceless Void into SD, which sometimes can be tricky because you have this save during the Chronosphere. In terms of damage inside Chrono, they have plenty. Chakra, Crystal Maiden with the nicely placed Freezing Field can do some serious amount of damage.
Dire team pick.
Cool. Well, Phoenix action. So you've got your 4-5, your 1-3, and hoping for mid. Maybe you've got your mid with Timbersaw. But yeah, Shadow Demon, it kind of blocks you from getting the Medusa, but also gives you the opportunity to, you know, take it
Medusa.
yourself.
Yeah,
Yes.
there we go. I don't know. It feels very, in terms of like control, sure, Spirit Breaker gives you the ability to be around the map, get stuff done, but I don't see coming out of the laning stage, Medusa, Shadow Demon, and Enchantress to be able to achieve much. In terms of team fight, you also don't have much. You have Medusa's Stone Gates, but that's pretty much it. It's going to be a lot of stacking to do from Shadow Demon because you are playing with Medusa in the team, and Shadow Demon, one of the best overall heroes to stack with. But this mid hero needs to be something that's going to pop up, like something that doesn't rely on cooldowns, can gank all the time. And IG, understanding that, removes Ember Spirit. On the side of Azure Ares, there's a Void Spirit that we talked about that can be a bit of an issue for both Enchantress and Shadow Demon.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
They already got rid of Storm Spirit. So the 3 major mid storms, major mid spirits are already gone.
I like Puck a lot for IG. You have Crystal Maiden Aura for a little bit of extra kick in terms of mana, but this hero can easily just carry the game by himself because you are playing into Shadow Demon Enchantress. You really don't. That this is Puck pick for sure. Banning out Dragon Knight, it definitely feels like it's coming unless Azure Ares bans it out.
I love that ban though. It feels very on the region, right? Like we always talk about it. When in doubt, pick DK mid. And, well, now you don't have that opportunity. But it also, it screams, hey, I'm picking this Puck next phase. So try to figure it out.
Yeah, the other option I would say is Queen of Pain, because you have even more team fight, more damage inside Chrono. I do prefer Puck overall because co-op sometimes does feel like the hero relies on someone else to go in, because if she blinks in and then you focus her down, if there's no save, she's gonna die. Looking at Emo, he's cooking. He's like, am I gonna get this Puck? The answer is no. So Azure Ares having a good read on the situation would be too good of a pick. So I think, is Pango still? Pango's still in a pool. Okay, just get Pango mid. Pango with the Fusel Blade against these heroes. Either that or co-op now. I think these are 2 options for IG. I do prefer Pango overall because of the matchup against Medusa. And knowing how IG played, I feel like if this is going to be Dust playing Faceless Void, I think he might go for like the Fusel Blade Manta style build.
Interesting. I really thought this was going to be the Pango straight up. It just feels like it makes the most sense, right? Like Diffusal pickup is usually when you pick Medusa what you want to ban for.
Yeah, I mean, this is the other options that I mentioned. I think they had like these 2 probably planned out. The both heroes feel fine. It's just that they thought maybe the Queen of Pain is better laner because they don't know what they're picking into. Pango does have a couple of bad matchups. A couple of bad matchups have been banned out. Like there's no Storm, there's no Ember. But they feel like maybe the lane presence coming out from Queen of Pain is going to give them that extra kick at the start. And they don't have much reserve time. So...
a quick pick.
It
Pick
could be like
right
something
now.
like Tiny, you know, XWY Tiny, but
Oh.
they go for Pango instead. Oof. Not any. Like, this is why they even went for Queen of Pain, potentially to block this pick. But as for Ares, they have already been in tough situation to get this last mid hero going. Not a good matchup against Quap. Quap really enjoys to play into Pango. And as I said, they need something low cooldown, something that can rotate, get stuff going. XWY going to be on Pango. You have Chronosphere, you have Egg, you have like multiple ways. Like he's also playing into Crystal Maiden. I do prefer what IG drafted for themselves. I feel like Astro Ares try to set the trap with this Medusa, so you can't get it for IG. They pick Shadow Demon to block it. But in the end, I feel like it could be really lackluster when it comes down to laning stage.
Right. I think a series like this that feels potentially close enough is going to be won via the draft majorly. And it to me, feels like IG have a much better draft to play with. And Astro Ares, I'm a little bit worried if IG, though, somehow don't get Ulu to kind of feel a little bit more uncomfortable and he farms the way we saw Shiro farm yesterday, I could see Astro Ares still pull this off. It's still a Medusa at the end of the day, right?
It is, but it's also not like the easiest matchup. I already talked about Dust playing this Faceless Void. When he played against Team Bright, he did go for the Fusel Manta type of a build. You can upgrade the Fusel Blade now so it doesn't like take up your slot in the super late game. It does feel good overall. It's like you don't get as much farm as you would going for different items. Getting that Maelstrom is still super powerful, but knowing that there's limited amount of lockdown, I think he can get away with this type of a build. Like these heroes are very elusive, and also the hero that we didn't talk too much about is this Timbersaw. Sure, you have like Diffusal Blade Pango, XWY. Thinking about maybe going in because like you have Shadow Demon. Like in terms of the heroes that they have against Timbersaw, could be okay, but I'm not sure if it's enough. If he's off to a good start, he can easily pop off.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how the Timber does. I'm taking a look here, and I'm trying to look at some cosmetics. I know you're not a huge fan of the cosmetics, but I will say I'm a little upset. I think since the patch, you can't click on the portrait and see these cosmetics anymore. That button doesn't exist. So like this ward over mid that's snowing on top of it, you can't see what,
Why did they remove it? Because the other day I wanted to click on portrait to see like what the items were. I'm like, am I stupid? What is doesn't work?
You could go to showcase mode, but you can't see what the items actually are. And now you just gotta guess, right? A little bit upsetting. Unfortunately, as we now see the bounty runes get distributed, and the distribution process will be 2 apiece. So, is there really a lane here that sticks out to you, a killer lane for either of these teams? Like, I feel like QIQX coming up top here to work with Zhang Yu. Well, it could be very interesting.
It could be. Like you want to stay away from the experience a bit so the Timber gets that level 2 faster. Right now, we don't see Timber picking up anything yet. Whenever these two teams play together, I always get confused by Zhang Yu and the Shanxi. Like I have to think for a second, who's on which team?
Zhang Yu on IG and Shanxi on Master Ares. I got you. I'm always here for your defense. Even yesterday, Hezu, he was like, aren't I the better guy? And I was like, well, I love you guys equally.
Okay,
gotta protect you both.
Equally, kind of disappointed in the statement right now.
Hey, come on.
And QIQX, he's coming to the bottom lane. This is the solo XP that we talked about. It's level 1 Crystal Maiden. They could go for a kill. There is Blood Grenade available. They know that there's Bash.
They don't have anything, though, from PYW. Like, he can't throw Fire Spirits. He can't really do anything. Yeah, I guess he's got Blood Grenade, but that's about it. what did Zhang Yu? He's 101, so he got the level 1 of the reactive armor. That's what he's looking to do, get that early Vanguard, because that's something you talk about when you're going up against Medusa, right? After you get Vanguard, yeah, you're probably not going to kill Ulu. You're not going to kill the Medusa. But once you get Vanguard, you're probably not in too much trouble either.
He's level 2.
Frostbite.
They want to get a kill here.
TK, first blood there for PYW. When the charge in from Shanxi,
and that's another one.
They throw the blood grenade, and now they've got the Frostbite again. That's going to be a second kill for PYW, getting both.
You said PYW doesn't have anything, but apparently he does have...
Off cooldown now.
He does have a double kill potential in this lane, so they might keep it. How's Pango doing? XWI doing much better than I expected, sitting at 14-3 against 12-2 on Queen of Pain. Emo also bringing Clarity. That's an interesting choice. Let's see how much value he's going to be able to get from Clarity from a mid lane. Let's see if he's going to
pop it and then like what, shield crash?
And shield crash. We'll take it off.
1. Does he use it immediately? Yeah. All right. And back to 17 mana.
Yeah, not really how you want to use the Clarity, but it is what it is.
And they sent now they sent the Phoenix up top, so PYW with that double kill, he's gonna go to the top lane. I guess there's a chance that you kill Red Panda, but you have to bait out that disruption first. Otherwise, I don't think you get that kill.
Timbersoul's not really anymore to be killed in this lane, I would say, unless he's the one who's playing super aggressive diving underneath the tier 1 tower. So he should be okay. And now PYW, let's see, wants to go for that 4-minute water rune.
Coming over. At least to try and deny the top water rune, and that should mean we see Emo head towards bottom. That's exactly what he's doing, so this should be at least the water rune being picked up in some form for the side of IG, but at the same time, now there's the disruption and Red Panda. Well, you've got water rooms for Aster Ares. They brought both supports over. Keeping that bottle empty, but another Clarity now in the backpack of Emo.
Let's see if this one gets canceled immediately. I mean, you're playing into Pango, so most likely it will be. Aster Ares, even though they've got these 2 kills at the start, they got killed 2 times. Feels like the rotation-wise are doing a good job. I thought that they might get overran in the laning stage, but like not 2-3 minutes in, but maybe like 7 to 10. We'll see how it's gonna go.
Right.
And this is the problem that we talked about with Spirit Breaker. He uses charge, does it immediately, pops Time Walk, and no damage has been dealt. Emo might need to go back to base because no one is low to refill his bottle. No one's gonna die, at least from the supports.
He might just die here. Swashbuckle hitting hard, and 2-1-2. He does have the blink, but doesn't have a lot of regen to work with, and I get the feeling you do want to try and stay as best you can for level 6, but now with no mana and barely any health, it's a walk back with the blink towards base.
It is what it is. You have to tank it. Like usually you don't want to go back to base as a mid laner 5 minutes into the game, but if he was level 6 there would be a potential rotation on the side lane coming up. But for now, he needs to TP back to the mid lane. Has that Clarity again. Emo might have found a new item for himself.
Unfortunately, not like a Mango, where it at least gives you something while it sits in your inventory, right?
Well, yeah, it does give you something. It blocks from picking up different items. Could be something different. Takes the slot. Emo, he's jumping in.
XWY, well, Emo, he's got level 6, but now he needs the mana to get the Sonic Wave off, and he doesn't have that, but with an Icarus Dive and a Frostbite, they at least get 1 kill. That's on XWY, and TK doesn't have any mana to work with either.
They picked up his rune again. Red Panda holding on to Arcane. Sure, they do kill Pango, but Emo, again, low on mana. He's going to be picking up this Bounty Rune, refill the bottle, get those 2 charges. So at least that's something.
Yeah, I got to get something, and now he's got the Sonic Wave. We'll see if they could maybe stay here. And
he gave him bottle.
QX.
He gave bottle to PYW. Let's see what he decides to do with it.
He's going to go and pick up the Wisdom Rune, I think, and then fill it up.
Yeah.
While QIQX, he's going to try and steal the other one, and I think he's got the timing on it right.
Yeah, it's
and this
more
will
than
be
fine.
both Wisdom Runes.
Back it up, boys. This one has been lost. Every single time I see this happen, it just feels very awkward. Pro tip for you people out there, if you are a support and you go for these like double runes, you don't want to pick up the first one yourself because someone might like get more XP and then someone else has less XP than you, so you want to wait it out.
Okay.
This is not a team player stuff I'm talking about right now, but if you want to play
Solo
for
player
yourself,
stuff, right.
yeah.
Thinking about the Rolling Thunder, and Icarus died with the
that's
Fire
a big
Spirits.
one. But no real follow-up. I think they could have picked up at least a kill on Red Panda there with the Sonic Wave.
I think they're a little bit worried about the disruption dodge for the Sonic Wave, but you could always bait out the disruption by feinting the Sonic Wave, in my opinion. They get both Wisdom Runes, and I didn't know Wisdom Rune. Do you think this should be 3 charges on the bottle for the Wisdom Rune?
Maybe 2, like with bounty runes. I usually, like, people who do have bottles don't go for this type of a play anyway, so I think I'm fine with this. This is just a situation, the one that did happen, which was a cute, nice little play. And you can see now Timbersaw already pushed out Medusa out of the lane. Ulu forced to farm the jungle. Timbersaw with the Vanguard 2 points in a reactive armor is more than enough to bring this tower down. Disruption on the mid lane. Blink still available. So Emo is going to be more than fine.
Tower is under attack.
I think this game's going really well for IG at the moment.
Yeah, Aster Ares, this is the problem that we thought it's going to happen. Not being able to get stuff done. Not able to set things up. XWY needs to be that guy. With the shield crash, with Rolling Thunder, pops that invis, and let's see if they manage to get something out of this big rune that he picked up.
So, Invis Rune picked up for him. QIQX on the run. He's by the outpost. Shield crash on top of the Crystal Maiden. And eventually will die here, but it ends up being the Red Panda. So, gold there for the Shadow Demon, and a little bit as the 83-1 hero for the Pangolier.
Medusa still on top of the net worth. It's just how much she's going to be able to do in the game.
Yeah. And they're kind of going in on this, but they've got Emo off to the side. So XWY gets hit with the Shadow Strike. Jang Yu is in. Chrono on the 2. That's pretty solid.
Sonic.
Yeah, Chakram, Sonic Wave, double kill there for Emo. Ooh, now on the run. And he doesn't have Stone Gaze, so a Shadow Strike and some mana, and maybe Ulu gets run down, but nobody right there with the Queen of Pain, so they'll let the Medusa leave.
I like these aggressive safe laners that tend to go for these type of a plays. I think we're going to see this much more often, where your position 1 comes through the Twin Gates, they secure the tower, play with the Catapult, and have this big team fight presence. Nicely placed Chrono there from Dust, which is a setup for Sonic Wave. So Emo gets the double kill. Still didn't reveal the item that he wants to go for, whether that wants to be just like casual Kaya for now, or if he wants to go into Witchblade to have a bit more kill. Queen of Pain, a hero that does consume a lot of mana, so this 1 point in Arcane Aura does help her a lot, and now they're going to be farming some stacks that PYW made.
Look at that juicy experience for PYW. Juicy gold for Emo. By the way, this is a Diffusal first item for Dust on the Void, and now he's going into the Yasha. I don't hate it.
It's a good one. Playing against Medusa gives you more kill threat as well. If you're not the one who's charged, I think you might also, like in this game, you don't need a BKB. It's very safe to say. You can go for, I would say, Manta. You can get Lincoln's Scotty. I think Lincoln's is an okay because you are playing into Spirit Breaker, Shadow Demon, no Demonic Purge, no disruption on you. So you can get away with being greedy in this game. I think Dust already understands that. Has that Diffusal Blade picked up, needs to use the Courier and going into Yasha next.
Do you think this game is Disperser worthy for Faceless Void?
Yeah, later down the line, sure. But there are other items to be picked up.
That was going to be my follow-up question. Like, what's the importance of that upgrade? Is it just like, okay, I've got everything, now Disperser? Or is it ever worth getting where, you kind of want a little bit more from that?
Well, looking at the stuff that he can dispel, there is, like Shadow Demon, Shadow Poison has not been dispellable for a long time. Neither has Demonic Purge. So, Lucky Shot, I think it's the big one.
Rolling Thunder and a charge coming into the Crystal Maiden. They do have Zhang Yu right here. QIQX surviving for a long time, but eventually falls when Shang-Chi comes in with that charge. TK looking like he might fall. Icarus dive. Chrono used on...
No one, feels like.
No one, yeah. That was Chrono used on no one. They get the kill into TK. They're looking for a bash on Red Panda. Zhang Yu's right here. They've got the Chakram. They'll get themselves a second kill, but they end up losing QIQX.
Huh? No one making an appearance in Chinese DPC. I thought he was playing for Old G, but there he is. Chrono did land on him. XWY is not going to be in trouble. Just the Fusel Blade. Not sure who he was going for. Maybe Ulu, who was TPing out or something. Didn't see that one. So I was looking at the Crystal Maiden.
Replay. Yeah.
And then I saw Chrono, nothing inside of it.
Yeah, I took a look. I was like, nothing's there. There we go. Let's see. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Who's up there? Nobody's up there. PYW's there. Maybe Shang-Chi?
Yeah, Medusa wasn't even in that fight.
Oh, Shang-Chi's TPing out there. And then the Chrono just comes late. And then Shang-Chi makes it back to base with the TP. Okay.
And does hit him with the sorry. You have to say sorry if you fail like that. Otherwise, you might tilt your allies. But still, in the end, good trade for IG.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's 2 kills. I think the mental damage might have made that trade even.
You used the bad Chrono 14 minutes into the game better than if you used it, let's say, 35, 40 minutes. If you don't hit anybody with it, then that's going to be a huge issue.
Not as much of emotional damage. I will say what's pretty cool here, just to go on a different note and say things that are cool. Emo going first item Ags. That Shadow Strike upgrade.
He thinks he can get away with it, which I think it's fine in this one. He's in a good spot to actually go for it. This is like level 2 Shadow Strike we're talking about, but let's see if they can find something here. XWY, still no Diffusal Blade 15 minutes into the game. This is the problem that we've seen him struggle when he played for the main Aster team, when he couldn't really deliver between like 10 and 20 minute mark. He was always like the bottom network, second on from the bottom. It felt really awkward. Like, I think some of the best performances that he had were on Tiny when he needed to be explosive. But right now, not finding any openings. I mean, in this game, you need to be the one who's carrying the team. Hulu is farming a lot. Manta Style has already been done.
But is it enough? Like, the heroes here for IG aren't exactly too far behind.
Yeah, I would say, like, Medusa can take over the games, but in this one, you are playing into some of the counters. And also, they don't need to kill Medusa. They can kill 2 supports, kite, wait until the Stone Gaze is down, and then take another fight, reset with their abilities.
Looking to get a kill here on TK, charge on QIQX. I don't know if that's exactly the move you want to make. And I would assume probably, maybe that charge doesn't get stopped. He doesn't have a lot of health, but coming into a situation like this, that could be a bit of an issue. Blink forward to follow, but he's already got that Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker, and they don't have vision to spot him.
They need to try to go for these like pickoffs. Bango plus Spirit Breaker do feel strong right now. You could get a kill, especially on the supports. Oh no, the tickles on Timbersaw from those illusions from Medusa. And looking at the itemization, BYW does have Yule Scepter available, so he can set things up with it. And also great against Spirit Breaker. The spell shield crash as well. And he's going to die here. And going into Heaven's Halberd next, I like these choice from PYW. You know that you're playing into Spirit Breaker, mostly Medusa, so you're going to tank up. And They're gonna take tier 1 tower on the mid lane.
TK not having a fun game at the moment on this Enchantress.
Not an easy game by any means. You are playing into Crystal Maiden, Phoenix, Timbersaw, Quap. Everybody has a ton of magical burst damage.
So we'll see how that ends up going. But you're looking over here at Shanxi, who's on the run, charging, and Chrono. So this time he catches something, and in his net is this Spirit Breaker. So Dust getting a kill there, and this time the Chrono is not wasted.
I'm sure it's a kill on core Spirit Breaker, and it feels like IG, they don't have a better objective to go for anyway, so he's going to be using that Chrono to just grab a kill. Keep up, or at least try to keep up with Medusa's farm. And now
Right.
Medusa picked up the Fusel Blade. We've seen this a couple of times. I feel like it's a good way of just putting more pressure with the hero. It's a cheap item.
I don't know.
You
a lot
burn
of
mine.
times we
You want to burn
see-
my mana? I'll burn your mana as well.
Yeah. A lot of times, though, we usually see like Manta Straight Butterfly, but Manta Diffusal Butterfly now pushing that back. And I wonder if pushing back that Butterfly might make this a very viable game now, especially for IG to take fights and go after this Medusa.
If you were building Butterfly, it would just straight up be against Faceless Void. Everybody else, again, has huge amount of magical damage, so Butterfly not really the most valuable item to go for straight away. It's a good damage, don't get me wrong, good farming item overall. Let's see if they can find anything now.
Coming over. And they've got themselves a disruption on the QIQX. Freezing Field was used and putting out some decent damage, but nobody else is there.
They have very limited amount of stuns. Spirit Breaker, if he was not there, Disruption was used offensively. So Crystal Maiden finds an opportunity, uses ulti, tries to buy a little bit more time, which is fine. Like, she bought good 5-6 seconds, which means less farm. Let's see if they are going to contest Roshan with this freshly bought Diffusal Blade on Medusa, which is going to be in the bottom lane in a minute or so.
Sonic Wave defensively.
He's out of
Nether
mana
Strike, Queen of
completely.
Pain has no mana, and, well, Emo's gonna die. Rolling Thunder used afterwards. But that Sonic Wave was a defensive try that really didn't do anything.
He tried to push the Spirit Breaker away from him, but did not connect. This was the target that it needed to hit. Now he's going into Lincoln Sphere, wants to protect himself.
What do you do now if you're IG? I want to say that was a pretty momentum-stopping death there by the Queen of Pain.
And looking at what Red Panda is doing with Shadow Demon, he is creating illusions of Medusa, trying to push an extra wave. So maybe they go for this Roshan play. It's being pinged out right now by Dust that Roshan's coming down. It seems like Astro Ares, they don't still feel too comfortable just rushing in, fighting into Phoenix plus Chronosphere. So might want to wait it out.
Very dangerous fight to take, for sure.
Yeah, I could also see IG potentially taking it. Timbersaw is super tanky. He can be the one actually tanking all the damage. And again, TK getting caught.
Yeah, Frostbite, Sunray, Chakram, kill, and that's another easy one there for the side of IG. XWY, he's staying nearby, but they've got the charge. They're going to have to lock him down completely. Nether Strike, Rolling Thunder, maybe
They can
they've
do
done
it.
so, and they have. So Dust dies, and now you no longer have the Void. That means no Chronosphere for 40 seconds. Ooh is chasing. He's got that Diffusal, so he'll inhibit the Crystal Maiden, and they get themselves a second kill on QIQX. Zhang Yu is going to go into the trees over by the Roche pit, maybe looking to stay stationary as they potentially go for Roche.
And there's Roshan definitely on the menu for Astro Ares after getting these 2 kills. But it's not going to be the quickest of Roshans. Roshan is much stronger right now. Love the Diffusal Blade pickup on Ulu. Having another way, because you have one on Pango, one on Medusa, with Manta Style as well. Dude, like Timbersaw, pretty much no one likes to play into mana burn, but like you've seen Queen of Pain, she loses all of her mana pools almost instantly.
This is not a fast Roche, and they're not even going to be able to take it in time. That's a 4-man smoke from IG, but if you lose another fight like that, that is then Roche, and then your advantage is kind of gone. Medusa starts to break away. So to me, it kind of does feel like IG, they need to take this next fight, or I could see this game slipping very quickly.
Timbersaul's massive. Like, we didn't talk too much about Timbersaul because he's not like the flashiest hero when it comes down to laning stage. He farmed up. He has Kaya Sanj, Vanguard, Casual Plate Mail, and Gossamer Cape, which does give him like even more tankiness. So now IG, they want to be the ones starting this Roche. Again, it's not the quickest one on their side. PYW, however, is level 12, which means 8 attacks to kill Supernova. They're not going to be there in time.
Yeah, they're not going to make it in time. Whether or not they're going to fight is the question. They'll send some illusions in, and they are sticking close, but going for this just does not seem like a well-advised play. I think that's pretty important there for IG to get it, but now they're going to look potentially for Dust. No, they'll stop the charge. All right. I was going to say, do they want to go for this again, where they go for the charge, they go to the Nether Strike, and then they find themselves looking to get a kill with the Rolling Thunder.
They managed to lock him down in the previous fight, which was really nicely executed. And now they are going through the gates. At least Emo is... Emo going for Octarine Core. He's memeing it up with the item build.
I don't know if you really can meme with this important of a matchup for you, but go for it, Emo. Sure.
I love Memo. Whenever he, does something cool.
I liked that one.
We'll see if it pays off in the end. I'm not sure if he wants to commit to it. Like, sure, you lower the cooldowns, it makes you slightly tankier, but I feel like a lot of co-op players would definitely choose different item build.
Yeah,
especially in this matchup. But he thinks he can work out with this item build. Was thinking about Lincoln Sphere, which I think is a good choice because then you can't be charged by a Spirit Breaker. Again, very limited amount of stuns on their side. Olu still having a blast of a game. 14,000 net worth. Butterfly completed. Going into Pike next.
No big fights coming out yet, though. Things staying very quiet overall. Only 17 kills here, 24 minutes into the game, and our last kill was the Void. But other than that, I think things have been quite quiet.
Very slow game overall. Dust holding on to that Aegis. Emo really likes to go through these portals.
Time Lock looking for TK, and there's the disruption and the blink back. Rolling Thunder was used top as well at the same time. And they're going to go. They'll find themselves QIQX for a second, but now he's starting to run because XWI's attention came off and maybe looking for a different hero. Frostbite, Freezing Field, charge through on a QIQX. That should be a kill on the Crystal Maiden and will be. Who gets credit for that?
Emo went through the portal like 4 times in the last minute or so.
Though. Might be in trouble, so they're going to try and
very
chase.
low in mana.
What can they do here to try and defend this? They'll go to the Stone Gaze. Now they'll charge. It's through onto this Faceless Void. And he's been disarmed, and they'll just disengage.
Dust hasn't really gained much gold in the last couple of minutes. I think it comes down to Emo, who was also like farming at the closer spots to him. Shang-Chi, he's getting the farm on Spirit Breaker as well. This hero is pretty nuts when it comes down how good he scales with the items.
It ended up being Bloodstone, by the way, for the Quab.
Okay.
Just gonna take a quick look here at the Queen of Pain and just check some maybe some rank levels. 1400 for Emo. Okay.
Rank check. Do a quick one.
Rank check. Only kidding, Emo. I love you, dude.
Spell Lifesteal with Bloodstone, with Aghanim Scepter, where you're like getting a lot of HP back, makes him tanky. I guess that's the thing about it.
Frostbite, they found this Medusa, but there's the disruption. They're going to try and get the kill here on Uu, and with no mana, Uu's in trouble, but goes to the Stone Gate, starting to run away. They go to the Supernova as well as the Manta. That'll pop, but it won't hit onto the Medusa. The chase is on, but with no lockdown left for IG, they have to leave Uu to just go onto the high ground. Yule's up into the air on TK. There's the charge.
Good
It's on
charge.
the Faceless Void. He's in some trouble. The Mystic Snake, though, taking the Aegis. They've got themselves the Nether Strike onto the Phoenix. They get at least PYW while losing TK. Zhang Yu standing on the front lines, though, with not a lot of mana to go. XWI swashbuckling, and they've got the disarm out of the Faceless Void. They will disrupt him as well. So a little bit of time without this Faceless Void, who will try to time walk away. They go to the charge, but the Frostbite lands on a Shanxi. Shanxi will end up falling here to the right click of dust, and the Sonic Wave doesn't really do damage because the Spirit Breaker was already dead.
Yeah, all these heroes are very low on mana, as you can see in the fight. Like, Emo has 0 mana. There was 4,000 damage dealt by Medusa. These illusions, like, you make illusion of Medusa, you save her inside a Chronosphere, she gets the Manta off, then you have 4 illusions hitting you, burning your mana, Pango with a couple of swashbuckles. It wasn't enough. Like, sure, you get a TK one more time, but Spirit Breaker with a nice charge, and this time XWY Rolling Thunder connects on multiple targets. Ulu is also getting saved by Red Panda in most of these fights. He does have Blink Dagger available, so he can keep the distance, and also does have that shard picked up. So we'll have Demonic Cleanse. Sonic Wave, let's go. Already dead. Emo waiting until the last second to pop it.
Hell yeah.
Not the easiest game for IG anymore, because Pango's getting the items. He does have Aghanim Scepter available. And Spirit Breaker also getting the items. Once he gets to his, like, Aghanim Scepter, Yasha, Kaya, it's going to be nuts what this hero can do. For now, going to go for Tormentor, it seems.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have kind of been overlooking this Tormentor at times. But about 30 minutes into the game, there is the shard for PYW, and I like that shard. Sunray during Supernova, always nice.
Also having a bit of extra slow. Could make a difference. I mean, the one on Crystal Maiden is also really good. Both supports having a fun time. PK did receive shard. At the best of the shards, I would say. Cool name.
Little
Friends. Reminds me of Happy Tree Friends.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good show.
It
Oh,
was.
wow.
It was. Not if you're like age 7 to 12.
When I was watching
Yeah,
it.
when I was watching that, it was still funny, but you know, it can take you in a different direction.
They need a Happy Tree Friends announcer pack. You know, your bottom tower is going down. And they're just, you know, doing their typical thing. Looks like this is going to be a wraparound from IG.
All the green lights are available, Chrono. Let's see, he needs a big one. Now does have a Lancaster,
Oh,
which
they
is going to make him
scammed.
tankier.
They're just going to TP out, right? No, they're actually going to fight this. They've got the ward on the high ground, so this should be a fight for them, and that's exactly what they're going to go to. They've got the Chakra Room. They'll go to the Time Walk. They've got the Chrono. It's going to land on the
Again,
Medusa, but the
another
disruption is there
disruption.
immediately. So, well, disruption used. Chakram still on top. They go to the Stone Gaze. They're
They're
going
gonna
to
lock
strike
him
out
down
of the Faceless
again.
Void. They'll get the kill in a dust, and he's going to be taken out first. No Faceless Void for 50 seconds. Red Panda trying to TP away, but with the Whirling Death and the Blink coming through from Emo, he'll at least get that, but he falls now to Shanxi. So, the side of Aster Ares, they get 2 big kills here, and it looks like IG, well, they've lost that fight, and it is not good for them.
I mean, 2 times in a row, they go instantly on Medusa. Again, not enough damage, and Red Panda, he's been on the money with his Blink disruption saves inside of Chronos.
Uh-oh. Freezing Field. Ooh. Kill there on a Shanxi real quick from Zhang Yu. Timber Chain does not connect, and Ooh is just going to run down QX. That's just unfortunate. Unable to walk away from a Medusa Icarus dive, but that just puts you further away. And, well, they've got themselves the kill onto XWY. They don't actually end up losing PYW, and I believe he was able to Icarus dive and go into a Yules to avoid that impetus
He's
that
out
was
of
coming
mana
his
now.
way. And now Ulu, with not a lot of mana to work with, they've got Dust following it up. The Bash is coming in, no mana and not a lot of health to work with. That's a kill there for IG, who have kind of salvaged what just happened in the last few minutes.
Astro Ares did it to themselves pretty much. It feels like IG plays better when they don't have ultis available. They just managed to kill 4 heroes on side of Astro Ares without using the Chronosphere. He needs to be much more patient with this Chrono. Still not tanky enough to survive. But second Roshan on Radiant side again. Oh man, this build from Emo is really not working out. Like in the previous fight, doesn't even get the Bloodstone off. It's straight up like raw HPs. This is like 500 HP. And in terms of lifesteal back, he didn't really get much. It feels like it's a wasted item, like it's a wasted slot. If he has like Kaya Sanj, where that gives him like more damage, gives him more tankiness, status resistance as well. But we'll see how it ends up in the end with this item build. We might get the chance to talk to some of his teammates or himself to see what this build was for.
If you could say one thing to Emo in game 1, what would it be? Don't build Bloodstone.
Yeah, I'm not really feeling it. We'll see. Don't want to pick too much on it because it's already in his inventory, so you can't remove it. I mean, you can for half of the money back, but not what you want to do.
Halfback's better than no back. But yeah, you really don't want to be doing that. Taking a look at the item board across here. XWY, of course, has that Ags. We've got Shard and Red Panda as well as TK. And PYW on the side of IG has his. Working with that big bad Fillet. We're not really seeing Spark of Courage as much.
Oh, because we are seeing tier 3 items right now. That's why
True.
no one wants to keep it. I feel like Spark of Courage has been kept over most of tier 2 items anyway.
Well, looking at the list, nobody got Spark of Courage, which is a bit surprising.
We're into tier 3 items, so people want to get higher tier items for sure. Except for Emo, he's the one holding on to Faded Brooch and Co-op. I'm sure there's a better item.
I would agree.
Again, it's just mana, some movement speed. Could have played not the hero that relies on having the most movement speed in a fight. Doesn't really matter for her. And also mana pool is pretty big, 2.4k already.
They do have a tier 2 and a tier 3 token available for Queen of Pain.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So just not electing to take it at all.
Is under attack.
Okay, now the build's starting to make more sense what Emo's going for. I see full Mjolnir, some procs against this butterfly, and also the chains plus Bloodstone. That's like, it feels like he's playing to be 6-slotted in this game. Disruption on Medusa. There's going to be 4 illusions.
Yeah, illusions of illusions. Just trying to handle those is, interestingly enough, Shang Yu goes and uses that. Shiva's in the back line. Pick up a Wisdom Rune, and they're controlling that experience gain that Astro Ares is just not getting at the moment with the past few Wisdom Runes.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And they've cleaned it up where they should be able to get themselves a tier 2 tower. But again, here come the quadruple illusions of the Medusa.
Very a lot of
annoying.
damage. Look at Emo's HP. Same goes
Look
for
at
Dust, down
Dust's
to half
HP.
HP already.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That seems to be working. I don't know if IG can withstand that constantly.
In terms of tower damage, IG doesn't have the most tower damage. Like, there's no like Beastmaster, Leshrac, or anything. So they need to take a fight before they can slowly siege. Especially, like, they can't even take tier 2 towers. Imagine going for the high ground, try to siege tier 3 towers before taking a fight. So we might be here for a long time.
This could, yeah, slow down to be a long one for sure. Refresher almost finished for Phoenix. Needs 500 gold. That'll be nice to have. while overwhelming Blink and Heart for Timbersaw.
Wants to be as tanky as possible. And now they want to take a fight. DK will go through the twin gates, connect with the rest of the team.
So let's see how this fight goes. Dust
Again,
immediately
on
getting that
Medusa.
chrono onto the Medusa, and there's just that disruption that comes out to follow it up. So, now on the run, the charge lands. It's on to Dust here. Look at the right-click damage. Dust needs to get away, but he ends up losing that Aegis. So the Stone Gaze is going to be down. They don't have the chrono to work with. There's the blinking from Zhang Yu to take out TK, so they at least get themselves the Enchantress. They're going to buy back there and buy back on the Pangolier. XWY will be back into the fight with the Rolling Thunder. They go to the Charger, hits onto Emo. Emo bump into the air. Roll up, trying to get him, but they're able to get the escape on Emo. He'll eat the cheese, back to full health, full mana. QIQX drops on the Crystal Maiden. They go to the disruption on Uwu once again. They've got these illusions, and now they're on the retreat on the side of IG, but maybe they turn this
With
if
refresher
they
on
find
Phoenix,
the right
maybe.
opening. Yeah, Phoenix with the refresher. XWY down to about half health. Zhang Yu over to the side with the swashbuckle coming in, and that's with a defusal, but he's still working with about half mana, and both these teams will disengage for the time being.
Ooh, this is some heavy commitment from Master Ares. They used buyback on XWY, sorry, but there are no objectives to be taken. There's no Roshan because they just use Aegis on Dust. A bit of an awkward fight. Like, you can see the big difference between the rest of the team. Medusa does pretty much all the work in that fight, 7,000 damage. Rest of the team, damage output is very low.
Not that amazing. They need to really work with this chrono a little bit better, right?
This is third time in a row that he uses Chrono on Medusa. At one point, you got to stop. It's just not working out. Well, how you want to start this fight is Timbersaw can provide you with vision. You have this Hex, Blink Hex initiation. She was guarded as well. Have some vision, kill these two supports. Like, you want to be looking out for Shadow Demon, but Red Panda has been doing a really good job keeping the distance, finding a spot where he's not going to be initiated on. And there's the jump that I talked about.
Yeah, ooh, a little bit of a stun there coming through. Nether Strike going after this Timbersaw. But the Icarus side, the Sonic Wave, oh baby! The damage! They finally get the kill on a Zhang Yu, but they'll end up losing Red Panda as well, Shang-Chi. So 2 heroes down to the side of Aster Ares, who do have buyback. And immediately the withdrawal coming in from Aster Ares.
This was a nice fight. They could have maybe even killed XWY in that fight, but he was so close to dying. These are the type of fights that IG needs to take, because if they're going to be using Chronos, every single time they don't have Chrono, they just seem to be winning the fights. Whenever they use Chrono, they don't.
So no Chrono good, Chrono up bad.
Yeah. pretty much it sums it up. Next Roshan could be potentially up in a minute.
So let's see. We'll get this Aegis. Where they'll end up going for this fight. There's the Mjolnir for Emo. Was that Spell Prism for PYW? Yes, it was. So, Mjolnir. It's double damage in the bottle. Do you think IG will look to fight with the Chrono up before the potential Roche time? Maybe smoke up and find the proper opening?
Don't fight with the Chrono. We already said that.
Yeah.
Just go
Chrono
for something
down,
different.
I might as well just use it now, right? On nothing.
Use it on Emo while he's channeling Outpost. Stop it from happening. No, they need to do the same thing. Again, with Timbersaw, blink in, use this Shiva's Guard. And Emo has tier 4 token, didn't even use it. Okay, finally find something. That's Timeless Relic. Here we go.
I was going to say, he didn't use 2, 3, or 4. So smokes will meet, and they're going to try and go in. They go to the blink. It's going to be with the Shivas coming out here from Zhang Yu. Double damage is going to be popped by this Queen of Pain. They go to the Chrono. It's going to be out of the Shadow Demon. That means there's no disruption. They get the kill to XWY as well as Red Panda. XWY bought back in the previous fight. They've got the bashes, the Stone Gaze. It's going to be enough to keep the Medusa alive with the charge coming through all the way on the Phoenix. They've got the Yules. Time walk forward. They have the root. They'll go for the kill. It's on to Uwu. No mana, no life, no health. And they get themselves at least a fourth. They bought back on the Shadow Demon, but there was no disruption to save them, Ulu. And they're still trying to chase. They're still trying to go here for Red Panda as he goes up onto the high ground near the Tormentor. And instead, IG, guys, there is a tier 2 tower, and you guys are in the tier 3s. They'll find Red Panda. Disruption, well, Red Panda able to blink away. Can he get back to the base? They have the Hex, and he's on the run. And eventually, Red Panda, he'll get dusted, and he'll fall.
That was very close. Red Panda bought a lot of time, but yes, you see the difference. Again, they understand the importance of Zheng Yu blinking in with Shiva's providing vision, and finally Dust lands the Chrono on Shadow Demon, +1 extra with the Phoenix Sun Ray. They popped the refresher, didn't use second Supernova, and now the fight seemed very, very difficult. There's still XP rune to be picked up on the enemy side. They could go for Tormentor. Roshan gonna be spawning in a minute. A lot of objectives to take for IG.
So taking a look at the replay, you'll see the smokes break, and every time it's just Zheng Yu with the blink jumping onto this backline and looking to get some heroes with the Shivas and the immediate damage of the Whirling Death Chakram. And he's been doing a good job at doing so. And as the fight goes longer and longer, charge comes in, but they have found themselves Ulu, even without the Chrono. Again, the fight's going right. And Emo's dominating at that point.
Oh, this could be a solo kill.
Disarm. Supernova. Yeah.
He's fine.
He'll survive.
Yeah, could have tried to pop.
And
just
then the charge short spot.
And Spirit Breaker, he's out of the trouble. Does sit on a lot of gold. Shanxi, 4.5k can buy out complete Aghanim Scepter.
The Ags usually seems pretty worth it.
I think you need to invest all of your gold. I don't think you can wait to just have buyback.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Maybe he wants to keep it for Roche, because Roshan is going to be, again, on the Radiant side. This is third Roche, Aghanim Scepter, also available, so they might think that they could potentially snatch it.
It'll be tough. That's a very tough call to make, but they're going to certainly try. Roche going towards top and back to his base. All right. Never mind. I didn't feel like going there anyway. And he'll walk out after getting attacked a little bit.
Fire Spirits to pull him out of the pit. So the enemy can't do it.
Roche is
Provide
just
some
misunderstood, man. He just wants people out, away from his lawn. That's pretty much it. People come over, he chases them away. Get off my lawn, you kids.
He's an introvert, does not want to get bothered by all these people. They drain his energy. I can see Scan being used by Dire. They're potentially looking out for Zheng Yu. Shanxi getting caught, but that status resistance kicking in. He is alone.
Instant Hex getting taken off, and they've got the stun. They'll get the disarm. Lincoln's popped, Rolling Thunder, now finding QIQX. Where is he? He's stuck off the map. Where is he? All right, that works. Charge comes in. They get the count of QIQX, and now they look over as Zheng sees in the back lines. Overwhelming blink. Chrono on a 3. Shadow Demon needs to help out. He needs to get that disruption. There's not much you can do though with TK dying, already. And that's going to be with the BKB out of mana and out of time. It's Red Panda, both gone, and it's 4 heroes down to the side of Aster Ares.
Emo still chasing. Do they have a stun?
They want XWI and disc, and GG is called.
Okay.
IG will take game number 1 over Aster Ares.
IG had a couple of really bad fights where they initiated with the Chronosphere 3 times in a row. It took them, a lot of time to figure it out that it's not working out. And in the end, like, Dust lands 2 really good Chronos. Zheng Yu manages to find good openings, provide vision for the team, so the rest of the team is going to be able to connect.
Right.
And also set things up. But not an easy game. Like, you can see that the IG still struggling against some of these, and the Aster Ares still not a single, not just series win, but also a game win so far in the DPC. But let's see a couple of these fights, a couple of highlights.
You could see, too, at the end of that game, just to point out, when we went to the cams on the stage, like IG, that looked like a sigh of relief. Not like, wow, we just got the win. It was like a lean back in your chair and, oh, thank God we didn't throw that game. Oh,
You're
my
playing
God.
into Medusa. She was super farmed, but they do exactly how you play against Medusa. You can't really just focus her down because she's way too tanky to be killed off immediately, so you go for the others. I still feel Astro Ares got outdrafted in this one because having Enchantress Shadow Demon as your support duo plus Medusa, you know that the game's going to be relatively slow. Also, Shang-Chi, sure, he farmed a lot, but I think, again, having Pango from a mid lane, it feels like XWY needs to do more. Sure, you were playing into Quap, but then again, someone needs to do something. In terms of network, they kept it even for a very long time, but I feel like you need to do more with the hero.
Yeah, it was like, oh, I'm there for the initial charge, the initial bump up, which, yeah, mid-game that did work when they were able to kill off the Faceless Void, but as time got a little bit later, you need a little bit more than that from your Spirit Breaker, and maybe the net worth was a little bit deceiving on him.
Yeah, well, also, what was that play from Pango where he gets stuck outside of the map pretty much? I thought Phoenix is the only hero who's going to be able to get stuck there, but Pango, one of my favorite heroes to play, one of my favorite heroes to watch for a good reason, is because you can always find a new spot to be stuck in. And looking at like how they played, I think Zhang Yu really played amazing. Timbersaw died only once, but I feel like MVP belongs to PYW. So like,
Ooh.
I don't think the egg was killed maybe one time at the early stages, but that was about it. Looking at his itemization, these are like 3 very expensive items. His positioning was top notch, understanding that he needs to keep the distance. Like, we haven't seen these aggressive eggs. And then Chrono on top of it, he played a bit of a different game, understanding the importance of Sunray and heal that needs to come through. And having this Yule Scepter, so he stopped Spirit Breaker from charging in multiple times, set up a couple of kills on TK, and having Halberd against Medusa, Spirit Breaker. Just some really nice thinking from PYW in this one.
Yeah, I was either going to give it to him or Zhang Yu, and I thought that both did a very good job. But like you said, the itemization really sticks out at you for this this Phoenix. And so with that, IG, they get game number 1 over Aster Ares, and it's a good one to get, I think, with the fights that were a little bit troublesome for that team. So, you know, they get that victory, and maybe they could get themselves the series win, but we're going to have to wait to see because we've got ourselves a little bit of a break before game number 2. So get your popcorn, get your drinks. I don't know what you do when you watch Dota. Get whatever you need to watch some more Dota, because we'll be right back after this. See you soon.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, and welcome back here to the Chinese DPC. We're back with game 2 of IG against Aster Aries. Should be a fun one as game 1 went the way of IG. And we got the draft underway already and some very different picks in the second pick for both teams coming out right away.
Yeah, IG. This has been popular in Europe. Tundra kind of pioneered this Visage plus Spirit Breaker opener. And whenever we get a chance to talk to some of these Chinese teams, if there's a team that they look into, there's gonna be Western European teams names popping up where they're well, we look at Tundra, we look at how Gaming Gladiators are playing Team Liquid. These are one of the strongest teams in the world right now. So no shame in copying what they're doing, adjusting your needs to it. You're well, we saw how good it is that we're going to take it. And I'm a big fan of this off-lane duo. Visage Spirit Breaker, you have a stun in the lane. Phylactery build on Visage makes it insanely good. As for Ares this time around, I do like their opener more. In the first game, they did open up with Enchantress Spirit Breaker. Not a big fan of Enchantress because you picked it into Timbersaw. Sure, you have pure damage, but then they just piled up all the magic damage, and TK didn't get the chance to play Dota in the previous one. Now with Crystal Maiden Mag, you have a lot of team fight. You're setting yourselves up for stronger lanes, I would say.
Always like the setup for some stronger lanes. Puck ban. Pretty early puck ban, but I guess you don't want to be against that control. Phoenix,
I think they're looking into Void Spirit potentially, banning out this puck, a hero that can cause issues for it. Probably emo colon for it. It would be also, I'm a little surprised that they decided to go with Phoenix, because if I was Astro Ares, I would definitely pick Void Spirit instead of Phoenix there, because I've seen games where Void Spirit pops off completely, add Empower on top of it with Echo Saber, double hit. You also have way to just like one-shot the waves with your Astral Step plus Cleo on top of it. But IG, they're prepping for something again. Sometimes you'll see Phoenix against Faceless Void to be able to counter the big team fight that he brings. So you use Egg, and this time around, you have a lot of ways to protect the Egg with. There is going to be Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite, and you'll have Mag as well if they try to group up. But IG with Skyret Mage will make these Phoenix lives miserable, I would say. Like even Crystal Maiden.
Uh-oh. All right, Morphling in the Chinese region, always giving me a little bit of
chuckle.
A chuckle. We'll see. I'm surprised that you're banning a Luna in the second phase for Astro Ares, something I wanted to go back to. Just feels like a very...
Visage Luna. That's it. That's all there is to it.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, is it worth the ban? I guess they didn't take Void Spirit, so you can still ban that anyway.
Looking at some other heroes that Emo could play if Void Spirit's not going to be available for him as well. I'm down for some Wind Ranger in this game as well if he can get the hands on it. Because there is not much control other than Frostbite. You don't care about these heroes. You lock onto Morphling. You have another layer of stun. Very elusive, difficult to catch.
I'm just worried about it because...
It is. There's the question mark.
Yeah. We've been waiting for it to come back. I will say I'm not like the hugest fan of Wind Ranger.
Same, but I feel like this could be a good game for it. And I got to check the win rate across all 36%, 50 games picked. Okay, that's really low.
But people still like it. People still picking it. I guess why not, right?
Yeah. Puck is banned out this time, so is Quap, banning out Dragonite. IG did ban out Dragonite in the last phase as well. There's Void Spirit, I think, who, if they want to pick it, I feel like Astro Ares should definitely pick it. It feels like IG knows that it's potentially coming out. But then again, you're picking Void Spirit into Void, into Skyret Mage. But you might need to tank it up and try to like be sneaky, be slippery enough with Manta Style second item, Dispel Silence, Time Dilation. The big one's going to be Chrono. Can you dodge it?
Just see if you can get a Shadow Demon. Why dodge when you could just disrupt? So we'll see what this final ban is. Because Void Spirit still being available is certainly interesting. I'd love to see it pick tier for IG. They do have that first pick on this last phase. Aether Remnant, Mystic Flare, Chrono Mystic Flare. Like, certainly combos that can kind of get it done, right?
Dire team
Most definitely, but They
Snapfire. All right, for the egg.
okay, they
And then
don't
Void
want to
Spirit.
ban it out. So Void Spirit will be taken. I think Astro Ares is just giving them way too good like heroes, especially this Void Spirit last pick, where they could have taken themselves, but it's the other way around. I mentioned these two heroes that I thought Astro Ares will take Void Spirit, and then IG takes Wind Ranger, but it's the other way around.
I just don't trust the Wind Ranger, truthfully. I don't think it's exactly been this great hero. Obviously, the win rate kind of agrees with that. It's, to me, very underwhelming, I guess, is the easy word to go with. But, like, it's like this pseudo-successful hero in the eyes of a lot of these teams.
Pseudo-successful. I got to start using this one. The problem with the Wind Ranger is if you're not off to a good start, the hero falls off. You need to, like, a lot of the times change your item build because you're a universal hero. You want to get that Rod of Atos as soon as possible, build
Right.
into Gleipnir later because stats still give you damage, so you don't necessarily need to go for Maelstrom. But then if things are not working out, Rod of Atos kind of feels as a waste, so you want to go for that Maelstrom. Then you don't have a setup for your Shackled Shot, don't have kind of a like extra lockdown coming out for this Void Spirit, even faceless Void. Again, I think every single time I see Astro Ares, I feel when they drafted themselves, they put XWY in a spot where he needs to do so much for them to be successful. And so far, they haven't managed to do that even one time in this third DPC tour.
Yeah. It just feels as though you're going to have XWY on another underwhelming hero where he has to like overperform to be looking good on this roster. And it's just tough. It's a tough situation to be in. The lockdown's so limited on Astro Ares. I don't know how you control both the voids. I really don't.
There's an okay amount, I would say. Like Shackle Shot, they need to land. Frostbite, Crystal Maiden needs to survive long enough. Magnus with the RP. We'll see if that's going to be the case. But again, heavily favoring what IG drafted for themselves because they do have like super strong lane. From like this mid lane, I can see Emo popping off. And also Spirit Breaker plus Visage. This lane is insanely strong. Haven't heard this one before, this voice line from SMG.
one. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it's saying, but it is a beautiful voice, whoever's
It
voice
really
it
is.
to battle.
IG with the 5-man smoke. We'll see if they get anything going. Blood grenade on two heroes. 2 on PYW. Hit him with that blood grenade twice over 10 seconds. Doesn't look like we'll see anything really going on at the moment. Although I say that, charge comes out and all of a sudden Skewer, but he grabs 2 heroes. That means
Another
there's a
blood
blood grenade and they'll get the kill. Emo gets first blood. That's not who you want to be giving it up to at all, especially in a matchup where you need XWY to perform.
It's not like fighting with or into Skyrat Mage who use Concussive Shot where you have like guaranteed slow into Blood Grenade, potentially another Blood Grenade. It's a very difficult one, and PYW will be playing this Spirit Breaker. So right now they're in a try lane, maybe trying to get another kill. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. So PYW will go back to the bottom lane. Visage, I think you need to set Visage for a really good start, so PYW needs to be there as soon as possible. Visage not the hero with the most damage in the previous patches, but now being universal hero, like you get 60 damage with this build, Magic 1, 3 branches. But still, you're not as strong level 1. You want to get those level 2, level 3 PK. Blood grenade, that's a lot of damage.
And that's looking like it could be a kill and should be a kill for Zhang Yu.
Visage used all of his mana pool. Level 1 Visage That's 4 soul assumptions that he used.
And why not, right? Like, just get yourself a kill, get yourself some gold. I was looking at this, not this exact matchup, but just Void Spirit in general yesterday for LGD up against Team Bright. And, you know, you see the Void Spirit that was able to really dominate the lane, landing these Aether Remnants, pushing the creep wave under the tower. So, you know, you use that damage to get the denies. And when we see QX gonna fall there, and no surprise. I mean, Skywrath, not exactly the tankiest of heroes, but we're not exactly seeing Emo, going back to my point, dominating the lane at the moment. Still pretty even, but we'll see how it goes as time kind of progresses, right?
Wind Ranger does put a lot of pressure, like these power shots, and PYW will steal water and might actually keep it for Emo to get back in action. Let's see if he decides to do that, because XWY can't get it. So he's gonna sit there. The problem is you're not playing with Visage right now. Visage struggling a little bit in terms of CS, sitting at only 5, while Morphling is 11 and 5. So I think you gotta give Zheng Yu better start on Visage. DK getting charged. This time around, he does have dive available, but still very low on HP. He's gonna dive in aggressively. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very interesting move, giving yet another kill here to the Visage, but the turnaround for Ulu to at least get something out of it's not bad overall.
He wanted to go for that trade. We'll TP back, bring some extra regen for his Morphling. Bring the items as well.
Charge.
But yeah, Spirit Breaker needs to stay in this lane. He did a good job playing for Emo as well, securing this second water rune, and now DK will refill the bottle, go back to the bottom lane.
And just avoid this power shot. Grab that Aether Remnant and start hitting away on XWY. And he got that bottle refilled. But at the same time, like, Emo's getting a good amount out of this lane in terms of harassment. But the question is, can he continue to outperform in the CS? And Faceless Void's doing a fine job too.
CSing nicely, going for the same item build. At least the starting one did have Bracer available for some extra tankiness in the laning stage. Does not want to get bursted. Thinks it's going to make a difference, which I do agree with. And also holding onto Healing Lotus on a hero like Faceless Void does make a lot of difference. This time around, I don't think it's a game for Diffusal Blade by any means. You want to be going into Maelstrom. Those Chain Lightning procs go through evasion, so against Wind Ranger, really good. And also against Morphling, you want to have some extra magical damage compared to physical. So might need to adjust his item build on Dust this time around.
So we'll see what he ends up wanting to go for as time goes by. And mid lane again, just seeing Emo doing pretty well. Has 2 charges in that bottle. Cheng Si on this Magnus. We've been seeing a lot more safe lane Magnus these days.
I feel like the best role is the offlane for Magnus. Sure, it can work out, but what you get from Magnus is, as a carry, you don't want to be going for these like super aggressive skewers. As an offlane, you can afford to go for it. You also don't build into Vanguard. As a safe lane Magnus, you get more items, of course, because you get Mask of Madness, Power Trizeca Saber. So you have like maybe potentially a BKB if it's needed for the game. God, I love the change to a BKB. It was a kind of a weird one, but I do like that people are not picking it as much, because every single game for the last 15, 20 years, Dota 1, Dota 2 included, there has been like a build where you go for, oh, maybe one item a BKB, or I'll just go for a straight BKB, and then we'll team fight, and there's nothing you can do about it. Charge on the mid lane.
Silence in the Astral Step. He's got that level 6 first, so XWY in trouble. They know this charge is coming. It's just taking a long time. They should still be able to get the kill there on XWY, and it will be QX who gets in. Now the charge goes over to TK, who already used the Icarus dive. So he TPs in and is just dead for his trouble.
This is just a disaster now for Astro Ares. Emo didn't have enough mana. They barely get the kill. That was the last stick, pretty much. And now Emo will get another rune for himself. We'll go for this bounty rune as well. So we'll go back to full HP, full mana, and charge on Ulu. Not sure if they're going to grab this kill.
They're going to try, but Red Panda's behind him. They might even be able to turn on this.
Coming.
Frostbite Blood Grenade, and there's the turnaround. Emo now looking over at Red Panda, Astral Step, easy turn, easy kill. And Emo's starting to really get out of control already.
Good start for him. I mean, he did struggle for the first wave or two, but that move from Spirit Breaker, securing the rune, securing the second rune, and now the third rune, also dealing some decent amount of damage to tier 1 tower in the mid lane, because this was 6-minute rotation that they did. Catapult, 2 heroes on the mid lane, tower already down to half HP. And you're also leaving your Faceless Void in 1 versus 1 situation. Sure, you can't kill Magnus because he already does have a Vanguard, but Faceless Void is getting the farm. He's, what, third on the net worth, has more farm than Magnus, and dragging the creep wave to the big camp to get some extra farm from it as well. Nicely done. And this is the problem that we did mention. XWY already struggling on a Wind Ranger. Not where you want to be with this hero.
No, not at all. 1,000 gold behind Emo is a tough spot for him. And it's 3v3 over mid. Aether Remnant lands. They've got the charge. They have the silence, and they should be able to get the kill onto XWY.
They're going to get another one. Might get all of them if they decide to dive. Okay, Emo doesn't have Astral Steps available.
QIQX, not a lot of health on him either, so he's going to back up. But overall, again, even just killing the Windrunner is certainly worth. Like, what do you do when your Windrunner just has nothing at this point in the game?
Let's see if they can get another active rune for Emo. Gonna be bottom. Shield rune. Red Panda. He wanted to actually kill it. He understands the importance of it, but will die in the end.
Yeah, that's a death and a bottled shield rune, and we've seen how broken this rune is. Especially
on a hero like Void Spirit, who has another Resonant Pulse.
Health.
Yeah, pretty much. Not just HP, but you also get like Resonant Pulse, soak up damage. He's definitely not gonna die. Going into Echo Saber, which we've seen the build being in this current meta. So now they'll put pressure onto tower. Visage is level 6. This tower is done, so now they're trying to go for the tower on the top lane, but I can see them teleporting and actually defending this tier 1 tower.
Especially if
Visage
they
can take it alone.
And they found him, Chrono. Onto this Morphling, and with the silence, the Astral Step, Emo's got the kill. And this is going from bad to worse for Aster Ares.
They're falling apart so quickly. This Wind Ranger was supposed to be the hero that's gonna kind of like dominate, get them off to a good start, make the rotations going. Now you're stuck in a position where your Morphling can easily be bursted. You're playing into Chrono, Void Spirit, this long duration silence from QIQX, who's already level 6 on Skywrath Mage. Doesn't have much mana to work with. And getting a D-ward on top of it. Let's see if they can maybe burst him here one more time.
This Morphling needs to survive, and he just barely does.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gosh. I mean, he's got 4,000 net worth, but shutting him down would be just terrible. Like, I don't know what you... I mean, I guess you can recover if you turtle and you try to
just
slow down
turtle,
the game. But yeah, exactly. Just turtle, right? Easier said than done. Astral Step, Aether Remnant doesn't land, so they can't really chase that Windrunner.
Rune's bottom again. That's double damage.
Mag? All right, maybe. Focus Fire and Familiars locking him down as the Soul Assumption, the Fire Spirits, the Runaway. You don't have an Astral Step for another 5 seconds.
Emo picked up every single active rune so far, and Red Panda just got a drop here. The amount of slow that they have, pretty much every single hero does have some kind of a slow or stun on side of IG.
And there's not a lot of lockdown for Aster Ares, right? Like, if you don't land that Shackle Shot, I don't really think you can do much of anything in terms of getting the complete lockdown you want.
Crystal Maiden's not tanky. Like, the rest of the team not in a good position for her to allow to get close, use Frostbite. Maybe she gets one Frostbite in a fight, but after that, she's dead.
So they're moving up towards top. They want another tower. They should be able to pressure this with especially the Visage up there and the Familiars. And they kind of also want to kill 2 for their troubles, so they're going to go for it. They've got the silence, the concussive shot. There's the charge with the Mystic Flare, and the damage is out. They've popped the double damage on Emo. They get the Aether Remnant to land on Red Panda. They'll look for the Shackle. It connects. Power shot Frostbite, the damage on the Visage, the Icarus dive.
Supports are level
but
5 on Astro Ares.
So no Supernova. Charge onto XWY. They get the kill there onto the Windrunner. They're going to lose Red Panda afterwards. 3 heroes dead on the side of Astro Ares with nobody dying on IG.
I could see Astro Ares actually calling GG 15 minutes into the game. This is like, because they're not afraid to call it when the game is over. We've seen in the previous game, like they didn't want to go for another fight, maybe another one as well. So another tier 1 tower about to be taken. Zhang Yu, Solar Crest gonna be done in a minute or so. They also decided to go for him in the previous fight. He's super tanky. He's sitting at 1500 HP, has 1 point in Gravekeeper's Cloak, but has some extra magic resistance coming out from a Cold Bracelet as well.
Also got that Phylactery, an extra 200 health, 7 all attributes. That's nice. Quick Phylactery going now into the Solar Crest.
And then you get Pipe. They have no damage whatsoever. I think you need to buy like 1 aura item after that. There are different items you can buy on Visage. Like we did talk to Visage Master himself, 33 the other day. And he's like, you know, people experiment because he's Universal Hero. You can go for drums. It's a good upgrade. You can get Road of Atos if it's a good game for it. But I feel like in this one, you get Pipe and you take literally 0 damage. You might not even lose a single hero. Maybe QIQX could be the one target that they managed to get the kill on, but that's about it. 2 supports still level 5 on Astro Ares. This is massive. Skyve is about to be level 8.
Gosh. Just such a lead, and another kill here onto the Crystal Maiden. Red Panda dead for the 5th time. He's 0-5-2, and you can see Emo not really looking to stop.
With Haste Rune, he's now running to the top lane. IG controlling pretty much the whole. Look where Astro Ares members are standing. They're the only one who's sticking out is Shang-Chi, and he's now gonna be TPing out. Like close to the tier 2 tower, they can't make any aggressive moves. So, as you said, they need to turtle, but they need to turtle harder or better.
Faster or stronger.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Smoke, finally, they get that level 6 on TK, but who's going to be setting things up? Still only 1 point in Shackle Shot. That's your stun lock. Magnus needs to be that guy.
They're going to try. Oh.
Quick fingers.
Try they did.
Emo picking up Wisdom Rune.
Oh,
gets
Arcane
Rune.
Emo.
Every single rune belongs to IG. It's kind of difficult to play. They are really playing around them. Spirit Breaker's level 9. Your Wind Ranger's level 9 as well. Skyrot is about to be level 9. I think this says a lot about the game.
It's 6K may not sound like a lot in terms of gold, but 26% XP lead. That is massive. They've got the silence. It's on to TK, never getting the Supernova off. Shackle connects POIW, but he's got the Bulldoze. With the status resistance, he's only shackled for a split second. Red Panda's going to die. They go to the Nether Strike. It lands on XWY. He could 5-man chrono his team and kill off this Windrunner if he really wanted to. They're going to get the kill on the with the Skywrath Mystic Flare. And that's 3 dead again.
They can't get a kill. I want to see Dota plus win probability. I think this is looking rough. This should be like 10%, maybe even less.
Hit me with it. Wow.
There we go.
Lacoste, Gaben, Frog.
Gaben Enjoyer. Here we go.
Yeah, big Gaben Enjoyer. That was very. That was well done.
I don't have Dota Plus, by the way. I guessed it.
Oh, sure. This guy doesn't spend money on Dota Plus. Are you kidding me, dude? Come on.
I can stack for myself. I don't need that timer.
What? That's definitely not what I spend the money on and knowing when to pull. Shut up.
Spirit Breaker.
I don't know.
With Shadow Blades. So if he charges Crystal Maiden, she's down to half HP. Let's see those charges. PYW, he's going in. It's on Magnus.
Uh-oh, lands it, and now Skewer's on cooldown. Like, he got him just as he was skewering away. RP, no. They've got the Aether Remnant, now RP, Supernova looking all right. They turn into the Morphling and they charge. They
Emo's
get a kill
dead.
there on the Emo. It's a lot of gold for XWY. The rest of the team not really committing. You also have Dust nowhere near the fight. Getting another kill there on the... Ooh, that's a turnaround. I mean, that is not what you want if you're the Morphling. Shackle connects the damage. Oh, here comes Dust. Down goes TK. Windrunner's next. And 4 heroes are dead on Aster Ares.
Making a full team wipe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. I don't want to say it's already dead on your screen already if your name is Red Panda. But that's exactly what's happening. It's a full team wipe.
It's what Aster Ares did in the previous one when they decided to go for high ground. They feel they're unkillable, but there is an observer ward. So Morphling gets silenced off immediately, and they manage to burst him down. This Skyrat Mage pick working out amazingly. QIQX, he's really on point. Involved in 19 out of 22 kills so far. Ancient Seal maxed out. The best silence in the game, pretty much. 6 seconds duration. And Emo needs to be slightly more careful, especially because he's not putting more points in the simulate. This is what Void Spirits tend to do. Like, there's a big difference. It goes down by 3 seconds, but people also do go for stats instead. Put just 1 point in the simulate, which makes them tanky, which does give them more damage. Dust now does have Chrono available.
See if they just make an aggressive... I mean, Aster Ares, this move down bot could be their last move. Truth. Charge. Coming through, and they kill off Red Panda so quickly. They've got the Nether Strike. It lands on XWY. There's the Mystic Flare. Runs out of it. Throws a Shackle. Connects it here, but doesn't matter. Dust still getting a kill on XWY. He's dead again. He's got 400 more gold than a Skywrath Mage 18 minutes into the game.
And gonna contribute heavily to the meme society, plus Wind Ranger win percentage so far in the DPC, which is always good. She was sitting at 35, 50 games played. Last time we checked, a couple of minutes ago. Could have changed, could have lost another 6 games in the meantime. I don't think any other DPC region is playing, by the way, but whatever. They need to, like, use Morphling. He needs to be empowered in a fight. He turns into Spirit Breaker, gets a good charge off, tries to set things off for Shackle, and Shanxi going for Blink Dagger on Magnus instead of upgrading Echo Saber to Harpoon, understands that he needs to be the one like landing a big RP, and this is how he's gonna do it.
PYW. Does he get the charge out? No. Does he just run away with Shadowblade? Also no. But for a second, I thought maybe. This is all taking their attention while they go for Roche and grab themselves an Aegis. This is
they're picking out Roshan on the Radiant side because they do have enough damage to take it. Potentially, they could have sneaked it with Focus Fire, Morphling, with that extra damage from Empower, but not gonna happen.
Again, this could be the last fight if they catch out the Morphling. I feel like he's one of those guys that you catch and it's done. Shackle, RP, and that's onto the Visage. Supernova, Chrono now focusing this Supernova to start. They got the kill on the Zhang Yu. They've hit the Frostbite. There's the Mantis. Skewer back by this Magnus. Going after this Morphling. Big spree for Ulu, taking out the life of the Skywrath Mage. They get XWY again. And Dust has a double kill and an Aegis to work with still. But taking out Red Panda to make it a third is going to be a cherry on top.
Yeah, this game might not end as soon unless they decide to call it if they feel like. But still, the fights are potentially winnable for Aster Ares because you have Magnus. Now with the Blink Dagger, he can skewer people back into the base. Morphling, Ulu, he does ton of damage. Mantis style has been completed, going into Aghanim Scepter. The keyword is going for. Only has one component of it.
21 minutes into the game. Control the Wisdom Runes again.
Another one. Emo, this is the second time he picked it up. He is the one controlling all the runes. Manta style now completed. Double damage as well.
They really could just go for the Tormentor if they wanted as well.
Well, they're gonna be low HP if they decide to go for Tormentor. Maybe they don't want to like immediately rush it with double damage. Sure, they have more than enough, but there is no Greaves, there is no Urn, there's nothing. So let's see if they decide to go after they finish off the tier 2 tower.
Barely a scratch.
Yeah,
And the best Ags shard in the game.
Here we go.
Shield of the Scion. Okay.
Makes him more
Radiant's
tanky.
top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's all right. It's not great, though. Tankiness is
You got it for
tankiness.
free, so you're not gonna complain about it.
I don't know. Some people, man.
Are you saying it's me? I would not complain. If I got it for free, I would just actually shut up. Just let
Smoke?
it be.
Broken to an Invis Emo who has controlled every
Radiant's top tower is
single solitary power room. They haven't really gotten any on Aster Ares. I don't think they've gotten one. Charge
Radiant's middle tower.
on text WY. Familiars forward. Icarus dive away. Aether Remnant doesn't connect, and this team is now back into their base, not farming at all.
Bottom tower is under attack.
So it is all IG at the moment.
16,000, 23 minutes into the game. You're going to be playing for that high ground, waiting for Morphling to potentially get that Aghanim Scepter. And then you can turn in either Spirit Breaker, but most likely you're going to be looking to steal some of the stats from Faceless Void. Just carry the carry. Morphling is anti-carry once he picks up that Axe. Crimson Guard picked up by Shanxi, so that's something. Good against some right clicks, good against Visage Birds as well. Let's see if they can find anything. Whew. Not gonna fall for Illusion Bait this time, but the wraparound, let's see who they can find.
Skyraf, but is that really who you want? RP with the blink. They've got the silence onto the Magnus, but it's a little late. Chrono comes in, but it's after Emo is dead, and it's on to the Mag. They have the control. Do they have the damage? Shanxi not exactly dying too quickly. The Supernova ends up popping. They've at least got themselves a 1-for-1 as PYW doesn't get away with the Adaptive Strike hitting and getting the kill there. At least 2 now, both losing 2 as the Aegis has been used. And they'll get the Faceless Void back into the fight. Time walk forward. Now Red Panda falls. Somehow the Magnus kind of sneaks out of that one, and they still want to go for Ulu. Waveform, TP, and into the clear, as those trees are not going to, break while he hides from the side of IG.
Middle tower.
This is the second death of Emo. He uses Manta to, I don't know if it was for scouting or was it for getting some extra farm. And they use their abilities pretty much perfectly. Skewer back, RP, skewer back. And then a Frostbite. He needs that Manta style to dispel Frostbite so he can use his abilities. So, might need to save it for the next fight.
Another
Awful.
5-man smoke.
Hulu's getting the farm. About to finish off Aghanim Scepter in 300 gold. Shield Rune, that's going to help Emo survive long enough. And thus, after seeing that Aghanim Scepter potential build-up, instead of going for Scott, he gets Lincoln Sphere for himself. Does not want to get his stats stolen.
Don't take my stats. So, how do Aster Ares hold on this next fight? I mean, they've been doing a good job when they've got the RP and the other things available, but IG finally feeling the need to play aggressive with this smoke and look for somebody. But they don't find anyone. And they're actually leaving PYW over mid, but this side of Aster Ares doesn't get a hint of his scent, and they won't find him.
Man, XWY, he really is struggling. Phoenix might take over in terms of net worth. If he dies like 2 times, Phoenix survives. They take a good fight. He has less farm than Scarlet Mage right now,
yeah,
which
by
is
a
pretty
lot.
nuts to think about.
But he did get that free shard.
Arcane power.
QIQX. Freezing Field, RP
Good
with the silence,
silence.
no skewer. And now the charge coming in, they go to the Supernova. They go to the other side, and they've got the Chrono down on XWI. They pop the egg. They get the kill on a Shang-Chi. They'll look over at the Crystal Maiden. Red Panda's going to drop the Nether Strike on a XWI. 4 heroes dead, trying to make it a 5th. TP attempt, Familiar, and another. They've got the Aether Remnant, and the Bash is the Manta, the Time Walk. But they're sticking with this Morphling. Waveform, concussive shot. The chase is on, up onto the high ground. They've only got buyback on the Crystal Maiden. It doesn't matter. It's a full team wipe right by the tier 3 tower.
QIQX kind of salvaged the fight. This could have been a potential kill on Dust, but good, quick reaction
GG.
with that silence on Magnus, so no skewer back. And yeah, Astro Ares, they understand that they have no business left in this game, so they just call it. I thought it might happen faster, but yeah, Astro Ares seems like there's a lot of issues in the team, the way they play. Not getting a single game victory so far in the DPC, and IG in the second game. They looked very crisp, going for Emo Void Spirit and Dust on his Faceless Void 2 times in a row. Also controlling all the runes, playing extreme. Like first they take the first blood, they give it to Emo. It's just very snowbally what they did in the second game, controlling the runes. These 2 water runes kept Emo in the game, and doesn't seem too happy about this victory. He's like, yeah, another day in the office, pretty much.
Yeah, it really did feel like another day in the office when you're able to get 2 victories like that, especially the second one that felt like just an absolute shellacking. And you take a look at these highlights, it's just going to be IG highlights, truthfully. I don't really know if there's a big highlight for Astro Ares in this one, because from start to finish, they shut down XWI. They did exactly what they needed to do in that aspect, and everything else just kind of fell into place after that as well.
Pretty much. I mean, this game was over very quick. All the lanes fell apart. You have Wind Ranger from a mid lane. There's one highlight that they managed to kill Emo, who had his Manta style on cooldown. So
somehow
getting a kill there. I would say that Ulu was the one who played this game pretty similar to when IG played at the start of the DPC tour, when Emo tried to solo carry the game as Morphling. The rest of the team didn't do too good, so pretty similar vibes to what happened in that one. 2 supports being level 5 for a very long time. This is a snowbally effect. You get your XP rune stolen, you lost the laning stage, so they steal your 7-minute wisdom rune, they steal your 14-minute wisdom rune as well, and then you're kind of screwed. The supports were level 9 on IG, while Astro Ares were level 5 at the moment, and their mid laners were like level 9. Same goes for their carry. So we might need to have a deep patch and have this think differently how we want it to be played out, because we wanted to fix it. In the end, we got even more snowball effect to it.
Yeah, it's a very snowbally patch, and we take a look at this. Dust 8-0-10. I truthfully would give MVP to QIQX.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Like, he was really on point with those silences, understanding when they need to go back to the fight. Like, even some of these fights where they look like they lost them, these silences destroyed them completely.
Yeah, so you see 9-21 involved in 30 kills there in that game. That is an absurd amount of kills to be participating in. I believe they finished off with like 32. So it's just like, it's such a crazy kill participation. The hero damage is really nice. And overall, QIQX, like you said, the silences, the fighting, it was all pretty perfect for this Skywrath mage overall.
He was exactly where you needed him to be. If there were no silences coming out, this is position 5 Skywrath mage we're talking about. And yeah, kill participation, 85%. Usually you'll see your position 5 dying off immediately in a fight, but this time around, he was keeping the distance, getting the items, like in the end ended up with shard that he got for free, well-deserved, but having Medallion, having Ether Lens, Glimmer Cape, if this game goes on, let's say for another 15, 20 minutes, you would have another, like maybe even another and a half major item on him. But yeah, Astro Ares, they're probably gonna drop out. This is just reality of the things, and probably gonna need to work on their lineup for the next DPC tour coming from that division 2. But we'll have to see what happens. Feels like this one is not working out. Like at least this roster, there are no real clicks to it.
Yeah, so we take a look at the schedule. We saw that IG already beat Aster Aries 2-0. We're going to have an extended break at some point when we're waiting for LGD against the Zoray. 2 good matchups still to come. 2 marquee matchups. LGD, Zoray, Aster Extreme. It's your top 4 teams playing in this second and third matchup. Which matchup are you most excited for here, Lacoste?
PSG LGD against Azure Ray. I want to see, Azure Ray being put to a good test. So far they did play against, who did they play against? Let me just remind myself real quick. Because Azure Ray, they beat Aster Aries, they beat Extreme Gaming, so that's a big victory. They lost to Aster, but now again, to see where they're actually going to stand, I feel like this team, nonetheless, is going to go to the major because they have some of the easier matchups still left to be played against Bright and against Piggy Killer. So
yeah, but they did lose to IG. I feel like that's a big one here for Azure.
Yes,
I think, or no, they beat IG. I'm sorry, 2-0. Getting that victory was a big one where they're both 3-2, and it's kind of like the cusp, right? Where that's looking like the edge matchup. Those 2 teams might be the tiebreaker teams when we come to the major at the end of the day.
We'll have to see what happens, but Azure Ray definitely feels like a team that, has this experience to lead themselves to a victory, go to the major after being inactive for quite some time. But seems like players are getting back on track and they might need a little bit of a extra time. This before going to major during the second division while it's being played, they still have good 3 weeks to be able to, just get back on track, I would say, and just polish everything.
Yeah, polish as much as you can. Maybe get yourself a victory in Bali. If they could do that, or do anything, I would say, pretty decent. If they're to take, let's say, hypothetically, they take third or second, that's 300 points. If they do well in Bali, maybe they skirt into TI, qualify that way. I think the last major is a lot of points, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, maybe if you somehow manage to get, I don't know, first place in the DPC, that's 500 points immediately. So that's a big boost. So far, there is not a single Chinese team in top 12. So you will, they might still sneak in a couple of those teams into it. Depends how the other regions are doing. If we see some of the teams are not going to be able to sneak in. But it seems like we're going to have an interview, and I believe it's going to be Super Coach from IG.
So let's take a look. We'll expand for the interview. And Super, thanks for joining us. Congrats on the victory. Land setting like this certainly feels good. Just want to know, what's your thoughts playing on the land for this DPC tour?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。打线下赛的机会还是很不容易的。想问一下，你这个赛季打线下的一个感受是怎么样的？
就DPC 已经很久没有举办线下了嘛，现在打线下感觉有观众还是就比赛会比较有意思吧。然后这个对我们年轻选手也是比较大的历练，就比较宝贵的机会嘛，我觉得挺好的。
Yeah, it's been a while since DPC play in a offline format, and I think with viewers on the stage, it definitely makes the game more interesting to watch. And also, I feel like this is a great chance for my young players to gain some experience.
Speaking of the younger roster that you have there with IG, what do you think the biggest challenge is being the coach for this current roster of IG compared to all the different iterations of IG you've coached before?
那你提到了年轻选手的话，想问一下教练，就是执教这支比较年轻版本的 IG，跟之前的 各个版本的 IG 来说，你觉得更年轻的队伍的话，给你带来最大的挑战是什么？
我觉得2个方面吧，就是年轻选手他就是在各方面经验还是比较欠缺的，所以就是你不能着急，然后需要等待他们慢慢成长吧。然后另一方面就是我自己的心态就比较放松一点吧，然后就等他们慢慢成长。
I think there's two aspect. Coaching a younger team, a player definitely have to learn and grow some experience, and you have to be patient. So, that means I have to be patient as well. I cannot rush. I have to sometimes have to tell myself to relax and just watching those players growing up.
Cool. Well, Cass, do you have any questions?
Yeah, you guys started off previous DPC tour at 0-3. This time around, you're doing much better. Like, why do you think that is compared to the previous DPC tour that you're playing better right now?
上一个 DPC 赛季的话，开局 IG 的成绩是0-3，然后这个赛季的话，看起来已经是有了一个不错的改善。你觉得跟上个赛季相比的话，队伍现在哪些地方变好了？
就是其实区别就在于我们对我们3号位的利用吧，就是对他英雄池的开发。但现在其实对他利用是一个比较成熟的状态，所以我们还希望就能够尽快突破我们自己的瓶颈嘛。
I feel like we the biggest improvement on the team is position 3. We utilize his hero pool way better compared to last season, and as time passed by, I hope we can get better.
That's good to know. You guys seem to be playing much better. I want to dive deeper into like your guys' day in general. How does it look like? How much do you train in terms of scrims per day? How many pubs players are playing? Just want to see like how much involvement do you have with the team as well, and everything pretty much to it. Just want to have a clearer picture what IG day looks like.
那我想问一下，就是 IG 平时日常是一个什么样的训练状态呢？就是每天选手们要打多少比赛啊？然后打完训练之后要怎么去安排天梯的这方面有没有一些计划，包括一些战术教练这边的一些部署？
就是每天会有固定的6个 BOE 的训练，然后就是大概4盘路人吧，然后也会加一些对线训练，如果对线出问题的话，然后就个别英雄池有问题的可能会加练嘛，就路人量。
So our regular scrim schedule is six BO1s for one day, and then usually players will play another 4 pub games. Of course, if something went wrong in scrims, especially like landing stage, then we will ask player to play the certain landing matchups, do some extra practice, and if certain hero becoming meta heroes, then we will ask players to play more pubs with that hero.
Is it every single day? Is there a day break in between, or is it every single day in the same schedule?
那是每天都这样的一个强度吗？还是说就是大概是做几休几的一个感觉？
每周会休息1天吧，如果没有比赛的话。
Oh, if there's no match, no real match, then it's one day off every week.
Yeah, that's a good training schedule, I would say. It's a lot of games, but the Dota players, they love to play the games themselves. And I just one quick question more. Like, is there a team from any other region that you look up to, that you try to get ideas from and try to implement them into your own team?
然后想问一下，就是其他赛事的话，有没有苏老板特别喜欢的、欣赏的战队，会去学习一下他们的打法，然后去把他们的这个打法跟游戏理解去加入到自己的战队的计划里面去？
就是其实主要是看哪些队伍比较强吧，然后就是会有一些合适的英雄只能加入我们就会关注比较多。然后这个赛季的话，可能就是团抓跟 Spirit 吧。
Yeah, I will definitely look at the top teams in other region and see if there's any good heroes we can learn, we can copy to our strat for this season particularly. And we watch Tundra and Spirit a lot.
Interesting.
Thank you for your answers. Yeah, I thought that this Spirit Breaker Visage comes from Tundra. Thank you so much for the answers.
Thanks so much for the interview. It was nice talking to you, and congrats again on the win.
感谢你接受我们的采访。Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
I love talking to coaches. I don't know what it is about. I especially Super, like right there. I feel like that was the most in-depth interview we've gotten at times out of the Chinese region, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's why I want to dive deeper into it to see, because they've always been like very strict with their training regime, because they've been playing a lot of scrims, a lot of pubs as well, and I feel like nothing has changed. They still want to prove that they are the best. The competition right now is, I would say, like stronger than ever, coming up from different regions. You see like 2-3 good teams from every single region that could potentially like get, I would say, top 3, top 4. Europe, of course, stands out because how stable they've been, but China, they have some catching up to do. And so far, I like what I see in terms of progress, because like PSG LGD, they're still up there when it comes down to like last 2 of majors. They didn't perform to their expectations. Aster now, they do have upgrade, I would say huge upgrade when it comes down to their mid lane. Sumail, he's gelling nicely with the team. You have Azure, a potential that could cause a lot of upsets. A team that has LAN experience, a lot of LAN experience. And just coming up from the coach as well, you have Lanham, who's been in the scene for throughout the decade plus, pretty much. And Extreme Gaming as well. So China, top 4, I think, going to be pretty stacked this time. I would say stronger than it was in the previous DPC tour, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're charging up for a pretty solid major performance, and it's going to be interesting who fills in all those slots when it comes down to it. And I think they're going to be stuck on the last day figuring it out, like who's going to be there in the top 4. So we've got 2 more key matchups coming up at you still. There's going to be a little bit of an extended break because we had a quick one here, 2-0. But again, get your snacks, get your popcorn. These are going to be 2 good matches you do not want to miss. And we'll be back after the break. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome one and all here to some Chinese Dota action. We are rounding out the second week. And of course, to do so, we had to bring you the prettiest casters in all the world. Myself, Snare, and my boy Lizard for an incredible series, bruv. LGD and Azure Array, nothing to say versus Somnus in the mid lane. This one's going to be lit, Lizard. How you feeling, brother? And are you excited for the games, bro?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm wearing my... You see, like I'm becoming a little bit more casual now, you know. No longer you're a rocker as always. We've been informed by production that we should make a band, but yes. I'm very excited about that. However, the games today are gonna be goddamn amazing. Like one series already amazing. The next couple of ones, I don't know. It just gets better and better today.
The level of Dota that we're going to be expecting and anticipating and witnessing is going to be absolutely through the roof between these two squads. And let us know in chat what our band name should be. We've been coming up with a couple of ideas, but we can probably make something happen. Y'all might not know, but Lizard used to be a rocker. You might not think it, but this guy he's done it all. Going into the series, though, LGD
I used to be you are. Yeah. It's a different timeline.
I mean, I'm sure we could bribe you to release those pictures in public, bro. We could do that.
Hell no. No way. That's for a personal stash that's never gonna come out and see the light. But anyway, PSG LGD, Azure Ray, like what more can you want? You get Nothing to Say versus Somnus, age-old rivalry in the Chinese region. You get these new upcoming stars in the carry roles, like you get Lu, you get Shiro on the other side, like you get an old school offlaner versus someone that's kind of new, that's been just taken into PSG LGD recently, and that's, no pun intended, his nickname is new. But it's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be a really, really great game because you can argue that Aster is a cut above these two, so the games are a little bit maybe tilted in Aster's favor when they're playing LGD or when they're playing Azure Ray. But this matchup, it's very close and it's still some top tier Dota.
Absolutely. So far, Azure Ray, they have lost to Team Aster, but Aster is clearly taking the region by storm right now, and they are just looking stronger and stronger. Like you mentioned, they have so many things going for them. The return of Somnus, probably one of our best historical laners from this region. FY, the Prince of Dota, FY God himself. You know, the return here of Tianming into a proper team. When we spoke to him yesterday, he was like, he doesn't know what he's doing to the squad, but you sometimes get this situation where these new up-and-coming players, you lose your Tianmings, they join the superstars, the legends from the region, and it makes them such better players. And we saw Tianming, like last season, if you'd ask me how good this guy was, I was like, he's pretty good, he's decent, he's okay. But this season, it's like, wow, all right, this guy's pretty legit. Doesn't feel like he is lacking behind anybody else on the side of Azure Ray. He is certainly not a passenger. And I like what you mentioned earlier, like two up-and-coming carries, an old school mid versus one of the new school guys, the same in the off lane, the same for the support positions. Going to be a very exciting matchup to watch here. Where do you think it's going to go, though? Before you even look at any rosters, no heroes picked, no thinking about the draft, not even thinking about the game. What does your gut tell you
Slayer,
of who's taking the game?
I know you hosts or casters like to put us analysts on the line to predict what's gonna happen, but we really don't care. Like, it's all fine, whichever way it goes. If it goes to LGD's favor, if it goes to Azure Ray's favor, like as long as we get some good old Dota, and we're gonna get it. So I'm not sure which way it's gonna go. Maybe I'm biased a little bit towards Azure Ray. I think they're a little bit stronger, but I'm just expecting a good 3-game series, and I'm expecting some real competitiveness coming out of this too.
One other aspect we have to take into account here when these two teams are playing is who their coaches are. Obviously, Jawait is going to be on the side of PSG LGD, but Fenrir is now, who's coaching Extreme Gaming, has let Lanem have a new lease on life. He is now in the side of Azure Ray. So in the past, for the most part, weirdly enough, within the region, Lanem has actually had the coaching W over and above Jawait. So his experience mostly came from Team Aster, but hopefully it transfers over into Azure Ray. So let's get into it, brother Liz. Game 1. Beastmaster banned, of course, thank God. LGD, they've taken out the Batrider, and I hope one of them is going to ban Techie so that I can have a good day.
What I love about Lanem, yeah, he's getting all these wins, and he was a great player, by the way. He known as a big Earthshaker totem Lanem in Europe. Like, he had some amazing plays, but Like he's a coach that surrounds himself with the best possible players, right? Like come to Division 3, bro, like the tier 3 in Europe, and try to do the same coaching and the same drafting when your carry plays a total of 1.5 heroes. You know, it's not the same. But I have huge and utmost respect for him. And you need to have so much respect for that guy. If he can rein in the superstars, that means that he's really a cut above and they all trust him. And you could see like Azure and other teams even changing coaches, right? Like he doesn't get changed. Like unless he leaves on his own volition. And what is he gonna bless us? There's Spirit Breaker in the pool. There's Visage, Timber. What's he gonna bless us with?
Let's see. So Chalice would have probably paid Beastmaster or Coddle. Probably they pick a Magnus or something. I love that they've picked up this Mirana.
Oh, that's a good yawn right there. Yeah.
That's the kind of yawn you need to get out of the way, right? Hopefully, Zhao doesn't see him, even though he's on the opposite team, is going to come to him and say, wash your face, bro.
You know,
this is unacceptable.
that yawn isn't I'm tired yawn. I know the exact feeling. I think he's actually hyped for the game, like super hyped. Like, that's a little bit of nervousness. I do the same thing. Like, you get these chills and you just want to yawn, but you're not really tired. You just want to play the game. That's all. They start with the silencer instead. Okay, just interesting one. Like silencer for me, perhaps isn't first pick material, but Azure they see something different in the hero. Maybe some good combo, some that they're gonna pair it with.
The last time they did this, they went with the Terrorblade for Lu, and then we had that crazy lane. Do you remember that crazy lane with the Silencer TB? It was nuts.
Yeah.
And Azure will not be getting TB. They get the Spirit Breaker, which does give up the Medusa on the other side for PSG LGD. So we've already seen Shiro Medusa have some really good games. So that probably means they're banning what? TB themselves? So Azure won't get to play it. No anti-mage either, I imagine.
Yeah, like AM, Nyx, TV, I suppose. I don't know what else. You get that. Look, the plan is just get the silencer and kill her too many times early on. Then she doesn't have int, no mana, easy fix. But yeah, I think it should be TB. They ban out the Shadow Demon as well. It's a little bit of a save versus Medusa, but it's not a great save when you have a silencer in your team. What Azure, like this combo, it's not really a combo, silencer and Spirit Breaker, but you can charge in, follow up with the global. You have ways of starting fights already.
I also like the fact that for Somnus, 2 heroes that he's already played in the tournament has been Pangolier and Windranger, both of whom I think are very good options against Medusa when buying Diffusal Blade. So makes it a little bit easier for him to consider what to roll with in the mid lane. And where do you think the Spirit Breaker is going? I think we've spoken very much about it being better in the 3 position. We both prefer it there. But is this the kind of game where that's going to happen? Or are we looking at the FY hero so far?
Look, I like it on 4 as well. It's not bad. I think that if you have a offlaner that can be left alone, such as Timber that LGD have just banned out, Spirit Breaker makes a ton of sense on position 4. As he's one of the best heroes to rotate around the map with, right? Like even if you use the Twin Gates, you can just charge in, go back through the Twin Gates. It's like the map is very open for this guy, and I would say for Mirana as well. When I saw the Wisdom runes, I thought Mirana would be highly contested. Because it's just so simple for her to get there. A couple of leaps, you can leap out as well, snatch them. But overall, it's just a good hero. She's not picked because of that in any sense, by the way. But yeah, also Universal can be played on that mid lane. What I would like from LGD perhaps is something that doesn't suffer to the charges on that mid lane, and later on down the line, that is which hero that is. There's some Void Spirit, there's some Puck, but now you have Windranger against you on the mid lane, so you gotta be careful. Maybe a Quap, that's like an option.
Quap would be nice. They still have to. This is such a powerful duo. I think this increases the likelihood that FY is playing the Spirit Breaker, so they have that additional supply of damage and catch in the mid lane when Windranger does want to go in. That being said, they could still leave this in the off lane, and then every now and then they go for that 12-minute big 5-hero rotation. I like this Windranger. I still think the hero is fairly volatile, but there are a couple of players who have convinced me that if they pick it, it's probably acceptable. It's fine. Somnus has put himself in that category.
Yeah, he did, definitely. And like what I like about Wind Ranger as well is you're playing her into a Medusa, so you can go for that diffusal build. And with the diffusal, she loses the mana very quickly. It's kind of a counter, but not necessary. Like, you don't even have to go for that build. You can go for a standard one and still dish out enough damage to take her down. Like, one hero that I have seen pop off a couple of times recently, not in pro games, we've seen it lose in pro games, was Marcy on the offlane. And I've seen Marcy actually do decently well against Medusa with Aghanims. Like, she gets on top of her, bam, bam, you're silenced, you can't use your ulti, you're losing all your mana extremely quickly. You can't use your spirit snake? No. Snake? Whatever. Something snake. Mana snake. You can't use the snake. You can't use the snake. Yeah, the mystic snake. Okay, they go for the Undying. And it will be a support Undying, by the way, most likely. As Doom is picked up now as well.
We haven't had that many Undyings. Only going to be the 5th one in the region thus far. LGD with this Doom. Neo played this quite a lot when he was on VG Gaming. Obviously, to much less success while he was there. But on LGD, this should work well for him. Didn't they play this Doom? I forgot who they played against, but they ended up dominating the lane in that particular game. So I'm wondering if they're trying to angle towards having the same thing happen. And I think in that game, they also had the Medusa. And I forgot, they had like some uber active hero in the mid lane for NTS.
Yeah, something like a Pango, most likely, is what they're looking for here. Like, if you look at PSG LGD's draft, what is it missing? Tell me, Snare. It's kind of obvious, right?
What, for LGD?
Yeah.
Oh, we have like 0 fight start, dude.
Yeah, 0
like
fight starts, no stuns, right? It's very difficult for them to... No control. Hello. I just love this interaction with the crowd.
I love you actually waving with everyone.
I'm actually waving at the camera every time they wave. I don't know why. I'm just like... Azure actually snatch up that Pango, and it will be... so what's happening here? Will it be Pango
Chuck
core?
will play Pango, I think. No, I think Chalice plays Pango, then Somnus plays Wind Ranger, FY plays Spirit Breaker, and then Tianming Silencer.
Okay, and the last pick will be for their carry. That's against the Doom. 2 carries that will get banned out are Monkey and Ursa, most likely in the end, just to secure that lane. Maybe Terrorblade. Let's see what they value more. I think TB is probably a better ban here.
Okay, list. Will Lu play Arc Warden into Medusa? How does that match up? Oh, never mind.
Oh, that was actually a very good call, because they played Arc Warden yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good poster of FY, by the way. No, like you said it, Arc Warden banned out, and I think that would be amazing here. Like, he's... You know what's funny about Arc? I don't know why, but his laning is just better. He feels better in the lane. He's not universal, he's still agi, but the lane just feels good. LGD,
NTS your favorite hero.
Yeah.
You're never happy to see a Kunkka. Almost every time it happens, you just like sigh, what's gonna happen? Is this the kind of Kunkka game that was gonna make you feel better? It gives them some body. I guess there's some catch from this. The lane is not too bad against heroes like Wind Ranger nor Pangolier.
That's just a standard TB, by the way, before I go for that. On Azure, like you mentioned it early on, we mentioned it moments ago, like just very good versus the Medusa. Overall, I think this is Lu's game to win. I think that LGD's lineup is missing some things, and that's ease of execution early on. Like, you have X marks the spot into arrow to set things up. I don't think that's enough, by the way. FY will be playing the Wind Ranger on the 4, so it will be the offlane Spirit Breaker. You'll be getting a ton of control from Azure. You have the Shackle Shot, you have the charges, you have Somnus with Rolling Thunder. Global as well to follow up. Like, Doom obviously is a problem. He always is. Like, he can just eliminate one of your heroes. But who does he eliminate in this game? Pango is not easy. He's going to Rolling Thunder. Chalice is going to be just charging through the game. If you Doom him, Bulldoze, if he used it before, he's just going to, well, he's going to tank it. He's a big boy. Bulldoze doesn't matter. But maybe Lu, you have to get on top of him. Do you have ways of dealing with Lu? I feel like it's TB's game once he gets super farmed.
I'm fully with you that the CB does feel like a very good pick for this game. Also, in retrospect, it should have been clear that FY was going to play the Wind Ranger, because the last time that they played into Medusa, they did have him on the Wind Ranger buying the Diffusal Blade. So now they have double Diffusal on the lineup. They still have Chalice charging around. Like you mentioned, LGD generally has a lack of catch or a difficulty in execution. Everything they do has to be pretty crisp for all of it to be pulled off. And unfortunately, this global silence, we've already seen how much work these silences can do in these team fights. And this feels like one of those games where you can bail your TB out of trouble time and time again with some good globals. So going into this game, looking at these drafts, I'll be honest, Liz, I think Somnus and the boys have got this for game one. Convince me otherwise. Do you agree, or does LGD have a better shot going into it?
No, I was just convincing you that they do have it, but there are some positives on LGD's side as well, right? Like they have some really broken heroes currently that are in the meta. They have the Medusa, they have the Doom. I believe that they can hit that sweet spot 25-minute mark in which Medusa has Manta, Butterfly, and you're just taking down the high ground. Mirana can build a Solar Crest. You can take Rosh very early on as well. A lot of sustain coming from Kunkka. So maybe it's not even about the catch. Maybe it's just about playing the game fast enough and ending it before TB even comes online. So I think that's a good option for them. Good strat to try and execute.
We'll see what they've got for themselves as we get into it for game one of a very exciting day of Dota. Obviously, we already saw IG dispatching Aster Ares earlier on today, but that was just a warm-up. You know, the teaser match before the real ones get going.
Yeah, the last two series of the day are, a little bit better, let's say, than that one.
One thing I wonder about this game, though, is are we going to be having any laning surprises you can envision? We've been seeing a lot of teams, when they started the tour, they'd start with the 3-hero stacking, try to get a quick early kill at the tri-lane, and then immediately revert back to dual lanes. But as time has gone on, that has been dropping off. Are we going to have any of that happen today?
I'm sorry, by the way, I was listening to you, but I was reading this Evo Plus's voice line. When did this come into the game? They call me Dirge because I'm undying. One more hit, I send you flying.
Avo reps, not just Avo plus.
Yeah, for sure. He's getting the pluses.
Are we going to add him to the band, bro?
Yeah, I think he needs to be added to the band. He deserves the spot. He can just have a cameo every now and then, you know, just some wild, drop some lines, go away.
I see. He'll be on the features, we see.
Hit us up, by the way,
started.
Twitch chat.
AR got 3.
Yeah, hit us up with band names, but 3 for AR, yeah. And they hit them with
before the lane starts. All right, do any of the band names, before the lane start, do any of them tickle your fancy? Any of them sound good?
I still don't have any. Like, I'll figure them out eventually.
So let's look at this game now. It's finally gotten started properly, this mid lane. The one thing about Kunkkas is that although the hero can be somewhat lackluster throughout the game, his laning phase, always very, very good. I anticipate that being replicated here today.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to lanes, Kunkka should do fine on mid. Top lane, Silencer and TB, that's actually very scary for Planet and Doom. They have to be careful because of the amount of slow that hits you. Blood Grenade, Arcane Curse, Reflection. Suddenly you're being just brought down from nothing. Just the dots are killing you. And bot lane, like Medusa really likes to have a frontliner that can kind of, you know, defend you, and Undying is the best one. So I don't expect Chalice to be having an amazing game here. Maybe FY will be that hidden position 3 this game, you know. You see it.
So Chalice picked up the Spirit Breaker, but he's still playing past 4. Sorry, bro.
Doom.
The lane is just too rough. Doom is about to die top. One more right click from Lu, and they are able to claim it. I mean, I was about to talk about how level 2 is where this lane gets super scary up on top, but like you said, they have so many dots at level 1. They don't even need to pop the meta to get that kill.
Yeah, and that's the scariest part. The meta is still off cooldown. Like, he can use it at any given point now, and you already got the first blood. Usually how it goes is he uses meta, he kills you, then you come back into the lane, he doesn't have it. It's easier to play, but Yeah, like now one extra wave is going to be free for low once he decides to use the meta. He can
Holy
even wait
smokes.
for level 3. Yeah.
You see this Medusa down bottom, right? I'm laughing at how much attention she's drawing from the side of Azure Ray, because that Terrorblade who got the first blood, he's queuing up Diffusal Blade. I have no doubt FY is going to buy Diffusal as well, and I imagine Somnus will do the same, so they might have 3 Diffusal Blades to deal with Shiro in this game.
A diffusal blade broken. Here's a call right now. Nerf diffusal blade. Buff Medusa, please.
Medusa too weak.
Medusa too weak. Yeah. I'm not sure. Like, is that a good thing? Usually, if you're doing like 3 same items, you're probably going to be missing something on someone. Like the Wind Ranger, if FY goes for an early diffusal, maybe that's not the greatest. Planet also dies. Yeah, he's just. Oof, this is good. If your Azure Ray top lane is just in a really good spot.
The only thing that they'll be happy about on the side of LGD is that Tianming doesn't yet have a point into the Glaives of Wisdom, so at least he's not stealing out all their intel just yet.
Yeah, he has to get that. Has to get that and rotate as soon as possible to Medusa lane. Make the snack lady very stupid.
I really hope they end up doing that this game. It'll be hilarious to watch.
I mean, you can't really count on getting these kills on her. At least not at the moment. She's already way too big. Just a magic wand and a branch. What the world we live in. Universal Hero already benefiting so much from it.
She just feels good. Just doing Snake Lady things. Out on mid, NTS. These two are just gonna just play around each other, but I imagine that Somnus has to be the one that moves first, right? And that Kunka's gonna just respond to him when he can.
Yeah, it's much easier for Somnus to move, right? Like he's a faster hero to get around the map. Like unless it's some TP, in general, you can get the runes easier versus Nothing to Say. So you can rotate as well with Swashbuckle, with your Rolling Thunder. But this lane is also a bit scarier for Somnus because he can eat that combo. We talked about it. X marks the spot. Both once level 6 hits, Mirana can rotate in. New TB used meta on top lane, and this might be a dead Doom once again.
One more right click is all they need to get it. Tianming still doesn't have points into Glaive, but very happy to get a kill onto the Doom.
Yep.
And that was the meta use that's also going to be able to clean up a wave. On the other side of the map, though, Chalice, we have another offlaner falling. Shiro also finding himself finally on the kill shots by bringing down the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I have to say, this is one of those crazy games, crazy inverse games in which offlaners are actually suffering. Like your Spirit Breaker is dying on one side, your Doom is dying on the other. Usually you just expect these offlaners to be completely free farming. Mid lane, 3
Might have some
heroes
trouble
rotating
onto
in.
Kunkka. Yeah, exactly. They have some issues to try and keep this Kunkka alive. FY has Shackle Shot. It will latch perfectly, and that will enable them to kill off the Kunkka. To make it even better, Somnus is the one credited with the kill, and they drew Planet towards this mid lane, so he's not going to be available to help out Doom in the top side of the map anymore.
Wait. Planet, this is your casual position for assisting you mid. TPing when you're already dead, getting like 3 creep waves. while you're dead for like 20 seconds, just like face palming. What's sad about Nothing to Say is he tried to TP while that was happening, so he doesn't even have a TP. He needs to run back mid without boots.
Oh no.
He's fast though. Kunkka is a fast boy, so. What do you think? I'll ask you this though. I kind of have an opinion on it already, but Spirit Breaker or Doom, if you are going to lose a lane, with which one would you lose the lane rather?
Between Spirit Breaker and Doom, how hard am I losing? Am I getting dumpstered or am I just losing
Like
lanes?
how they're losing right now.
Oh, I'd rather have the Doom, I guess, easier catch up. Because in this situation, I've played these 3 Spirit Breakers. You just feel like you become a support after a while, if nothing changes soon.
Yeah, I kind of agree in general, but I feel that this new Spirit Breaker also comes online, just a Vanguard and mid lane again.
I have more rotations onto this Kunkka as he's been shackled up. The boat will ensure that he stays alive though. Rolling Thunder stalling him up once again. FY, Tianming, they're trying to put in this damage, but they just don't have enough. And they are forced to get back. Maybe they could have tried with the Swashbuckle and the Over Corrosion, but Somnus realizes if he does that, he probably dies for it. So rather let him go.
By the way, remember during the draft we were talking about how easy it is for Mirana to get Wisdom Runes?
Yep.
Well, Planet takes one, denies the other.
What a player.
Yeah, sent the illusions. And now FY is gonna be like, where's my room, bro? I'm level 3. Oh no.
I need experience. It's denied, bro.
It's actually...
I was going to say that's actually a pretty big deal, right? Because they do need this experience, like, quite badly on the side of Azure Ray supports.
Yeah, FY was rotating quite a lot. One of those rotations worked out, but it was still like a 3-hero rotation. By the way, look at Nothing to Say. He's playing this so damn carefully. He's just X-marking himself to get a creep wave. Mid lane arrow. Oh, Samus dodges it.
Nice little dodge. The rune does end up spawning bottom. Good little walk back to avoid the Swashbuckle heading onto 2. And the Somnus indeed queuing up Diffusal Blade. Terrorblade. Okay, Terrorblade changed his mind. He's going to go for the D-Lance, it seemed it said.
Yeah, I really think this is a good decision from him. I think you need to tank up, and he's actually going down bottom. They want to kill this Medusa. Look at this. She doesn't have Stone Gaze.
She does not, and she's going to get Nether struck down right now. She's in a little bit of danger here. They're putting out this damage onto Shiro. The Mana Shield is gone, so the HP is about to follow. And Lu's going to be credited with the kill as well. Best case scenario, not only do you get that kill, but Liz, you get to stick around with Meta, putting pressure on the tower as well. You might even get this in addition to the Medusa kill.
Why you smile? Mid lane. He might fall too.
Will he? Yeah, okay, he's dead, yeah. Somnus going to make sure that this happens. Even with the nerfs, the stuns, if you're caught in that position against the Pango, there's no way out.
Okay, Azure is just making this look super damn clean. Even with, Spirit Breaker was suffering a little bit. FY was level 3. They still find the right rotation. And this rotation was so good because TB, most likely at this point, Doom is looking to doom him on top lane, right? And you get one Kunkka rotation, your TB is dead for sure. You can't save that. So really, really well played by them. I think
we've also been seeing this more, right? Like some other teams throwing their carry through the twin gate to try and gank the one on the other side.
No, if you have a big ult like Metamorphosis, I think it's such a good usage. He takes the tower, farms out the 2 waves, 2 creep camps as well around the outpost, and goes back top. And it just feels so damn good.
Good place to be as an AR player right now, and probably as an AR fan. As Smile will at least get some D wards in their jungle. However, charge going to Planet, this might lead into a small little engagement here. Chalice decides to cancel it though. He's like, it's too far away. I don't know who's around him. I don't want to take the chance.
Yeah, he doesn't have phase boots yet. Like they are just flying out to him. They smoke up instead, and they will try to connect on the Medusa. So that's the play. But why you smile? You know, it's a rough day at job if they catch him. But what can you do? They're going to see him, but they really don't want him. Chalice might even leave him. Yeah, I think Chalice is telling them, don't bother, boys. There's a bigger target around here. Go hunting. Let's try find something. Well, warded up. Medusa is in vision for FY. He knows.
Yeah, he knows, but they have no way to catch up to him, unfortunately. So the Medusa will be allowed to live. They just pick off Why Smile just for some easy, free money into the back pocket.
But look at this twin gate. Straight towards top. Because they know this Doom wants to be pressuring the tower. Nothing to Say has rotated in as well. And you have Globo.
Let's see what they can do with this here. FY gonna look for an angle with the shackle shot. He leads it off, finds it onto New. Swashbuckle will be there as well. Somnus triggers out the Rolling Thunder after the global. And they bring in Chalice to ensure that this kill happens. No, Chalice is here to charge NTS. Does he have the Nether Strike? Yes, he does. Rolling Thunder still online. Swashbuckle catches up to this Kunkka. A Tombstone gets dropped down. They want to save this Pirate as much as they can. The Soul Rip will be there. And FY cleans them up with the power shot. While he came in to provide reinforcements. But all he's going to be providing is some desserts for Azure Ray as they get a double kill for FY. 3 heroes brought down. They are making this look clean as a whistle, like you said, Liz. Winning and dominating game 1.
Yeah, this is like it feels like they've been playing this map for like a year at least. How how crisp and clean their movements are. It's like, okay, we don't get the Medusa instantly into the Twin Gate. Our top tier 1 is still up. We can defend it. It's like, I'm not sure if everything is just lining up for them or if it's conscious decisions or if it's both, right? Because sometimes in Dota, you're making moves and then another opportunity presents itself and another, and it's just like a link of events, right? But here, they're just playing way too well.
Yeah. I think it also comes down to what you were mentioning in the draft. The ease of execution for them relative to LGD, much easier. LGD will at least find Chalice. Okay, that's some commitment onto the Doom.
I think you have to. Like, if you don't Doom him, this is a Spirit Breaker with the Vanguard, with Bulldoze. He might just get away, and you can't make that chance anymore. You had 1 kill versus 10 at that point.
Jeez. They're going to still end up losing the tier 1 tower middle. And for me, the frustrating thing about that kill is, I guess it's nice to be able to bring down Chalice, but it doesn't get them that much more on the map. The tier 1 tower top should fall soon, but they're probably going to get that anyway.
Yeah, Tianming, by the way, already with the Pavis on that silencer.
So that's actually a good time to talk about these items here, Liz, because it turns out that Lu is only stalling for the Diffusal Blade. He's going back for it. After the D-Lance, he's bought 2 of the components. FY is already finished building it pretty much. The same is true for Somnus. So they really are going to be playing with 3 Diffusal Blades into the Medusa.
I guess I don't mind it as the second item. I think that's okay. Delays the Manta a little bit, but sure, why not? But as the first one, I don't know, puts you in a weird spot in which you get more from D-Lance. Like, your farming is better, you're a bit tankier. It's quicker to get, I believe, as well. Let me check that. I think it is. Diffusal 2.5k, Dragonlance 1.9k. Yeah, it's quicker as well. Gives you the range.
Yeah.
Planet is charged.
Oh, Planet's not charged. Planet is super dead. And will he? Oh my God, what a time to be alive, but also what a time to be dead. I think he knew he was being charged. He's like, let me try some really sick play, but he's going to end up dead. Bottom. We do have an X marks going out onto FY, and the Wind Ranger will also end up taking a tumble.
Yeah, he tried to solo Why You Smile. It wasn't that great. I think it was a valiant attempt to defend this ward that they planted in smoke. It's a really good ward, giving them a ton of vision on Medusa and what she's up to. So far, Chalice, yeah, he's just being annoying Spirit Cow, getting that Shadow Blade. His contribution to the fights has been significant so far, considering the state of his lane. And they are getting these diffusals. FY has his, Somnus has his. I think that's enough. Like, the 2 diffusals are enough. Nothing to say.
They have all 3. The third one's also arriving right now. So they might make something happen down bottom. They do have some vision onto NTS here. And this Kunkka being charged in, there's no way he survives here. Also doesn't have access to the boat, has no way out of this. Arrow tried to help him, but it's just going to thread the needle. He will end up dead. And still, Tianming has no Slaves of Wisdom, so he gets to keep all the intel. Feels good.
Yeah, and they're gonna go for this tier 2 instead. Tier 1 on the mid lane, perhaps, will be the response. But how do you go through the Spirit Cow? How do you go through good old Barra term?
Baratrom. I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking that Barra might actually be better off in these circumstances than the Doom. Because Doom, like, buys Midas, and you spend all that time still, like, just farming back, right? And your only contribution to fights feels like just the ultimate. But Chalice, even though he got dumpstered, doesn't need that much net worth to be an important attribute in the fights.
Yeah, look, I completely agree with you as well. It's Dota isn't black or white. It's very relative. Like, if Azure wasn't finding these connections, wasn't finding these pickoffs, then Doom would feel better because he's getting more out of the map. Spirit Breaker doesn't farm well, right? But or at least he didn't used to farm well. You can farm a bit now with Charge. But because the connections are happening, because all the kills are happening, Spirit Breaker, at least for now, feels better. We've been talking, by the way, a lot about Azure. I've neglected LGD. I'll be called biased by chat, so looking at these items, what's happening? Shiro has a Manta going towards Butterfly. Nothing to say. Is charged, though, with his Blade Mail.
They stopped it to stop over for Why You Smile instead, though, inside the jungle. So I think during the charge, Chalice is like, I can't go all the way to the Pirate, or we can just get the freebie on the Undying. One thing that also sucks about this game is I think we're seeing the relative difference between Somnus and NTS with the heroes they're playing. This Kunkka had a decent time in the lanes, but has really struggled to make anything happen since then. There was that one connection to the top side of the map.
I just have to say, I just have to say that it's the difference in the heroes as well. Like, it's just not an easy game for Kunkka. He's already X-marking himself to 17 minutes in. Like, if you, 17 minutes in, if you're X-marking yourself to farm, it doesn't feel that great. But, like, all things considered and said, the advantage of Azure Ray is almost none, like, non-existent. 1k ahead.
Yeah.
And the game feels much, much better for them. Planet?
Free kill on Planet top lane, though.
Maybe not.
So that's going to be nice for Chalice. Oh, Planet. Planet. Oh, my God. Planet with the outplay? Planet with the outplay? No, never mind.
Come on!
Of course it was going to be a first hit bash in that situation. 17% my ass, man.
The way the dust just settles around Mirana as she dies there.
But you're right, though. Like, they actually don't have that much of a lead, and Shiro is still getting obscene amounts of farm on this Medusa. And the fact is, yes, there are 3 diffusal blades, but the enemy team has had to buy 3 diffusal blades to try and deal with this. Mid lane, Chalice thought about getting a full charge onto New, but changes his mind after connecting onto him normally.
Shiro, he will see Chalice because of the sentry.
Does have Stone Gaze, though. He has Stone Gaze and he has Manta. I don't think this is an easy kill for them.
And 3k gold on top of that, so if he wants to, Eagle Song can be purchased by him. Yeah, so what's the problem? They're making a ton of these rotations, they're running across the map, but Medusa just did not leave the triangle. So all the rotations did not happen on the Medusa. She was farming quite a lot. You also have Doom, that even though if he dies, he still has the Midas, he still has the Bower to work with. He's getting that Crimson Guard, all got it already. Nothing to say, probably the one that suffered the hardest. He's actually below Spirit Breaker in net worth. He's been the one picked off a couple of times too. And this Rosh, even though they've smoked up, maybe they can get FY, but that's about it.
Even then, I'm not 100% sure. They didn't have clean vision on top of him. So FY will actually be allowed to live here.
That dodge.
Rosh about to fall. And they realize that we are playing on completely the wrong side of the map. Still, though, while this is happening, the thing that you were mentioning still holds true. Whilst they're making some of these moves, Shiro is by himself farming the triangle, getting bigger and bigger, almost has the full butterfly complete. And we're quite some distance from a MKB emerging on the side of Azure Ray just yet.
Yeah, you don't have an MKB on anyone, you don't have Maelstrom or anything that procs through the butterflies, so Medusa should feel pretty damn strong in these next fights. Like when it comes to the amount of magical damage, it's also kind of limited from Azure Ray, so yeah, we'll see. Medusa with the specialist array.
That feels nice for her.
It's an interesting one, yeah. It's a discount Medusa on top of Medusa. Get another hit. Violet
cheap
Smile.
Medusa.
I think he's gonna... Yeah.
He's super dead.
Yep.
Sadly, they didn't send the Morana to try and make that move, so no wait for Y-Smile to get out of that situation when FY is there.
I feel like you...
FY has just been a bully to these supports, dude. He's just been hanging out here, constantly killing them or forcing them to go home.
It's a really good game for him so far. Even in this like rotation that just happened, the smoke that happened on bot. Wait a minute, nothing to say top lane. Will he get charged?
Nether Strike is ready. They got him. He's dead. Global Silence will also be thrown out just to cover this. They popped the Blade Mail on NTS, hoping he can stay alive, but sadly, there's too much disabled between Chalice and Somnus, and our Kunkka will end up dead. Somnus also steals a Wisdom Rune on the way out. So not only killing the Medusa, but mugging the supports while he's doing it.
I love how it's PTP, right? He's the observer. I love how he's looking at Nether Strike and thinking like, what the hell was that range? That's Nether Strike for you. It usually feels that way. I don't know why, but it's like it has more range than it says at times.
It's one of the few spells that doesn't lose tracking, right?
Yeah.
After you cast it.
Exactly. Yeah. So you can keep on running. You're gonna get Nether Struck anyway. Oh, that's gonna be our first song, by the way. Nether Struck.
Nether Struck. Ooh, that's fire. I like that. Netherstruck. And as you're listening to it, a random cow comes out of nowhere and jumps on your head. I like
We're
it.
gonna have a lot of cowbell in it as well. You know, just to add as much cowbell as possible. Anyway, Pangolier that we were just watching, Somnus with the Octarine core, a very rich boy right now, actually keeping up with the TB that's been farming this whole time. 12k net worth on both of them, still below Medusa, but you'd probably rather have 2 or 3 cores farmed very well than just a Medusa. I mean, Doom is also farming. He's getting his items, but it's a Doom he's supposed to, and this might be the first move. Are they gonna smoke or not?
Let's see what they decide to do. The Tormentor is being taken right now by Azure Array.
FY, run.
FY. Aww. Sag, we're not going to have a kill today on a support trying to take down a Tormentor.
Yeah, but
that does mean FY is not available for the fight.
Exactly. There's TB on mid. You could possibly kill him twice. There's no global for 10 more seconds. Do they want to engage with him, though?
They saw him. It's the daytime, so they had the vision, but they're a little bit skittish about making that jump. They feel like a Terrorblade with 2 lives, maybe not the customer they want first and foremost.
You know, okay, so they they were like, you see that girl, I'm gonna approach her. You know, you get up, you start moving, and then in the middle of the way, you're like, you know, like,
she's too hot, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. She has a boyfriend for sure, you know. Like.
That was exactly what happened. Because they saw him, you know, standing alone on the dance floor. They're like, oh, let's go holler. But nah, it's got chickened out. Now you have to buy booze for the rest of the night. Feels bad.
Well, they have to find another opportunity, and maybe a better opportunity will arise when TB loses his Aegis.
This Doom is about to get Guardian Greaves as well. Do like that they're trying to increase their sustain output. Between the Doom and the Undying, it is starting to feel a bit problematic. Between Doom, Undying, and Coco Rum, I am worried about how much sustain they have to punch through on LGD just to kill anybody on that lineup.
Yeah, they're just putting everything into Medusa, I guess, at this point. Like, Kunkka has a Shadow Blade moving towards crit.
Is he actually going to be able to get this kill? They popped a global for this. They really want this Doom, and they should be able to find him. Rolling Thunder holds him in position. The Shackle Shot will be there to interrupt, and they do get the heads-up kill.
Yep. Still no intelligence stolen from the Silencer. He just leveled up the Glaives of Wisdom. I guess he wasn't in range for that last one. But without Global, I'm not sure if this is a fight for them. They lost the Aegis.
Real talk, Tianming has been involved in 12 kills. 24 int is no small feat. Just the value points early into Glaives could have been very interesting at this point.
Yeah, he'd get some base magic resistance, I guess. But, yeah, overall... Oh, he wouldn't wait, would he? Has that been changed? Let me check.
Yeah, you get magic resist from int, yeah.
Yeah, but overall, yeah, like... I'm not sure. They're not getting... Like, this last fight just hit me. Okay, you are getting these kills, but every time for a kill you have to use Global. What happens when they start actually getting items that are mitigating that? So your Yules, your BKB, your Greaves, and they're all kind of slowly coming together. Planet has Yules. Doom is going to have Greaves very soon. Medusa just finished off the BKB. I think you're ready. You should be fighting now if you're LGD. And they do smoke up.
They caught the same memo, and they're gonna smoke heading through this mid lane. Chalice, the only person that's made his presence known there. Wonder if they're gonna yet again go in towards this ancient triangle.
There's no way they don't know.
They really are looking for someone.
Look at bot.
Yeah.
Look at bot's snare. Like, it's being pushed in by the illusions. No one is defending. Your tower is falling. You have to glyph even. Like, this smoke is the most obvious smoke that I have seen in a while from these two teams. Like, look at TB. He's even on the high ground. He's like, yeah, boys, like, this just isn't going to happen. Spirit Breaker,
They're at least maybe gonna find a quick kill onto Spirit Breaker. They Yules him up on the other side of the map, catch him out, doom him up even.
Oh, Global.
And this was Global pop for this. I don't know about that one, Tianming. He maybe thought Spirit Breaker could charge out, but it came after the Doom, so there's no way to save his life. That's a pretty big deal here, Liz.
Yeah, that's a big waste, I suppose, on the silence. But nothing to say is caught bottom. So, but is this a kill? I don't think
No
so.
way, dude.
Too big, too big.
No way. There's a reason he's not even buying BKB or anything like that, because he knows that at this point, if I can just drop the Ghost Ship and have Blade Mail, them killing me is going to require so many resources that it probably becomes worth it anyway for my team.
Yeah, I guess it's an option. Usually you do like to have it versus global, right? Versus Pango as well. BKB feels pretty damn good, but he just wants to get as tanky as possible, as much use of his hero as possible without a lot of gold. Like he's just not really farmed that well. So BKB maybe feels a little bit greedy for him even.
We do not finally have a smoke coming in from the side of Azure Ray. They haven't been able to clock its movement from LGD just yet, but they are starting to realize that something is afoot. They're attempting to bound to retreat. Nether Strike wasn't able to connect just yet onto Planet. He's trying to TP out in the trees, and of course he can't make it because there's a Barathrum nearby. But everybody else does. They all flee the area. And a smoke gank that only connects onto the Planet Mirana, we will take that all day, every day as LGD.
Yep, and they're also lucky with Rosh respawn. It's not going to... I mean, LGD is lucky, I suppose, because it's not instant, so this Mirana kill will not lead into a Rosh Lu.
Terrorblade, Lu? There's no Doom, I know, but... whew, don't do that to us, fam. Has to pop BKB just to survive that.
Just little things, you know. I think that's one of those plays that you do because you're expecting them to move out of the area already. They lost the Mirana, all of your team is kind of around, so you're expecting them to have fallen back. But look at the smoke. 30 seconds for Rush. They might even scout it. They might be in the pit if they don't leave the area. Let's see. Will they?
Oh no, they're so unlucky. They were about to actually have their smoke popped and then have awareness that at least there's a silencer nearby. It's not going to end up happening.
Yeah, they're not going to
And
be that
initially I
lucky.
thought they were smoking to try chase Terrorblade. I thought they were going to be like, well, Lu doesn't have BKB, but Lu very wisely left the area completely.
He will have an MKB, perhaps. Not necessarily for the next fight, because Rosh has already respawned. Whew. Okay. Is there a charge on someone, or is... Oh, okay, it's on Planet. This is really good. It's giving them info. They smoke up, they're running top.
They left the high ground area, so they can't see this coming. Global Silence will emerge right now. Planet got stunned up. Nether Strike won't connect thanks to the Yule Scepter, but with the emergence of FY, they're still going to try and stall up this fight.
Oh, this is...
None of the cores are here, though, from Azure Ray.
Even when they come, it's going to be hard because there's this tombstone in the pit, Medusa inside. Like, how exactly do you fight? Pangolier has to be the one.
Let's find out what they do here, Liz. They go in with the Rolling Thunder. BKB popped by the Medusa. They are trying to bring down this Undying at the very least, but he is still going to be alive. Doom now thrown in. It goes onto the Terrorblade of Lu, so he can't approach the fight either. Shiro shows up with the Stone Gaze.
Arrow.
And this fight is breaking into multiple
TB.
directions. They've got Tianming on the north, but they've got TB on the south, and they'll kill him off. Both of them die with... There's a buyback though from Lu. Chalice stunned up as soon as he comes down from the Yule Scepter, and he should die to the Arrow of Planet. FY, beautiful shackle shot onto the Medusa and Undying.
No
but he's
damage.
losing so much HP. They don't have damage on this Wind Ranger, so she's
Does
going to
he?
end up dead as soon as the Wind Ranger elapses. And no more Wind Run to protect
Shiro,
her.
he's
Somnus though
charged.
trying, misses with the swashbuckle. Chalice will get a full charge onto Shiro, killing off the Medusa. And Lu made his presence known with the BKB Metamorphosis, raining down damage. And Azure Ray, they lost their heroes initially, but they were happy to buy back, and it secures them the fight and potentially the Aegis as well.
Yeah, they have to go
as
bottom.
the Roshan has moved downstairs.
They have to go bottom. But what a crazy fight. Like, everything from Azure Ray, like, yeah, they're using these buybacks and stuff, but you can see that the fight is just not going to be easy for them. You're going into a Medusa with Stone Gaze, with the Tombstone right next to her. You're bound to take some losses here. The arrow, that one that you just saw from Planet, actually connects on the TB, makes sure that he's dead. He wasn't able to get away with that Doom, even though he wasn't really chased by anyone but the Medusa. A good fight, seemingly, for PSG LGD. FY, I was saying no damage. Yeah, no damage, but he's taken down all the mana from Shiro. There's more than plenty of his damage. And then the charge in the end from Shiro. That's really well executed by Azure, I would say, in the end, even though they had to commit a couple of buybacks. But I am scared a tiny bit for them. Like, you were initiating on the low ground where Rush Pit is, right? And you still couldn't take a clean fight. Like, what happens when you try to breach the high ground? You're gonna have to get like 2-3 pickoffs before that, and you don't have buybacks, so you might shy away from it. This Medusa is gonna keep on free farming, I feel like, for a couple of extra minutes now.
It's pretty much what you said earlier on, that what starts to happen when Azure Ray do not have the global for the fight, and they popped global earlier on, so they didn't have it for the second round of the actual engagement, made a huge difference for their team fight prospects. They're still smoked up right now as 3. I don't know about this one, Liz. This one feels a bit optimistic on the side of Azure Ray, based on what the last fight happened.
They are charging in, and Kunkka is not around. Global is there. Oh, beautiful
Global
shackle.
silence. Beautiful shackle shot from FY, connecting onto 2 targets. Will enable them to kill off this Doom. How much else do they get out of this? That's pretty much just it.
Still pretty good, right? Like, he's a big-ass piñata. Like, you get a lot of gold from him. It's a nice little pick-off. I don't think it will lead to anything besides perhaps this tier 2 on the top lane. I still don't think that you can push high ground. But
If he's a pinata, they should make it that when he dies, sweets come out of him. That would be nice.
I'd rather have gold, but sweets, yeah. Sweets are like Roshan's candy, Grievel's candy, or whatever it was called.
Yeah. How about gold and sweets? Would that make it okay?
I think so, yeah. Did you ever have a piñata? Did you ever like hit it and stuff? Were you one of those that
No.
misses it and hits someone else?
No, it wasn't really a thing in South Africa. Like, this was only a thing that you see in movies and whatever.
Yeah, same.
Because whenever, I remember once one of my friends suggested it, like, let's have a pinata. And we were like, why wouldn't we just eat the sweets directly? We don't need the pinata to do that.
That's also a fair point, yeah. Why go through all this trouble when I can just eat it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cut out the middleman. So let's see where's this game going. Lou has decided or opted against buying the MKB, swapped his mind out to go for a young Satanic instead. That's an intriguing option because nobody is buying MKB at all, unless FY. Okay, FY is going for it. All right. And it's like you said in the previous fight, FY by himself can actually do quite a lot of work to the Deucer. So it gets even better if he has MKB to increase the damage output.
Yeah, there's Pango as well, right? Like, he has this Octarine. He's going to be finishing off the Aghanims in 100 gold, which is after the creep wave, more or less. So he'll be the one contributing, I suppose, too.
NTS still trying to build into this Hex. Saved up quite a lot of money on this Kunkka.
Yeah, they are getting...
Also, he's been playing this whole game with X marks back just so far. What a player.
Yeah. I mean, that's usually not a great thing, right? Like, you don't feel that good. Like, if you're playing with X marks the spot to farm a creep wave from minute 15. Tier 3 token on him as well. Not decided what to get yet. But, so what are the positives for LGD? Still only 2k behind, even though the map control is not in their favor. They are having multiple ways of dealing with the global now. You have the Manta on Medusa, you have the BKB. On other heroes, you have Greaves, you have Yules on Planet. All nice things for the next fights. Doom is becoming really damn big as well.
Once the Doom gets his Shiva's Guard, suddenly the Pinata can start hitting back, making life more complicated for Azure Ray.
Yeah.
That being said, AR still in the lead for now. They still have this Aegis for another 30 seconds. No tier 2s for them to claim. So they're actually going to smoke up right now.
NTS?
They got a ping onto NTS. He's being charged by Chalice. Chalice catches him. Chalice should have the Nether Strike, and they global silence to cover this as well. But this is not an easy person to kill. Doom jumps in to cover this by getting the Doom ultimate out on Lou, forcing the Terrorblade to have to retreat from this fight. Shiro came out as well with the Stone Gaze. They catch up to the Terrorblade. They really want the CB kill. TB, his Aegis is just ending, so he's dead for real. 95 seconds, no buyback. That's a dieback on the TB. How insane was this, Lizard? Perfect timing from LGD to get that kill.
Just absolutely insane. fight from them. And Shiro making his level 10 talent look incredible. Like that, plus 15% movement slow, just helping them out to catch up just a little bit. Moving in together with the stone gaze, just pops that stone gaze, runs straight in front of the TV before he could sunder. And after the Aegis has been reclaimed, they kill him off. Very nicely done. Like very nice response. And they don't even lose Kunkka, right? Like in the end, he didn't die.
Nice, fine. He's chilled. I would love to see a replay of that because I think it was literally half a second before Aegis expired and then they killed him. Why, Ismail? No Aegis for you, my friend, so you should probably just die heads up.
Maybe
We'll
you
make
as well.
them take a little bit of time, and now the charge goes in onto New. This Doom is going to be in some danger and should also take a tumble.
FI is like,
Okay.
FI is like, hold my beer, I'm gonna carry this.
FY God. He actually has been phenomenal in this game. Some incredible shackle shots. His target positioning and his target prioritization has been so good in all of these engagements.
Yeah, and they are getting multiple Lincolns now, Spheres on Azure. So you have one on Chalice, FY is buying another one. You'll get to double it up or just spam it on TB so he doesn't get doomed anymore. It's like Lu got doomed before he, I think, even popped Manta or Conjure
Yeah,
Image.
couldn't do
Yeah,
anything.
right? So he was like, he just popped Manta and that's it. So he couldn't even turn and fight.
Really could not do anything. They definitely need this Aghanim Scepter to start being built for the Doom now, given how important he's going to be to deal with this Hero Blade. It's the only way to play past all these Lincolns.
Or a refresher, but and he has to count on his teammates to actually help him out, right?
Yeah.
Like someone needs to break those. By the way, Lincolns on PSG LGD wouldn't be that bad as well. Is anyone buying it? No one is getting it. You are playing versus Spirit Breaker, like it's one of the better items, if not the best item later on against him.
PSG LGD, despite everything that's been happening, they still have a high ground to play with. They're not that far behind in gold, and they still command the most farmed hero on the map in the form of Shiro. Wants a Lincoln Sphere of his own for the Medusa, so at that point she can't get charged with Netherstruck, and she is just insane from a stats and damage output perspective.
Yeah, I just love that these two teams are basically battling different strats, right? Like the battle of the wits, basically. On one side, you have this Medusa strat. You let Azure control the game completely, but you're still farming fast enough. You still have the late game. You're going all in on the Medusa. Meanwhile, Azure just trying to dominate the map, get as many pickoffs as possible. But they're reaching that part in which pickoffs aren't as easy any longer. Like Spirit Breaker really has to think twice before he charges in too deep.
Azure are doing a very good job of controlling the space that LGD can play. I think LGD has been doing this 4 heroes behind Dusa while she sweeps the waves for the last 90 seconds. There's not much else they can accomplish, but they're going to smoke up now. They finally feel strong enough to try and go for something. They don't have clear vision, though. That's the real problematic part about all of this. The last time out, the smoke was very well telegraphed. I think a similar thing is going to happen here. Diaside did scan right behind them, but I still think they have an awareness of where these heroes are.
It's kind of difficult for Shiro and the boys, but they have warded this cliff up. They're just sticking behind it. If they manage to bait the fight here, it would be much simpler for them.
Dude, are they going to steal Roche?
Can they do it fast enough? I feel like not...
They have a solo crest.
Yeah, I feel like not stealing the Roche, but waiting on this cliff would be good because of the Terrorblade illusions. They're going to scout you out. Okay, never mind. They're going in. They are committed now. They use the Tombstone.
Okay. Tombstone has been popped. But the Terrorblade illusion gave them vision for the charge from Chalice, so it goes directly onto the Medusa. So Rolling Thunder from Somnus inside the pit itself. On the left-hand side of the fight, Netherstrike with some right clicks brings down Planet. This Medusa, she needs some help now. They get a Doom out onto FY. Global Silence has been popped by Tianming. They bring down the Undying, who's also forced to buy back. Shiro going on his BKB and the Stone Gaze, doing his utmost to try and bring down any of these AR cores, but they are fighting strong. Terrorblade comes in right now with the BKB and the meta going in onto Shiro. Shiro has no mana. Shiro has no life. Shiro is dead. Planet, he bought back, but all he did was give Lu a Sunder target. So Lu's back up to full HP. They bring down New on the right-hand side of the pit as well. And the two bought back supports can only retreat, and Azure Ray still get themselves in Aegis to claim.
Chalice.
With the nice little Ags as well. And Chalice wants to make sure that Planet dies back. All right, let's see how many hits before Bash. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's fine. Nether Strike will be there, but the Bash will come out, and he does finally die.
And they lose Rush at the same time. That's another Aegis for Lu. He's gonna pick it up. He's got that Aghanim's now as well to work with. Terror Wave to be utilized for the next fights. By the way, Shiro, he dies in the end. Yeah, sure, but this man, every single game that I'm watching, he's just growing and growing in my eyes as a player. It's what he was doing there was next level. Like, he's being hunted down by 3 heroes, and he's still managing in that fight around the pit to manta dodge FY's Shackle Shot. At the same time that he's manta dodging his Shackle Shot, he's dodging Pangolier's Rolling Thunder just by moving around. It's like some mini game that he's playing, you know, when you're awaiting all the spells coming at you. He was still making it work, but it just wasn't good enough because they've been set up on. You went into that pit, Terrorblade just sends the illusion, scouts you out, and then Somnus can just roll in and start things off very easily. They have vision on you. It's daylight. You're on the low ground. It's really not a good place to be.
Sadly for them, they can't take that Roche nearly fast enough. Get hard punished, and we get to see this fight again. Like you say, they had the perfect vision going out onto Shiro. I really feel bad also in this fight. I mean, I'm looking at where Lu is, right? And Lu spends quite a lot of time not actually dishing out direct damage. And that's a problem, I think, for LGD. The fact that they can lose a fight like this, Liz, without the big damage dealer from Azure Ray actually being there. He only shows up to clean up at the very end. So if it's going this rough before he arrives, once he gets here and feels comfortable to dish out the damage, there's no hope.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest issue maybe that LGD's lineup is facing right now. They went all in on this Medusa, and because of that, you don't really contribute a lot when it comes to damage with your other heroes, like perhaps a little bit by Kunkka and his Silver Edge, right? But he's not some Radiant, Silver Edge, Daedalus, BKB Kunkka. He's got Blade Mail and a Hex. Not a ton of control as well to be used besides the Doom, who does still not have that refresher. He's got Shiva to slow people down at least a bit, but it's nothing big really. Your itemization, like look at Planet itemization, like completely defensive, right? Like Yule's Halberd. Look at FY's on the other side. MKB Diffusal. Like which position 4 is going to dish out more damage? Of course it's going to be FY, right? Also,
MKB, Diffusal, BKB, Spill Prism, good times.
Also bottle given to him.
Yeah.
You see how it is? Like this is what your true mid laners do. They give position 4 the bottle eventually. They don't sell it.
They look at him and say, hey, by the way, this guy is putting out all the hurt in the world. What if he gets like a double damage or something? If he gets double damage, he won't be able to solo Medusa, but I think Medusa will be very unhappy about how much he struggles against the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, and that Medusa realizes what time it is. Nothing to say, has an Uli, and Medusa, Shiro, he has something locked up in his inventory. So the next fight, at least, the damage should be there, theoretically, right? They should have enough.
I don't know. They don't have a crit even on this Medusa just yet. So the damage will be there, but
come on, man.
The main thing I'm concerned about is the speed of this damage.
Look at the build. Like, how is she not going to deal damage? Yeah, no crit. Okay, sure. But with that rapier, I think they have reached a certain timing. What's unfortunate for them are the levels, right? Like, not a single hero with level 25. No big talents. Meanwhile, on the other side, is there anyone? Somnus 24 getting really close. Spirit Breaker, of course. Of course. Like, Level 27. The highest level in the game, by the
In
way.
the whole game. I mean, he's been involved in 25 kills, so it makes sense.
Highest level in the whole damn game. Building Yules next. Some
What a player.
more
Also sitting with the
movement
tier 4 token. He's like, who needs neutral items, man. Those are for noobs.
Is there anything else that he can get, like besides Yules? That so you get bonus movement speed from right, like Shadow Blade, from Yasha and Kaya, from Yules. Now I'm wondering, is there some other item besides? Okay, sure, 7% from Elven Tunic. He's basically TPing at this point. Like he's TPing from one side of the map to the other.
Hey, looking at his movement speed, dude, it's so high. At some point, he was at 521 movement speed. Is this a Bloodseeker game? What is going on here?
Yeah, he's got that level 20 talent as well.
God.
Gives you some more movement speed as well. Like, it feels good to be the Spirit Breaker right now.
Yeah. Well, if Medusa's in Rapier territory, we are in pure nothing else but buyback matters territory. And let's take stock of them at the moment. Medusa, 2k away from hers. Kunkka, several minutes and some gold away. And the supports, of course, died back prior. But they'll have the cooldowns back not too long from now. And I don't think Azure Ray will want to come up the hill at least until the next Aegis. So you probably will have all your buybacks available for LGD by then. Also, look at the Medusa. She swapped out. Instead of finishing the Rapier, went for the Daedalus first. And then still has the Rapier in the inventory, though, ready to pop if needed.
There's the crits. Shiro heard you.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
You
Yeah,
and Snare and Shiro on the same wavelength.
You're looking at the next honorary member of our band.
I thought you were gonna say next member of LGD, Coach Snare.
No. I mean, they want to go to TI, right? If they don't want to go to TI, yeah, sure, I'd do it. I'd be happy to.
Dude, Slacks got second at TI. I'm sure you can be as good as Slacks as a coach.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, Slacks did get second at TI. So 38k gold lead. We've been seeing more of these together, Liz, where one team has this absurdly high net worth lead, but just being very considered and slow about actually ending out the game.
Because pushing high ground is difficult for them, and they know that they need a pick-off before that happens. Meanwhile, LGD, they know that if they leave the base, they're dead. Basically, how do you survive? There's a Spirit Breaker. He will literally be on your ass in a second. So Doom and Mirana are trying to do some cover tops on top lane, but what Azure should probably do is put one of these wards on the cliff up top, just to make sure this isn't happening. And if you see someone moving out, you just charge them. I see a lot of teams actually do it later on in the game, but instead they have one on the bottom. You see the bottom obs ward. If they could symmetrically just put one on the other side.
And they're playing around this area. Roche is going to be potentially spawning within the next 10 seconds. For now, another scary thing is, you mentioned earlier at the beginning of the game when Planet was denying Wisdom Runes. Well, I hope you enjoyed it, because since then, most of the runes has been stolen by Azure Ray. So top lane, we actually see Azure Ray having Lu pop the ultimate, and Global is going to be there as well. They're going on to New here. This Doom shouldn't be able to escape. Unfortunately, the charge will come in, it'll catch him, and he will die. No BKB means he couldn't do anything against the Terror Wave, can't TP out, and can just get killed off.
Yes, it was sad because Terror Wave just moves him out, right? Like, can't TP away. Doom doesn't have a BKB. That's 60 seconds without him. Is it the greatest kill? I guess not, right? Like, it won't lead into anything big. You feel good about killing him, but you're gonna take this rush anyway, I feel like. Shiro's career, by the way. Did it have anything? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so, no. He was trying to send it to buy the first Hyperstone.
Yeah, instead, he's gonna have to do it on his own. Does have ninja gear at least, so that's very helpful. Unless he gets charged. He's scouted. Chalice.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Chalice.
Okay, Chalice saw him at the very end. Woo! And he also fully poured out for the moonshot. So if he died there, he would not have had buyback.
That could have been game. Like that literally could have been game. He was so close. Also, Spirit Breaker does have ways of breaking his TP. He has Wind Waker, so he'd get broken very, very quickly. Or bashed, of course. Pangolier, level 26, minus 18 seconds Rolling Thunder cooldown.
Nice. Honestly, though, I'm kind of surprised that he got that. I thought he was going to get the cooldown on the Swashbuckle. Because when you have Ags and you get that cooldown, then you have like this 3-second Swashbuckle, and you still have Shield Crash. Speaking of, he's going to reveal said spell onto Planet.
I love the Rolling Thunder and the way it's like they absolutely are aware that they're in full control. 50k ahead. Okay, Azure, it's time.
No, it's not, bro. We still need Roche. By the time we get Roche, I might be close to my next item. I might as well finish that item.
I think
Just take it easy, fam.
from Tianming, this is the biggest flex ever as a support, just putting that gem in the pit. He's like, yeah, I don't care. I just want to see when Roche respawns. No one is going to steal it.
Tianming has been a boss throughout this game. Very quietly having a very good game. Only 2 deaths to his name. To be fair, very few deaths in general on the side of Azure Ray.
Yeah.
But been positioned very, very well at the back of the fight. And outside of like 1 or 2 occasions, every single global silence has been perfect.
They're going to get Ags now for Mr. FY. Probably for him, right? Like he should be getting it.
Surely, yeah.
Yep.
He does indeed get it. Even better win run. All right, good luck, LGD. Now you have to deal with this. Now you know for a fact this push is coming. Chalice already setting up on the top side of the map by keeping this wave constantly pushed out.
No PTP. We're not giving the axe to Silencer. Stop it with your core Silencer dreams.
One day, bro. One day.
Last word mutes. Oh, he wanted the AoE last word with the last word mutes talent. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's cooking something here, but yeah, instead they give it to FY. He's been doing way too much.
I suppose if the game lasts that long, the next one can go towards him.
Does the last word mute on impact or after it? I wonder.
After the thing actually triggers, like once it does the thing.
Okay, so okay, it's still good, I guess, but not as broken as it could be. Imagine.
Oh my god, if it did it on impact, holy shit. It
AoE mute in 1
crazy.
second on a
AoE Doom, bro. Kunkka. Woo! Down bottom, they try to reach in onto nothing to say, grab him in between the intervals of X marks back, but they miss, and they pop global for this one. And Tianming does not have a refresher, so they will have to wait the full 80 seconds, Lizard. 80 whole seconds without global.
Yeah. How are they ever gonna survive through this? They will never recover. By the way, why not? Make level 25 talents even more broken. Just make the game as crazy as possible. You know, it doesn't. At this point, just make it sudden death. You know, have you ever played Worms? Like Worms.
Oh yeah. I remember Worms.
You remember sudden death? Everyone is on 1 HP, and it's like some.
Did you ever have people cheese you out where they come kill you with the finger poke?
Of course.
Just because they can.
I'm the finger poker as well. Just poke you over the cliff.
Yep.
Or baseball bat. Baseball bat was amazing. Who's getting the baseball bat here? Spirit Breaker, I guess. He's almost level 30.
Oh, of course he gets a baseball bat. He's the only one that can carry it well as well. With one hand, he can carry it.
He has the posture too. Like.
Under these conditions, it feels like LGD might need a holy hand grenade to come back in a game like this. 59k net worth lead for AR.
Holy hand grenade.
So at least on the bright side, most of their heroes have gotten buyback. All that's remaining is Kunkka to have his, and Medusa. However, it's a lot of gold for both of these heroes to have these buybacks ready.
Charge.
Chalice. Charging in onto Why You Smile. Nether Strike will be there. They popped the global silence, but they haven't actually been able to kill off this Undying just yet. Somnus really wants him, and we'll find him with the Rolling Thunder. Chalice charging in again. We'll get Infernal Plated for his efforts, though, as Lu coming forward with the Terror Wave, buying space and time, but losing a lot of health here. Shiro has just assembled a full Rapier, so really laying into these AR heroes. Will only be able to kill Tianming, though. And now that there's no more Stone Gaze, they might still go back in. Look at this damage, though, that's coming in from the Medusa. They have to retreat away. Planet will be able to stay alive. Luna, BKB pops. He's trying to rain down damage onto New. Will be able to do it, but loses his own life in the process. Pangolier, swashbuckle forward, but he needs to watch himself because this Medusa is doing the most. Lu has found himself doomed up by New. Buybacks coming in from AR. Can they get the Terror Plate out of this base? He's in the air right now. We need to save him. Chalice did his best, but Chalice just has to deny him. No other option. Somnus in the meantime running interruption on the back end of the fight will be able to mop up the Undying. They want more out of this though, as FY going in onto the Medusa. FY by himself, killing Medusa. The Rapier is now on the deck. Will they be able to recover it? Where did it go? Right now, Medusa has brought back. She wants to lay in the damage herself. They're trying to escape this base on AR with what they have remaining. The real carry of the game, FY, is sitting with the Rapier, so they have to watch out on the Medusa. Second global silence comes out for this fight. FY
Shiro's
going
dead.
in, found the shackle shot onto the Medusa, and Medusa's dead. Shiro goes down without buyback. New will follow him. And with everybody dead, no more options remain. GG, well played is called. Azure Array take game number 1 in exciting fashion at the 66k net worth lead for themselves.
66k net worth, 40 to 13, and the game still felt super close, very competitive up to the bitter end. Okay, not up to the bitter end. Like that last Rosh fight that happened, the big one, bottom right, in the Radiant side of Rosh pit, I think perhaps game was over there, right? Like it was kind of obvious who's taking it. It was very difficult for PSG LGD to come back in it. This first Rosh fight, however, I feel like it could have went better for LGD. They were already falling behind here, but not too much. Only 6k behind. They do manage to kill off the TB. Amazing arrow from Planet. They managed to take the beginning of the fight properly, but they move away from the pit. The tombstone is already expired, and FY just being the true carry here, getting the Shiro very damn low so that he can be finished off by the charge. I feel like this fight was an opportunity for LGD to take the lead. But it didn't work because of all the buybacks from Azure. Very well-timed buybacks and very decisive fight for them. This next rush though was just a disaster.
Yep, this is pretty much where the game ends. And to make matters worse, it was sort of a not the worst situation for them. Shiro doesn't have Lu directly on top of him. They got a Doom out onto this Wind Ranger. Shiro's actually able to use BKB duration, but overall, like you mentioned, not enough damage elsewhere within their draft outside of this Medusa. And Azure Array also very composed and disciplined at the very end of the game about when to go up onto the high ground, how to approach that fight. Lu had a phenomenal time. You mentioned in the draft that if this TB gets significant farm, then it's pretty much his game to win or lose. And we see that at the very end. 5-3 on 12, 44k net worth for this Terrorblade. Absolutely crazy performance from Azure Array in general. But for our MVP, can it be anybody else except Chalice? Or is it FY? Or is it Somnus? I don't know, Lizard. You have the hard job. Choose one for us.
Yeah, Somnus 15-0-14. Kind of hard to go against that, but I really want to go for FY or Chalice.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, like all three of them, they really deserve it. Damn it, don't put me on the spot. It's really difficult. I don't know. Who would you go for? Chalice or Somnus? Let's make it easy.
I'm going Chalice.
You're going
I'm going
Chalice?
Chalice.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going
Let's go
Chalice,
Chalice. Let's go Chalice.
Actually, you know why we should go Chalice? Not only did Chalice do really well throughout the game, getting some very clutch charges, some very good nether strikes throughout the game, but in the laning phase, he was struggling. He was getting demolished, beaten upon throughout the lanes, forced multiple times to go back to base, even died once in the laning phase. And then afterwards, you get to see him really represent himself quite well. And New also suffered in the laning phase, but the difference between himself and Chalice is that Spirit Breaker could be active on the map, involved in some of these kills, and that gave him his recovery. And his itemization was clutch as well. This Wind Waker and the Lincoln Sphere, one to protect TB, one to make sure Medusa can't be protected anymore. Very, very good stuff from Charis. So definitely deserved MVP.
Come on, like these last two items that you just mentioned, they were more of a flex than anything else. Like he was level 30 at that time. He could buy anything and it wouldn't matter. And secondary, okay, thank you. Secondary match MV, we lost, like we only get 20 letters per the MVP page. We don't have enough room for the P, but yeah, the second MVP was even as amazing. FY on the Windrunner, he felt like the carry, like at points, right? That defusal locking onto the Medusa, just single-handedly eliminating her.
Speaking of diffusal, I'm just laughing in my mind. Lou eventually sold his diffusal blade. I'm sure in retrospect he's looking at this and be like, why did I have to buy diffusal, dude? Whose idea was this to make me also buy the third one? Nonetheless, the two they had under their inventories for FY and Somnus worked to incredible effect. Both of them played very well. The entire team of Azure Ray really showing us why everyone we've spoken to, literally everyone has told us, guys, Azure Ray is no joke. This team is at least as strong as LGD. And from what we've seen here in Game 1, potentially even stronger. We'll witness if Azure Ray have what it takes to make this a 2-0, or if LGD would yet again bring us another draft to make a comeback happen. Hopefully no Kunka for game number 2. Let's find out what happens after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. Snare and Lizard, band name still pending. We'll be back in just a moment with some more Dota action. Welcome back, one and all, to some more Dota 2 action here in the Chinese region. We are witnessing PSG LGD taking on the side of Azure Array. And so far, AR have proven themselves to be the superior opponent, having taken game number 1. However, a lot can still change. We've heard from many that these two teams are supposed to be matched up in strength. So we can easily envision a scenario where PSG LGD does come back in game number 2 and make this a 3-game series. To find out, I am joined by my bandmate, Brother Lizard. You should be happy, fam. There's a Timbersaw in the game for LGD. We probably have a game 3 now.
Probably. Like, I've been hyping up Timber for many teams, but my hype came from PSG LGD and New playing it. Like, this man is just a different beast. Absolutely different beast on a Timber. That last game he was playing Doom, he had to be like super passive, just stay in the back, constantly wait for the right moment to Doom someone. This time around, he doesn't have to put that much thought into it. You're a Timber. Just stay up front, go in. Also, it's very flexible, right? Like, you can decide to maybe switch things up and put it on mid. I'd rather see it definitely on you, though. Meanwhile, Azure, have they answered it? Not necessarily. Well, somewhat. Like, you have Doom, you can Doom him, Global Silence as well. So you're probably going to need some Lotus Orb very early on, maybe a Linken's, something to deal with Global, at least, on the Timber. But it still feels pretty damn neat. They banned out, the Alchemist and Terrorblade on one side, the Monkey and the Void. So, okay, LGD, they're kind of saying this is most likely going to be the offlane Timber.
If they ban out like some Ursa, some Slog, then it's like, okay, you really want to play this into the offlane. I do like to also have another versatile hero in the form of this Cuddle. NCS has played this hero, Planet's played this hero, even Wiley Smile has played this hero. And they choose to ban out the Pangolier instead. There's a non-zero chance they go back for the Medusa, but honestly, Somnus's performance on the Pango, even without the Medusa, warrants a ban in and of itself. He popped the hell off in game 1.
Yeah, maybe they'll just adjust a couple of these bans and still go back for the Duza. Like, they have the Kotal. Kotal Duza already sounds very scary. You can combo your second phase Duza Undying. And I think you're still pretty damn happy with what you've got. If Azure does not ban it. When it comes to the first pick in the second stage, Azure will have it. So perhaps they can slash the Medusa as well. That might be an issue for LGD. If you are picking the Medusa on LGD, you haven't banned out the Anti-Mage. Like, that could be an issue too. AM into Timber as well. Like, a lot of heroes that he can Mana Void. Azure actually ban out the Slark. I'm feeling they might snatch it.
Okay, let's see what they've got here. It would leave LGD with an opportunity to go for the Wind Ranger that we saw doing quite great work into the Medusa in game 1. But also depends where they play it.
I feel like you see these two melee offlaners. You can go for, I don't know, you can go for these Ursas and stuff as well.
Yeah.
So,
I would like Ursa. I wouldn't even mind if they played like this Medusa in a different role. But a hero like Ursa, even though the actual record of the hero in the DPC hasn't been that great, still in games into like a good lane into Timbersaw and a game where you want to accelerate your overall timing, still feels like one of the better heroes.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely does. So we'll see. Azure, like, they have so many options here. I would like to perhaps see a support instead or something flexible, but no, never mind. This is also really good. Like, he cannot be countered that easily on mid lane. Maybe some puck that LGD could give NTS. I'm not sure, like, what is there? Like, puck, maybe a Quop that really deals well with the Storm. Maybe an Ember. Like, Ember is an option. Yeah, Ember Kotal as well feels really good. So maybe in this stage, out of all those three, maybe Ember would be the best. And you get... Sorry, continue.
No, I'm just going to say that I definitely don't want to see NCS like in game 1 where he just runs out of things to be able to do in the game. And I want to see him play a hero that can constantly make plays on the map, not just reliant on Azure Ray making a bit of a mistake.
I'm sorry, I was looking at Lanaya. What did you say?
Looking at Lanaya. You're so old school. Lanaya, Barathrum.
You
Old
know,
school,
like
man.
I have bad memory, and you know, people with bad memory, they just get like what they like an old person with Alzheimer's or something. It's just some old things come back to me, you know, like the way I saw it the first time. That's all. Templar Assassin. Sorry for all the Zoomers in the chat. Anyways, yeah, Storm Spirit picked up by Azure. Why do I like the pick? I didn't really explain. It's because it feels really good into Timber throughout the game. It feels also really nice into the Kotl throughout the game. And I have seen this, like, what was the first answer we said to Storm? Puck, right? Yeah, well, this Puck is going to be playing into a global silence, so he needs some sort of dispel, which already feels kind of bad that you have to itemize that way. And I'm not sure if, like, Puck Disruptor was a thing, right, versus Storm. It felt really good. Even Puck on his own with Dreamcoil versus Storm feels good. But in right hands, I feel that Storm just pops off. I don't know, just feels a bit stronger.
I like the Crystal Maiden. So we've seen this for the second time, not necessarily from LGD, but within the region, where if you have like some mobile mid-hero, the game we saw it with was with Storm Spirit, I believe, but you have two different sources of popping up his mana between these heroes. They have backline reach as well. I kind of prefer Crystal Maiden here as well, because we saw earlier in this year, the CM started to be a real issue for a lot of these spirits to deal with. And spirit players got better at it. However, when there's now multiple sources of having that problem, it becomes harder. Also, like in retrospect, the Puck makes the most sense, not just because of the good aspects of it versus the Storm Spirit, but it plays very well with the Kotl, right? Dream Coil with Blinding Lights, guaranteed snap on the coil, so that you can get the bonus damage and the bonus stun.
So I'm surprised they ban out Ursa. They have first pick on LGD. I mean, they don't have the ultimate last pick, that's what I'm saying. So they could have snatched that. Crystal Maiden and Ursa sounds really damn scary, but maybe into the Crepify, it wouldn't be that great. I'm wondering what they're going for. Medusa is still left in the pool, by the way. It's an option for both of these teams. Both of these teams do need carries, and these carries are getting banned out. So we might, in the end, see some very awkward niche picks because of that fact. If Medusa gets picked up by LGD, they would have to... So basically, they banned out the two tempo heroes. They banned out Ursa and the TA. Also two heroes that deal well with the Puck and the Timber. We'll see. I feel like they want to go maybe a little bit late with their carry because of that only.
How would we feel about AM here for the side of LGD? Not that much. Like the catch that they have from AM. Okay, never mind.
Good call though. It wouldn't be bad. Like versus the Storm, not a lot of catch like you said. I think this is Arc for Azure. This is Arc Warden. Like you're just picking it straight up. The problem is you don't have a good frontliner 4 or 5. Maybe that's an issue. Like maybe that's actually a big problem. But I'd still go Arc. Flux plus Silencer's Q plus a Blood Grenade. Timbersaw is not gonna have fun.
5 seconds remaining.
You want to have fun in the laning phase, but I'm worried about him like in this mid-game farming period. Because Puck and Timbersaw can hunt you and kill you through Magnetic Field. There's not much you can do about it. That being said, I would have preferred it to Morphling. I think Morphling is just not a good hero right now. I have not been impressed by anything I've been seeing from the Morph. Like from jump, when I saw the change they made with the Agi being moved, I was like, my God, this feels terrible. I tried playing a few games with it. It felt awful. Awful Lizard. Like really, really bad to play Morphling right now. And also the hero has not drawn any wins within the Chinese region up until this point. Game number 6, 0% win rate for the Water Boy. I'm not feeling uber confident about him. And historically, it's not like Morphling has been the catch-all solution to Dusa. I suppose it is generally better than Dusa, but a long time since the changes have happened, so I'm not sure that that received wisdom still applies anymore to the game.
You have definitely convinced me. Please, speak no more. I'm going with Medusa as well. Stop it. It's already dead. But yeah, I think it's nice. We might see Game 3. I also agree that LGD's lineup feels a bit better. There are some things on Azure that we need to consider, though. Like Global versus Puck is very annoying. Doom versus Timbersaw can be annoying later on in the game, right? You can Doom him. And this FY battery, like Somnus has an opportunity to just pop off and carry the game. You have FY just constantly giving you mana and HP. Like this is what the Pugna pick is all about. It's basically like a discount Kotl. It's also problematic for Timber because of the Nether Ward. Like, there are some good things, but overall, I would rather be playing LGD's lineup 100%. Like, Medusa just feels much better than the Morphling at the moment. Like, he's gonna buy Ags and steal some stats from her, sure, but I don't know. Besides that, I think I prefer their lineup.
I'm with you on this one, fam. So let us find out if Azure Ray have what it takes to make this a surprise, upset both of us, and deny us a game number 3, or if it's going to be our boys on PSG LGD who take us the full distance and show us why these two teams are wanted as being similar in strength. Let's find out with game 2. And also, honestly, one of the big reasons why I'm also very much in favor of this LGD draft, how can we go against you, Timbersaw? Based on what we've seen, man, there's such good stuff that can come out of him. If NTS can set him up, if YE Smile can set him up, there's so much damage and work that this Timber can provide in these fights. And they're going to get a first blood off of Tianming. Poor guy. He's just walking around, doing his thing. And they're going to ensure that they give this first blood towards Shiro, so that the Medusa gets an even better start than she would otherwise.
I mean, I'm a big proponent of letting your mid laner get, or off laner even get that first blood. Like, I just feel it does wonders given to a mid. But I guess it's also nice on Medusa, right? Like, you get your... What do you even get? Let's see, Shiro. A wand completed. Did something fly out to him? He has no gold. What did he buy in the end? I didn't see it. Maybe it's
his
on the
courier is
courier.
in front of him.
Yeah,
okay, you guys are
Sage's
Sobi Mask, Clarity,
Oh,
and an
excuse
Enchanted
me,
Mango.
mister. I'm old school, but you're calling it Sobi Mask. Okay, I see where we're going here. It's a full boomer lineup of casters today.
We're going old school, baby.
It used to be white. God damn it, this is not my mask.
Uh-oh. Now I just saw this. Game 1, AR1. And they managed to claim the first 3 bounty runes. And they got the first blood. This time, LGD got first blood and the 3 bounty runes. From what we've seen, should we just automatically start preparing for game 3? Wrap this one up?
Yes. Do you have the skip button?
I disabled that in the update, bro.
That's shame.
My bad.
Yeah. Should message iStrong about that. No, overall, I do think that LGD, even the way the last game went, they have a really solid shot this time around. But they have to play their game just a tiny little bit better, because Azure was so on point with all their movements. However, their movements were also easy to execute. And now that I talk about it, my God, how many stuns does Dire have?
They have Vortex. They have max level Adaptive Strike. They have Infernal Blade and a stolen spell from the Doom. But
Okay,
that's it.
how many good stuns do they have?
So they have Ags Vortex is very good.
Okay,
Ags Vortex
X Vortex eventually, yeah. Like, eventually that can be scary, but usually it's not a great place to be in. But to be
Oh no,
fair,
Chalice. Almost died one, but he's okay, yeah.
to be fair, Radiant is no better. Like, they have some Frostbite and Dreamcoil, and that's it. So we might see a lot of TPs happening this game. You know, you go on me, I just TP out. Easy.
Definitely could be something we see down the stretch. Might be a little bit easier for them to do against Dire side, because Radiant side, they have a lot of like magical quick damage. Because some of this damage from Azure Ray, outside of like Morph and Storm, does take a little bit of time to rein in on these opponents. Also, are you worried about... I'm a bit concerned for Azure Ray with this draft. Given that FY, he's playing Pugna, right? Pugna can't make the same big bombastic plays as, say, like a Wind Ranger, a Rubik, or whatever. And I've always felt that Azure Ray, they look so good when FY is allowed to play those uber active heroes. Not so sure how they'll perform with him on a battery instead.
Yeah, he will be more relegated to this real support role as a Pugna. Rotating around, life draining your Storm Spirit, giving him mana, giving him HP. I think it's also a playstyle that he can shine on. But yeah, it does feel like after seeing a Wind Ranger such as that one, you just feel bad that he's not playing a similar killer hero.
I suppose that's always the way of how things go in Dota. We just get spoiled by these bombastic, crazy performances. We want more of it, but as long as AR feel confident they can win,
FY.
they should be okay. And FY, about to die here to Shiro, and indeed, he will take a tumble. So Shiro now 2 up early in the game. Man, that must feel very cathartic. Killing FY this early must be like, yeah, man, Nice hero you got there, huh? Don't have that wind ranger anymore, huh?
Yeah, you can't run away any longer. But he does TP mid, refill Somnus's bottle. That's something at least, you know. The minute 4 runes are going to spawn, so perhaps he can secure that as well. He doesn't necessarily have to be down bottom. That's Doom we're talking about. He can just easily farm up. Top lane, I know we're watching New a lot, but he's got 16 Magic Wand charges, Healing Lotus. He probably should not be dying on the top lane anytime soon.
Nope. He'll be A-okay. He's also doing a good job at preventing Lu from farming. The Morphling only has 12 CS to his name right now.
Damn, that's actually very little. 12 CS versus the 18 on the Timber. FY.
On the other side of the map, we did see FY getting a kill onto YU Smile, but there's no way he escapes from this one. We'll just watch from the fountain as he sees NTS removing FY from play. No one can juke that now.
I mean, that wasn't really a joke. I was joking. He just moved up and down.
And like you say, Innocence comes back, gives the bottle replenish to NTS, and he'll be A-okay.
Yeah, out of the 2 carries, Lu definitely being the more pressured one. Like, he is farming under the tower now, so he'll find some last hits. But overall, if you're Shiro, you're way happier with how the lanes are going.
Yeah.
I guess the bright side for Azure right now is Storm is doing fine. I think he's doing well on that mid lane. Not a huge lead by any stretch, just 3 CS, but still.
Speaking of Storm Spirit, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen a Storm lose a lane. I don't know what it is about this hero, but he feels just so proficient in the laning phase these days.
Yeah, he is.
Even
like I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like, he's been even nerfed. Like his 2nd and 3rd spell, Electric Vortex and Overload. They've been reworked a little bit. Lu, you have to be careful as a Morphling here. Like, Whirling Death, it can bring you really damn low.
Yep. Really can. Middle. They're going to try and maybe make a play onto YU Smile, as well as Nothing to Say. YU Smile going to be the first one to die here, but Tianming in danger. Planet has shown up to render some assistance. It'll end up being a 1-for-1 trade. NTS did take quite a bit of damage from FY, but with the help of Planet, thinking about going back in. Beautiful phase shift.
He's got
past the blast, but he got the 6 on Somnus, so he zips into NTS and brings him down. Okay, very well done by Azure Array here. And they're still gonna get the rune maybe. Okay, nice deny from Planet.
Nice deny, yep. Please, Mr. Observer, click on Puck and show us his experience. Like, how close is he to that 6? Like, look at that. That's just very sad.
17 experience. And now, because he got 6 on Somnus, he has more than enough experience to zip in onto this Coddle and bring him down. Yeah. Somnus, okay, just got 2 kills for himself, almost single-handedly. Making this early game a lot more palatable for AR. As Lu in danger in the top lane, but we're out of mana on New, so we can't keep the full aggression going onto this Morphling.
Yeah, I think this is now the time to strike on the mid lane perhaps, but instead they are TPing down bottom. Okay, never mind, just to heal up the Medusa. And look at Shiro, he'll be... Never mind, it's just Kotal going top. I was thinking maybe they move more, but no. Just Kotal moving back.
Kotal will just be here to pry Liu with some bonus mana. This gets scary for Tianming. I think Tianming needs to watch himself in this lane. So should Lu. But Tianming especially, as now they go on him with the Chakram, they should have the damage necessary to bring him down. Tianming doing his best. Timber Chain won't connect. But this creep is blocking all the damage from the tier 1 tower, so there's no way for him to escape.
I think Tianming, he actually ate that creep, tree.
Oh, the tree.
Yeah, so Timber missed, but still he dies. It doesn't really make a difference. However, Pugna is rotating top. As long as Somnus isn't rotating from mid lane, this Timber is free. I don't think they can take him down.
Yeah.
And speaking of it, by the way, one of the reasons as well behind the Morphling pick, like later on you can morph into Medusa, mess with her, but you can also morph into Timber, so and it's really good. Like morphing into him, you just sack him. He's a universal hero. He becomes very squishy. You take a lot of his HP.
Speaking of Timber, though, he's putting pressure onto Lu. forcing him to stay into very high levels of strength here if he wants to survive this.
Storm.
And if there was one other hero here, this would have been scary, but now Storm has finally shown up. You said as long as Somnus isn't here, New is free, but with Somnus being here, New is now dead, as AR getting some very big movements into the top side of the map.
Yeah, they had to make this. And Somnus right now basically keeping them afloat, considering how the Medusa lane went and that she has 2 kills to her name already. They needed this Storm to do well. And even though he's got like 2 kills and 1 assist, he's still behind Puck in net worth. Like, Puck is still farming better. Like, nothing to say. He's still getting more out of the map.
Holy smokes. Look, speaking of like this network, look at the difference between Medusa and the Morphling. 1,500 gold right now. Holy smokes, that's a pretty big deal.
I mean, Morphling is the lowest in the game right now. And it isn't even like, I feel like he was just missing a lot of last hits. The pressure,
Oh my god, he actually might die in the top lane. Frostbite's on top of him. New is here as well.
Nah.
Timber chain through. Lu trying to TP out. Okay, should be able to make it. They actually are bringing the Puck over for NTS. They can't get there in time with the Dream Coil.
Yeah, if NTS was close enough, that's the problem, right? We mentioned this before, not a lot of stuns on both of these sides. You have a Frostbite and that's it. Like, you're just free to TP away. Can these heroes build something that mitigates that? On the Radiant side, not really. Maybe a Yules on someone, but I don't see it. Maybe on Puck, but it still feels bad at the moment. On the Dire side, I guess it's the same. You can't really, like a Silencer, maybe an Atos, but I can't imagine him getting it new.
Somnus is here, so he's dead. Where is he actually? Does get Vortex back and the Frostbite. Bought some time, but it's not going to be enough. That's still 4 heroes that had to make their presence here. Yes, Somnus gets the kill, but they got the tier 1 tower just before this. Shiro is still more or less free farming. Their tower doesn't seem to be in jeopardy. So I don't think it's going to bother them that much that they lost that life, even though it is good gold for the Storm Spirit.
Somnus zooming in. While you smile, he could maybe TP away. There's no mana on Storm.
Now Somnus is out. You can't keep this going. FY will provide the battery though. Give Somnus all he needs, but
Full mana.
doesn't want to make the full zip just yet. He's going in. While you smile, will get caught this time around. And there's no way out for him. Will definitely die. FY on a killing spree on this Pugner.
Okay, heal him up again.
But first I take a Lotus, then we heal him up more. There we go.
Yeah, the good old high five as well. Afterwards, give him the bounty rune too. Oh, unfortunate. He didn't pick up the bounty.
But they're actually going onto this Medusa, utilizing the Storm Spirit. He zips in. Chalice found the Doom onto Medusa, but NTS is here. Got in the Dream Coil. Sadly, the reinforcements took too long to arrive. Let's see if they can punish this though, as Somnus falling so low. Frostbite should ensure that he dies. Chalice, is he going to be allowed to escape here? Chakram coming back onto him. Ilushu Orb will be there as well, and with the Frostbite, they do bring down this Doom.
Nice little
NTS
counterplay.
and the boys.
Yeah, they needed
Nice.
this. I think Somnus got a bit cocky there. He had a second to ball lightning away after the Dream Coil. Instead, he decided to hit a couple more times, one more time. And because of that, he dies. Like Frostbite came in clutch from the Crystal Maiden. Maxing that one out while you smile.
Good stuff.
Good stuff from him, yeah.
The thing for me that's such a big deal is that this Storm Spirit was starting to get on the snowball train, but killing him off sends him all the way back down to the bottom of the net worth. And yes, Medusa does die, which is a pretty big deal, but she just went top. She's farming there. She's still top of the net worth.
I just don't see this game going any other way than Medusa finishing Manta, finishing that Butterfly, just taking a rush and ending it. At this point, I'm very pessimistic for Azure, but I'm always happy to be proven wrong. They are making a ton of moves with Somnus, and they might kill the same Medusa off right now. Let's see. She's very deep, Shiro.
She was farming underneath an Observer Ward, and that is going to be her doom. There's no Global Silence to bail her out. She will go into the Stone Gaze, but not enough allies nearby. Beautiful zip from Somnus that will get the kill from Shiro. But they're coming in on the side of LGD. They want to punish this. They know that a lot of spells were used. Who are they going to find though? It's only Tian Ming. This is not worth it. They need more than this to make this rotation pay off. But that's all they're going to get. A Crystal Maiden will at least be nearby for some experience, and they get a bounty rune on top of that.
Yeah, but maybe it's the best hero that they could have went on. He has global. So if you go on anyone else, you get global. Chances are they even turn on you. So, you know, maybe it's even good that they went on him. he still does have it, so they have to be very careful with this rotation that they're making.
Oh, wow. Whoa, Lu. Almost got bursted down by New in the bottom lane. What's scary for me, this Timbersaw is building into the pipe of insight right now. And for LGD, once they get this pipe, I feel like most of the damage they're worried about at present is coming in the form of magic. We're not very far away from the physical output of Lu. So this pipe could be the start of the signal for them to just keep going and try not to stop before Azure Array can fight them back. Fight while you're strong.
Look at Shiro, by the way.
Radiant's top tower
Buying Manta. Of course he's buying Manta, but buying Diffusal after Manta.
is under
Hey. Okay.
It's a cool one versus Storm versus Morphling. Storm TPing bottom, they might want to take New down.
They really want this Timbersaw. He did not manage to steal away the Wisdom Rune, which is what he really wanted. Will he
Oops, there.
escape? No, he will not. He got doomed up as well. And he should end up dead. In the meantime, they did smoke up on the side of LGD, but they're not going to be able to find any targets, unfortunately.
It's not nearly as clean as game 1 for Azure, but they are still finding these pickoffs. They're finding them much easier than LGD, at least. LGD, who did they kill? They kill a silencer or something, but they never find kills on the Morphling. They never find kills on these big targets. Like Storm is still just completely dominating the map. All that
Definitely
said,
does feel like Azure Array know what's up.
Yeah,
But all that said, yeah.
you can finish my thoughts. I know you know where I was going with it.
All you were going to say next is, all that said, I'm just glad there's no techies in this game.
Come on, man. That's exactly what I was going to say. Wow. We finish bottom lane. Can they finish off Planet?
We're going to find out if they can, as Planet's still running away right now. They popped a global for this, but they didn't have what it took to actually kill off this Keeper of the Light. And the Dream Coil from NTS ensures that they can bring down the Doom. Somnus, he really wants to finish off Planet. Planet will still be allowed to live. Somnus has enough mana to at least skirt himself into the river and get himself away from the fight. The Observer Ward will scout him, but it's too late.
Yeah, Pavis, man, what an item. Keeper of the Light staying alive throughout all of that. Solar Bind as well, obviously, helping out a little bit, but yeah. The audacity from Chalice to just try and TP away, you know, under the tower. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna TP out, guys. Does force out the Dream Call on him, but they do get the kill.
With that said, Dream Coil, they will not have it to apply towards these supports, but News damage is good enough to convince FY and Tianming to get back here, but it will not convince Somnus, as he's going to zip in onto the Timbersaw. Does manage to get himself away, but it will still end up dead. Somnus has committed most of his mana to go up the high ground here, so Freezing Field is going to put him under real threat. Somnus, though, getting the life from this FY Pugna to keep him alive in this fight. Frostbite won't kill him off either, but the creep doing some additional damage and setting up NTS to finish off his life. NTS now thinking about diving onto the Silencer. Gets the Dream Coil on the 2. Illusion will not collect onto the Silencer, but he just wants to get out of this fight, or does he? He actually went aggressively onto Tianming. I don't know why he did this. Doom does come out onto him. Planet buying him space and time with the Illuminate Blast, healing him up. But nonetheless, he will still get punished for the over-aggression. Why did he go back there, Liz? Tianming is not that important.
He isn't, I guess, but he could run north and still get doomed, or run, you know, like southwest and still get doomed. I'm not sure he could have gotten away that easily. He tried on Tianming because he thought he was low enough, but that Pav is just keeping him up. Like it was like the Illusory Orb obviously missed on the Silencer, and then you couldn't really get that kill. What was really interesting about this fight is how Storm zips in, still gets saved by FY. FY all this time just trying to heal him up as much as possible. And then Frostbite happens, and the neutral creep, the Ancient, is just hitting Somnus here. Like Frostbite and the Ancient, look, bam, bam, prepares him for Puck for an easy cleanup.
But Puck got a little bit too greedy. After the Dream Coil, I honestly thought NTS was just going to escape to the right-hand side.
He could have. You're right. I was trying to justify him, but he could have escaped.
Well, maybe he felt that Planet needed some net worth, so he wanted to give Planet a kill. Good guy, nothing to say. A support from the mid lane. What a legend.
I feel like this game is in aspect of what's supposed to be done on the map, absolutely different than the last one, and way harder for Azure to just be in control all the time. It's 11-11, so very even, but it's not really. When you think about the gold advantage, PSG LGD have got 2k against the Doom. Well, it feels much better to be LGD at the moment. However, Doom with the blink.
Yep, he wants to reveal it somewhere, and he will go on, but he doesn't know who to doom just yet. And Shiro will be able to get the quick turnaround. Global Silence will be there, but there's no way they keep Chalice alive. He is certainly going to end up dead here. Somnus comes in on the back line of the fight, looking for NTS, but two heroes dream coiled up right now, and that's going to enable them to rain damage in onto Somnus. The Storm is dead. Lu has to start thinking about a retreat. Frostbite out onto this partner. FY is dead as well. They really want more. Tianming, no way for him to survive this fight. The lone survivor is Lu. Everyone else is dead, my friend.
Push. Like, you have to make some buybacks now. Medusa going for that Scuddy, by the way, not Butterfly. I was wrong, but still, the same push that we discussed earlier is happening. Does it ever happen to you that you jump in with the initiating hero and you forget that you don't have the spell?
The ultimate, yeah, it does.
Does it happen? I honestly think that was what happened to Chalice, because he doesn't have Doom here. He jumps in without the Doom. Like, what's gonna happen? You're definitely not killing the Medusa. Like, it was still on 20-second cooldown.
I'll be honest, I thought for sure he had Doom. I was like, there's no way he makes this jump without it, right?
I mean, yeah, exactly. And then I clicked on him and wait, you don't actually have Doom.
For a second, I thought he actually threw it onto an illusion, but I was like, wait, why is the square gone, but the spell isn't out? What's happening? Then you click on him and you're like, oh, that's happening. I see. Mid lane.
Yeah, why you smile?
They're going on to While You Smile. He should be fine, though.
Yeah, this game just looking better and better. Nothing to say.
They actually might kill Somnus here. Nothing to say. Has the Dream Coil. They throw it out. FY will be there with the life drain to make sure Somnus stays healthy, but it's not enough at the end of the day. They commit the full freezing field for this one, and they should be able to find the kill. The TP attempt for Tianming will succeed. Oh, they just lacked the mana for the Frostbite. Planet's too late with the Chakra Magic.
Yeah, they're in. Like, I was thinking maybe Somnus can be the difference in this game somehow on the Storm Spirit types. I've seen some Storms just, ball out of control, but it's not that game. They're still finding him more than plenty amount of times. The Dream Coil is reserved for the Storm.
Lu, UA formed. Okay, they do not. Dude, if they had this ward here, he'd be super dead. If Planet doesn't have wards on him, nor does Why Smile has one Absorb ward. Oh my god, I cannot believe Lu is alive right now. He has no right to be here and still be living at the moment.
He's even gonna creep skip with Manta. Maybe get some couriers.
Oh my god.
Medallion,
so that's
Solar
a
Crest.
big courier.
Yeah. That's a lot of gold. They are trying to scout him out with another courier, by the way, but instead, just into the pit. Look, I really feel this game is coming to a short, unfortunate end for Azure if they don't manage to take this fight. Just like you, I'm not a huge believer in the Morphling, but we'll see. Maybe Lu completely changes our minds.
I'm deeply conflicted, Liz, because I think Morphling's a trash hero, but I think Lu's a phenomenal player, so I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Like, oh no. Well, there are some bright spots happening for them at the very least. We did just finish off a mech for FY. He's been struggling to keep Somnus alive. Becomes easier now that you have a full map to pop. Somnus himself is just going a little bit defensive. SNY or SNK into the BKB definitely needs that. But I think the really big deal is the BKB for this Doom. It does feel like we haven't really felt the influence of Chalice in this game just yet.
He went for the Octarine with the Midas. He's fully greeding out. Okay, so for me, the idea behind Azure right now is just stay alive for another 20 minutes. I really think that's the game plan. Like, this Medusa with Skadi and Aegis, like, there are two options. You can continue farming, finish off the Butterfly, or you can already start hitting high ground. I think both are valid. Hitting high grounds right now is with Timbersaw in front. He's got the Greaves and the Pipe.
Oh, God.
I really think this is high ground for them. They're
They
creep
have
skipping.
pipe greaves, they're creep skipping. They still have an Aegis for another 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Yeah, why not go high ground?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And here they come. They're on the high ground right now. They have lots of backup as well for this Medusa.
Is there a
So
glyph?
she has lots of mana.
There's no glyph?
No glyph, yeah. Just gonna be a tier 3 tower straight up.
Radiant's bottom
They can't stop this.
under attack.
Now, what can they do from this perspective? Tier 3 is gone, but it doesn't seem like LGD is dissuaded to leave just yet.
just
They will
going
finally
deeper.
pop this glyph. Yeah, exactly. And there's no need not to. Look at this. FY already forced into using the Glimmer Cape, a mech, and forcing out the Pavis from the Silencer. So none of these tools available for a hero, which just means that it's open. But fortunately for the side of Azure Array, Somnus is still a god at Dota. He's creep skipping, doing the right thing. It might cost him his life, but if it saves the game, who cares? Global Silence will also be expended to ensure that he does find an escape. Great stuff from Azure Array to delay the game.
Yeah, nice little global there in the end. This is what you have to do, right? Like you have to delay for as long as possible. You cannot be fighting them at the moment, but are you super sad about that? Not necessarily on LGD. What's very interesting, for me at least, is that Shiro is switching up his item build. I'm not sure if he's going to remain with this. It is a wild one, a different one. But okay.
But you see, Liz, you know why he's doing this? First, we're going to have a quick kill onto FY potentially. He's inside Dream Coil. We'll drop the ward, but there's no way out. There's the blinding lights to snap the coil and kill him off. But what he's doing is he knows that the Morphling is going to build Aghanim Scepter, and he doesn't want to lose attack speed. So if he goes Moonshot, you get raw attack speed not connected to your stats, so the Morphling can't steal it.
You are big-brained snare. I'll have to admit. That's exactly why he's doing it. Then again, if you're Morphling, I guess you can also use it on Timber.
Yeah.
But it won't hurt. It won't hurt as much as using it on Shiro, definitely.
And speaking of Shiro, here he is on the high ground, revealing that fresh new Moonshot. Dude, without Pugna, they actually can't jump in. Like, they will die if they go too far in, so they just have to sack a lane of racks 25 minutes into the game.
Can they jump in with the Pugna?
Are under attack.
Well, Somnus can jump in, but he won't die. If he jumps in without the Pugna, I think he dies.
Okay, yeah. They instead go for the tier 2 down on the bottom lane. Shiro, there's no rush. You already took one side. I feel like with that side, you can go for the tier 2, the Tormentor, secure this triangle area, take their next Wisdom Rune. Or maybe just push high ground. Let's see. They still have a minute. They still have a minute on that Aegis.
Oh my god. This might be one of the most efficient first Aegises I've ever seen in my life.
It's that 25-minute mark with Medusa that has been free farming. I don't know what else to say. To be expected. Chalice is in.
He's going into a fight right now. Chalice is indeed in. He does have BKB going. Didn't pop the Doom just yet, but now he has no BKB, so he might not be able to get it off in the next engagement.
Yeah,
Lots of mana was taken away from Shiro, but they have Crystal Maiden and they have Coddle. This mana is coming back very, very quickly for the Medusa. Like, they're trying with Pugna to drain it away, but Pugna getting jumped on right now. Somnus going in himself. Global Silence will be popped, and they really want to find at least one target here. Who's going to get brought down? They're all still alive as a Stone Gaze gets popped by Shiro to break up the team fight. Azure Array forced to retreat. No one gets doomed. No one gets jumped on, and Global Silence wasted for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, like they're just playing this game of chicken who's gonna go on Shiro first. Is he gonna get hit by Doom or not? Like now they can Doom him. He doesn't have the Aegis anymore. They're pinging out Chalice. They know where he is.
They
Instant
want to Doom it,
silence.
but they can't. The silence onto Chalice, preventing the Doom from happening. Big Dream Coil from NTS on the 3 heroes. Sets them up for a massive fight. They've already lost 2 of their cores. FY in danger as well as NTS right on top of him. He can't even bring down this Timber Soul because he's just way too tanky. Just pops his creeps and stays alive. I think the game is over, Liz.
I think this is, yeah, this feels like a game. You can perhaps fight on top. Your Doom and Storm might be up. You still don't have Glyph though. Maybe they have another fight in them, but this, like you said, this just feels like a game.
Just don't have the tools they need. Both these two cores that are dead, still in the grave. And Lu, sorry fam, but you're playing Morphling. This is not that hero. You're not that guy anymore. You are not him. Although you will be able to hold the high ground though with the stolen Medusa form for now.
Yeah, it's just a fine example of how you should utilize that first Aegis. Like one of better examples that I've seen in a while, but this is pretty much it. Like when you have a Medusa and when you get that first Aegis, when you're uncontested, this is usually how it goes. Not even a butterfly, just a moon shard straight up to prevent that attack speed from being sacked like you talked about. He does leave a tier 3 token, but Why You Smile will pick it up.
Oh, dude, he's got Titan Sliver. My God. Best, I think, you could be hopeful as a Medusa at this stage of the game.
I guess you don't benefit that much from magic resistance, right?
Yeah. That's whatever.
With the mana shield, like you're kind of losing that. But overall, it still feels really good. What's she bringing? She's got a full Daedalus.
Yep, she's bringing the Chrysalis from the courier.
Crystals, yeah, not full Daedalus.
Yeah.
Not yet.
But she's going to hurt quite a lot, and she's not that far away from Daedalus. Medusa farms uber fast. So by the 31-minute mark, we should be anticipating her having a Daedalus. And sadly, if we look over towards Azure Array for Lu, who has to be the big man for the rest of this game, he showed off the Aghanims in that last fight, but not nearly as effective as he wanted it to be.
But
so now he needs Butterfly and Satanic.
Okay, but I really think the big point of that last fight was they couldn't doom the Medusa. Not because they couldn't get on top of her, because she had Aegis. They tried to kill off Shiro without using the Doom on him, which was a proper, by the way of thinking. If you Doom him and he has Aegis, you just lose that fight. And you lose the game 100% afterwards.
Oh no, Chalice. Oof. Our Doom almost died. Caught in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
I feel like if he has a refresher and he can get the double and has double BKB, for me that was the big thing lacking in that fight, right? Because he got instantly silenced. If he has double BKB, that doesn't happen, and maybe they do get the Doom out.
Yeah. I still think this next fight could be good for Azure if they get like some good high ground vision and they fight around it. They could jump on top of the Medusa, Doom her. If you eliminate her from the fight, I think you're taking that one.
Are scanning.
It's not going to be easy though.
They're posturing with several heroes down bottom. Somnus is also taking a Twin Gate to come and join his team here. They don't necessarily have the full vision, but they're smoked up. Azure Ray, they want to fight. Who's going to be the first person that gets jumped on? They're going to go first and foremost onto New, but there's going to be a beautiful jump in from NTS to prevent the Doom. Somnus now trying to follow up, but there's so much damage. Stone Gaze was popped as well, so Somnus needs to retreat. Lu caught in the middle of this Ignis. He cannot escape. Finally, waveforms away, but probably still ends up dead. Chalice does find a Doom onto NTS, but that's not going to help them win this team fight. NTS already has expended so many spells. Frostbite onto Somnus with some right clicks from Medusa kills off him as well. And as Chalice dies on the northern end of the fight, I feel like right now GG should be called, and indeed it is. Azure Array throw in the tower. We're going to a game 3. LGD and Azure giving us a very entertaining series here.
I mean, LGD looking very, very convincing with the style of with this style and the fact that they won so quickly, 30 minutes in. Let's be honest, like 5 minutes ago, this game already felt over. I do think that they had a small opportunity to claw themselves back in, even though they only had one side. Maybe you could do it by jumping the Medusa and dooming her first, but they jump the Timbersaw. Probably the worst target that you can jump in that last fight. But he's up front, he's the one showing himself. It's kind of hard to get behind him. Like this play here from Chalice still cracks me up though. Like, yeah.
Not the best game in the world for our boy Chalice. You know, you were shining like our boss in game number 1. But even back when you was on this LGD squad, this is always what you expect from Chalice, right? Up and down performances, great games and bad ones. What can you do? Overall, though, it's not necessarily down to the performance of the Doom, mostly down to the draft that Azure Array composed for themselves. Not as easy to take advantage of LGD as it was in game 1. And LGD you literally said it yourself, right? Like, you don't see another path except Dusa finishing Skadi and just going straight onto the high ground. And that's literally what they did. And Azure Array had no answer, especially with how well NTS was playing as well. This second game, he really made up for that Kunkka performance on this park, my friend. He played like a boss in game 2.
Yeah, the craziest thing for me is, like, you didn't spare Morphling when it comes to your opinions about him, right? Like, you didn't hide your sentiment. He was doing well. Like, he found his farm. He ended the game with 0 kills and 1 death, 2 deaths in the end, and 2 assists, I believe. But he was finding his farm still. He found enough to get that Aghanims, to get the Manta versus versus the Medusa, but it was just a little bit too late. And that's the state of the game right now. You cannot play a normal carry that's not really... Oh, only one death? Really? Okay, I was wrong. I thought he died twice. But anyway, you're playing just a normal carry versus this Medusa. She gets her farm much faster. She's kind of broken as well. You don't have ways of dealing with her besides the Doom. The Doom never happens. And yeah, the game just slipped out of control.
All of you as well didn't have a single diffusal blade purchase. Shiro, the Medusa, had to resort to buying the diffusal. No, Morphling did buy one. Morphling did buy one. I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Morphling went diffusal. No one else did. At the very end of proceedings, though, LGD victorious in game 2. And I feel like, after, especially the recovery, the turnaround story, let's give it to Nothing to Say. This Puck had a great performance. And I think for me personally, why I would definitely give him MVP, there was that fight that happened just when they still had the Aegis down bottom as they're pushing into the lane of Rax. Doom jumps in right as the Aegis expires, about to cast his spell, doesn't have BKB. He gets silenced. 2 other heroes, Lu and Somnus, Storm and Morph respectively, show up to try and help him. All 3 of them get hit with the Dream Coil, and then it just becomes the easiest team fight in the world for Shiro. Pops R, SSR's right-clicking, and all of this comes from the NCS Puck. So definitely my MVP for this particular game here, Liz. Made up a lot for the Kunkka performance, and just made the game seem somewhat easy for LGD overall.
Like, honestly, like, I don't know who I'd give the MVP to when it comes to LGD. I think they all played the team game very well. Planet was on point with his Kotl too, like just rotating across the map, all his moves, going bottom, healing up the Medusa, running back top. I think New and Shiro, they played some textbook Dota here. Like, nothing exceptional. And the Zurray couldn't do a lot. They were like, you know, when you take out the fish and it's on the dry and just like trying to get back in, they were really trying hard, but they were in spot. They weren't moving. Like Somnus, he made so many good rotations early on, and none of them really amounted to anything, right? Like, you get good rotations, you get good pickoffs, good kills, together with FY, the battery man himself on Pagna. But it just doesn't matter. This Medusa eventually just takes over, and that's it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Azure Ray, they did not have the answers for Medusa in Game 2, so they end up falling down to it and forcing us to a deciding Game 3. We're going to witness which one of these squads are actually better than the other. The entire region around them thinks they're equivalent strength. Let's find out which one of them is actually superior after a small break. So Snare and Lizard, band name still pending, coming at you very soon with the rest of the series. Don't go anywhere because we have a finisher just very soon in a couple minutes. So we'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, here to some China DPC. We're going to be witnessing game number 3 of PSG LGD versus Azure Ray, which has already been one of the more intriguing series that we've had between us in the DPC. So let's witness how game 3 goes. And of course, to do so, we need some casters on the mic. Myself, Snare, and Lizard. We've got the Church of Rock and Brother Liz, Beastmaster Skywrath Mage here for LGD, Timbersaw Lich for Azure Ray. You must be so happy with these heroes, dude. You must be just like in heaven right now.
Oh, why? Why do I have to be in heaven? Tell me.
Because
Explain
you love
it to me.
Timbersaw, right? You've been talking about Timbersaw every game. You've been hyping up Beastmaster every other game. You're a Lich spammer, and you've been really watching these Skywrath mages and thinking that they're kind of decent. So that's why.
Like, none of these things that you said are true. I absolutely hate Timber as a Meepo spammer because he owns me. Lich, I'm literally having nightmares of this hero because I was forced to play it for way too long. Skywrath's kind of cool, I'll give you that. And Beastmaster is broken, so I guess those two are cool on LGD.
2 for 2, I'll take it.
2 for 2, but Lich and Timber, like Tianmin gonna play it, that Lich, and we have seen what he can do with it yesterday. Like the man single-handedly was winning team fights, or at least making sure that the Azure just have a good shot at winning the game. Solar Crest, Pavis, Frost Shield, you just can't kill a target that you go on.
And we saw this from him yesterday when he put all of these things on top of a Timbersaw, and the Timbersaw was legitimately unkillable under those conditions. So Azure Ray going back to some winning ways. LGD, of course, employing a combo that has been very successful for all the teams in China thus far. And I'm also glad that Azure Ray banned the Medusa. Yes, you're 1-1 against it in the series, but after what happened in game 2, simplify your life. Don't allow this to be played. Just do something else.
Yeah, force them to pick something different. Like, yeah. Let's see if you can win without the Medusa. That's basically the mentality now for Azure. And I think it's a solid one. Meanwhile, PSG LGD eliminating both the Spirit Breaker and Storm Spirit in game 1 and game 2. They looked like on a completely different level. I think Wind Ranger is also up there when it comes to these really, really strong heroes for Azure. They can play it on a carry role, I mean, on a core role mid, or on that position 4 by FY. So getting rid of it would be maybe good for LGD. We'll see if Azure goes for it.
What I do want to see LGD do as well is make sure that NTS has a way to play the game. We saw the difference between what LGD was able to accomplish in game 1 and game 2. A lot of it to do with him being able to move on the map. So if his Storm is not here, I don't know if the puck will still be in the game. But I could definitely see him playing Pango. It's one of the heroes he's played quite a lot. It was banned in the previous game. If he gets his hands on that hero, it's also really good against Timbersaw with Diffusal Blade. This hero hates playing without mana.
Yeah, I think
Could definitely see it.
I think I'm seeing a Slardar on that on that picture in the crowd. That was definitely a Slardar. It was that monkfish or whatever. The fish with you know it has on its head the bait on its head. I can't remember what the name of it.
Isn't it an anglerfish?
Anglerfish, exactly, of course. Yeah. That's Slardar. So, but it was picked by them only because it was played into a lifestealer. I don't think it's really that great here for no reason. I think Timbersaw is obviously going to be on offlane, Beastmaster on the other side on the offlane. Maybe Timber can be mid as well. We have seen Somnus play it, but so usually what I see with Timber is he doesn't bring any control, so you need to compensate on other roles. And if you're mid, it's kind of easier to compensate on your offlane, on your 4 to get that disabled. But there are really good mid laners still left in the pool. Like we mentioned, Wind Ranger. We haven't mentioned the Void Spirit. It's kind of difficult versus the Skywrath Silence, but still, it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, could certainly be one of those positive Void Spirit games. The burst but like that burst from Skywrath Mage, Beastmaster, I guess is problematic for everybody. So if you do go for that, Somnus always feels very good playing these active heroes. He was phenomenal game 1 on his Pango. Pretty good game 2 on his Storm Spirit, but the game didn't allow him to shine that much. And we're going to be having a Marcy, so we don't know where this Marcy is going. This could be the hero for FY, given that I prefer this guy playing another carry-style hero that allows him to also participate in the game. It could be in the off lane for Chalice. Could also be the safe laner for Lu. And yeah, I think LGD, We've only seen them once play the Muerta. Muerta in general hasn't been played all that much in the Chinese region.
Wait. Clockwork hasn't been played as well. Like
At all, yeah.
we're seeing some absolutely new heroes coming out. Like both the Clock and the Muerta. I guess this will be your 5 Clock. And instantly into the Visage, Azure isn't messing around. I think this should be your mid-Timber now. You have mid-Timber, you have Marcy and Visage on the offlane. I think Visage should be played the 3 and FY should be playing the Marcy. Like, you can play Marcy on the offlane as well. Why am I saying this? Because of the matchup versus Murta. Like, you get that BKB, you can get on top of her. But I still like Visage more. Okay, I can see what they're doing. Like, they're doing this. Timbersaw is going to prevent one side from falling and prevent Timbersaw from Beastmaster from pushing. At the same time, we have Visage, who's going to be pressuring their objectives just as much, just as hard. I like it.
We saw last season, I believe it was IG that started doing the Marcy Visage 3-4 duo, and they would often swap it up between the two of them depending on who they thought needed more farm for these games. So kind of interesting that LGD, and the first time they played against the Marcy Visage was against IG, and they lost that series. So it's interesting for me that it comes back again. This must be like a nightmare for them at this point.
Yeah, it's just a good combo.
LGD,
you can jump off of the birds. You can buff them up with Marcy as well. Like, it's just a good combo. Like, the lane itself, Visage really enjoys having this frontliner, and you get that in the form of Marcy. Like, you don't care too much about Clock Muerta. You can spam them down. Like, overall, Visage for me is one of the better heroes at the moment. Like, the Solar Crest Phylactery build as well just feels too damn good. And the tempo on Azure is back. Like, in that game too, they had 0 tempo. They just had Storm, and he was supposed to do everything. This time around, they have the stuns, they have the means to actually make good rotations early on.
I hope whatever hero they pick for Lu as well also follows the similar templates to what everyone else has. Heroes that play up-tempo with lots of aggression on the map.
What do you like into
LGD see
Muerta,
this
by
coming
the way?
as well.
What do you like
Into
on,
Muerta.
Yeah, on that carry role? What do you like to pick? What kind of carries work well against her? Anything that gets on top of her, I suppose. She's a glass cannon as well, right?
I found Flock for me has been the best reliable answer into this Muerta hero. It's not all, but it does require you to play really, really well. Because if you have a bad game and then you jump her, she callings you, like waits you out from the Shadow Dance and kills you off anyway. But if you have a very good game, it feels like you're always chasing this hero around and she doesn't do anything to you. You just like play the edges of the fights, come in and out.
It's always kind of the same build on her as well, right? Like Dragonlance, Maelstrom, Mjolnir, Pike, some Daedalus, something like that. And LGD, let's see. Okay.
Okay, so that must be the nothing to say Winter Wyvern. Stealing some strats from Sumail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Sumail played it. I believe Tundra played it on mid lane as well. Cool. I do like it. I feel that it's really good versus Visage. Like, you can turn the birds against him. The birds literally kill you. When you use that Winter's Curse on Visage, if the birds are around, they just slay you because of the bonus attack speed. Overall, it's good into Timbersaw. The percentage-based damage as well from Arctic Burn. And LGD complete with the Naga.
Gosh.
Okay, so they have a lot of tempo on other heroes, but Naga is going to slow them down a little bit. It's good versus Beast, right? Like, it went all the way through, and that's probably the main reason why it got picked. Like, you're picking a hero that can be even left alone against the Beastmaster.
It's definitely going to be good into the Beast in the slating phase. Later on, though, like, there are ways for the side of LGD to deal with these illusions, and they also have some percent-based damage. So even when you get into your uber big, I've got hot type of status in the game, it doesn't necessarily confer invulnerability on top of you. I like the team fight break. They don't have that many like out-and-out big spells that they need to use in a certain order. So the song can set up for pretty much any order of the fight they want to go for. High armor is very nice to play into Muerta, at least for some portion of the game. I hate Naga as a hero, but not for the same reasons I hate Morphling. I think Morphling is bad. Naga just gets on my nerves. So I do like this Azure Ray draft. I'll be honest here, Liz. I think they have a very good chance of winning game 2. Although I do think that LGD, I would rather play on the LGD draft, even though I think Azure Ray have very good heroes themselves as well.
No, like game 1, I favorited Azure Ray. Second game was definitely a drafting win by PSG LGD this third and the last game, I'm really not sure. I think it can go and swing either way. Like both of these teams have objectives that they need to accomplish to make these drafts work, and both of them are very capable at doing that. I believe that Visage can be set up for success. At the same time, there are chances for PSG LGD to just completely pick him off and kill him multiple times in the game if Chalice is not careful. Like, you have this hook shot with Mystic Flare, you have Roar with Mystic Flare, you even have Winter Wyvern with the Winter's Curse. Like, there's just a lot of things that they can utilize to take him and anyone else on the side of Azure down. But
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These are the kind of games we like, where one game is kind of stompy, second game's kind of stompy, third game, very even, all down to execution.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
It looks that way at least. It might not be. Like, one team, if Chalice gets a good start, he gets a fast Phylactery and Solar Crest, it can look really rough real fast. Same goes for PSG LGD. If Beastmaster, I think it's on these offlaners. If New has a good game on the Beast, he can be just as much of a big deal. And you know what I like the most? I like the fact that Nothing to Say is finally playing some, like some really good scaling right clicker from the mid lane.
Yeah. He's not just going to be stuck being like, well, boys, I had an okay lane, but I don't contribute too much later on. Has he played Winter Wyvern before? I'm going to go check quickly. Let's see.
Probably, right? It's not really a common hero to be played by mid laners, but
I will go and find out. So I'm going to go and find out. If he has, he probably only played like, once or twice or something. And so, right, here's the information, Liz. He has played Winter Wyvern in a professional game before 5 times. The last time he played it was 5 months ago. And he has an 80% win rate on the hero. Wait, wasn't I costing that game, actually?
Probably. 5 months ago, probably then, right? It's a Chinese region. Maybe BCOP was casting it instead, actually. But
I was definitely hosting it or something,
yeah. But like, looking at the beginning of the game, it's completely different than what we've seen before. Like, we have 2 bounty runes each and no first bloods. So the game is very even in that aspect.
Perfect.
Yeah. By the way,
Perfect. I want an hour-long game, dude.
Probably gonna get it, I feel like, with the Naga on one side. This mid lane is fun. This mid lane is so much fun. I've actually played this matchup a couple of times. I guess as Winter Wyvern, you can get really messed up by the Timber if he gets on top of you. I haven't actually played it in the new patch. Muerta.
Right now, the first blood is not going to be happening in the mid lane, though. As you say, Muerta is going to be the one that takes a tumble, brought down by Chalice and FY. Chalice, very good in this lane with the Soul Assumption, perpetual and constant spam. And yes, Why You Smile can protect Muerta somewhat, but there's limited amount of things you can do against a hero like Visage, who's being supported by a Mossy.
Yeah, you want to be fighting as Clockwork in the lane. That's also a problem. Like, you really want to be utilizing Battery Assault, Cogs effectively. But versus Visage, it's just not worth it. He just gains more. He hits you with Soul Assumptions. He's going to be dishing out more damage than you.
Certainly a very frustrating lane to play into. Doesn't look like he wants to play a bit aggressively here. They go in for the calling. Why You Smile found the Cogs onto Chalice.
Okay.
They really want to bring down this Visage. I think they should be able to get him very low. Whether they kill him or not is unknown. Chalice so low. One more right click gets him down. And Shiro, now that there's no Visage, FY has to run away immediately lest he turns this into a double kill.
Okay, that's a good combo, right? The calling together with Cogs. If you can get on top of Visage, I think that's really good. So what was the problem there? Chalice had no mana. I think that's a big issue. Like, this build that he's going for, 2 Sage's Mask, it's good for a fight or two, but if you don't regen fast enough, you won't be able to spam after. The old build was obviously a bunch of mangoes. This one is better for the current state of the game, but sometimes it can feel bad. Top lane Lich.
Yeah, Tian Ming is going to end up losing his life here. Lu going to get body blocked, or attempted to, by Planet and New. But he does manage to get off his illusions. Wild Axes will be there. Losing danger. Planet out of mana, but does have enough right-click damage with this Beastmaster to turn this into a double regardless. Naga Siren is dead. I'm smiling from ear to ear because I hate that hero, but LGD very happy with how things are going here in the top lane.
Why are you smiling? Anyways, New, he's a Beastmaster that's supposed to be bad versus Naga, but why exactly? He just goes for Wild Axes and that's it. Like, he's gonna have Arcane Boots now too. Planet is going to feel so satisfied with that. Very grateful. Gonna have more mana to spam it out.
So far, so good in these lanes for LGD. Being able to get a kill on bottom, they got a kill top. It's just middle though, where Somnus is decidedly beating NTS. Quite ahead of him in the CS department. You were saying that you'd played this lane out in the past. Did it go in this fashion? When you remember it?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, as Winter Wyvern, you're last hitting with Splinter Blast, but Timber Saw can actually even dive you. So you have to be really careful. Once he gets a couple of levels of armor in, like, you don't really deal with him that well. Yeah, you can hit him with Arctic Burn and Splitter Blast, but he's just gonna heal up through it. And it's different now. You're universal. Nothing to say. He might time it.
NTS, he's actually dead, yeah. Not might, 100% brought down. You were saying that he could get dove upon, and we witnessed it from Somnus. Sure, Time Being was here, did throw in a Frost Shield, but honestly, he wasn't necessary. I think that's why NTS is tipping him. He's like, bro, why are you even here?
The Frost Shield did slow him down a little bit, you know, and he makes this rotation on top lane. What's he gonna do on top lane? I think the main point of that rotation is just to dodge top. He's like, yeah, I'm doing something, guys. I really don't want to be spammed by Planet and Beastmaster.
Speaking of which, those two heroes are going to spam him right now, but he's set up for them to kill off the Skywrath Mage as FY takes the Twin Gate to the top lane.
He TP'd,
Bring down
actually.
Planet.
Yeah, he TP'd.
Did he TP?
Yeah, he
Okay.
TP'd, but he's going to use the Twin Gate instead to move back bottom, most likely. Visage, like, this isn't a hero that you want to leave alone at this point. So they're both actually going down there. And I think this is a really good call. Like, okay, so there are some negatives to it. Visage needs level 6 as well. If you just need to make this move, get some kills, and move away. Move the hell out. Let him get to
Let's
6.
see if they can make that happen. FY ready with the rebound, just post combo. Somnus actually gets brought down in the mid lane, but they jump onto Shiro, who is almost certainly going to die here. Threw out the calling, that's not going to be good enough to save him. Why you smile? Also in a little bit of danger here, as he's running to the north side. FY, 8 more seconds until he has the rebound available, and I don't think YU Smile will be able to survive all the way to get home. He does have cogs, but this feels like a bit much. Let's see. Oh, rebound actually gets the pushback onto FY. YU Smile, though,
he's fine.
is actually going to be able to walk away. They run out of mana on Chalice.
Yeah, perfect cogs. Pushing away the Marcy. Twice, even. So, okay, the rotation was successful still. They do get the Muerta down, and now they can leave the Visage perhaps to get this experience under the tower, but let's just compare the two offlaners. Visage level 4, Beastmaster level 6, already taken down the tier 1 tower or gotten it really low.
Yeah, it's definitely is about to get denied. Oh, doesn't even get there in time for Somnus. So it's just going to fall heads up. Tier 1 tower taken. In the meantime, down bottom, YU Smile will be killed off. This time he will actually die. Top lane, first primal roar of the game onto Somnus, as he needs to try and escape away from this. Sadly for him, there is no escape coming, as NTS and New finish him off.
Okay, so what was happening here? First, Clockwork tried to go on Visage. He got counterplayed there by Marcy and Lich, but because Marcy and Lich are there, they're not top to help out the Timber. And Timber made, I think this was a proper move, go top and stop Beastmaster from just taking over the full game, right? Like, you're one hero that can stand in front, but not if Skywrath is around. That silence really hurts.
Yeah. The Skywrath Mage is also closing in on level 6. Not only does the silence hurt a lot, he's about to start hurting you heads up with just raw damage. Some concerns they need to try and address on the side of AR, but lots of farm going in for the Beastmaster. Like you always remind us, for some reason, at this stage of the game, this guy, for the next like 10-15 minutes, is somehow going to be net worth leader.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Arcane Boots, spam the Wild Axes, use the boars elsewhere to farm with Lich. feels very dead.
Well, here's some bonus gold for the Beastmaster. Planet's the one credited with the kill,
You know,
bringing him very close to level 6.
I was worried about their chances when it comes to taking down the Timber, but they've already killed him twice. So he will not be that unkillable beast off of the laning stage. And the beast is going straight into Aghanims. So that's going to help you out as well. I feel like...
Drums of Slum coming in with Vanguard. Ooh, it's going to be so tanky.
Yeah, not a ton of utility from him because of that. And he will not be buying anything like a Crimson Guard to prevent Visage from rolling out of control. So, bottom lane.
They need to bring in Nothing to Say because Shiro feeling a little bit threatened here. They're actually going to go in onto Somnus. Shiro will pop the ultimate, goes in with the Pierce the Veil. Somnus is not as tanky as he wants to be. Needs to get the hell out of here. Will he be allowed to escape? No, he doesn't. He dies. NTS
Visage
also finds the big ultimate, catching both Visage and the Lich together. Visage ends up killing off the Lich and then gets killed off himself, giving a double towards Shiro, bringing it down 3 overall, and turning the entire game state on its head here in the early game.
Yeah, that rotation was abysmal from Azure. Nothing worked out the way they planned to. Visage even turned on his own allies, killing off the Lich. Maybe a little bit too telegraphed with what they wanted to do. Good rotations. Like Winter Wyvern is probably one of the best heroes when it comes to punishing you for your over-aggression. Even if you're a core, it doesn't matter. All you have to be is in the right position, use that Winter's Curse. The percent-based damage was really good versus the Timber. I think that's their biggest issue. This Timber doesn't feel like that unkillable factor in the game. He can't just stand up front and take in, soak in all the damage and turn on you.
He actually has to play very, very well on the Timber. You're going to be sieging into the mid tower here, bringing the Beastmaster into this lane. He's taking the top tower, is going to set them up to take the mid. They won't be able to go back bottom to protect that tower, but they've got more than enough map control right now that they're probably comfortable with the game state. So we definitely have some problems here for Somnus. It will get a little bit better as time goes on, but I feel like it would also be a lot nicer if Tianming could get more experience. Him not being higher level means we're going to have very low frost shield for a quite significant portion of this game, and Timber could really use that spell, as we saw yesterday, to make a difference in these fights.
Yeah, it could be that saving grace, right? Like you pop it on him, he survives a little bit extra. Clockwork Sky on the hunt, though. They see Lich and Visage.
I want a bit of a bigger target here.
I think Visage
We have
is a good
hooked with the
one.
Mystic Flare. They go for the Lich instead. Okay, get the easy one, I guess, here. Mystic Flare, drop down onto him, and he's easily killed off.
Maybe
Will they be able
Chalice
to
as well?
catch and kill Chalice? They have the Winter's Curse if they want to stall him up, but they don't even seem to need it. Big shot coming through from Shiro, but they can't get all the way. Winter's Curse will finally be deployed. Splinter Blast will be there, but Chalice is still alive. FY has made his presence known in the fight, but he might just make his presence known as a sacrifice more than anything else. They do kill off You Smile, but I'm not sure if FY survives this. He dies to them calling damage. Lu forced to pop the song and TP out, and they can't save Chalice either. And it's another double for Shiro early in the game.
Yeah, that almost looked terrible for LGD. Just because they didn't use the Winter's Curse fast enough. It looked like one of those situations in which, okay, I don't use my big ulti because I think I can kill you without it, and then a hero gets away or even turns on you. But they still have what it takes. They still feel stronger, and they're still bringing this Muerta. Like, I love what Shiro is doing. He's joining these fights. He's playing an extremely active role on this position 1. And he's still farming fairly well. He's keeping up with the Beast. He has just completed the Maelstrom.
We have a big jump onto Lich here in the mid lane. Do you think they actually spoke about that? Because if you remember in game 1, Shiro spent most of his game like away from his team, just like farming Ancients, farming the Triangle. Do you think after that game, Zhao says to him, listen, dude, even if we're losing the game, you have to show up. Like, let's overwhelm them with numbers. Because even in game 2, he was showing up very early as the Medusa.
Yeah, I think it's just about the state of the game and how it's supposed to be played overall. Some games as a carry you can join, some games you can't. Also depends on the carry. I don't think it's like something that you need to discuss with Shiro. Timber?
Timbersaw getting Mystic flared up, not dead just yet. FY finds a good rebound onto NTS. Dispose will be there. Winter's Curse onto Chalice, but sadly it doesn't save the life of this Winter Wyvern. He ends up dead. Chain Frost from Tian Ming helps him melt down while you smile as well. And with the missed dead shot coming in from Shiro, they cannot bring down Somnus. So finally some success for Azure Ray as they get NTS and can maybe set up to put some pressure on the mid tower now.
Yeah, this time the Winter's Curse really didn't do a lot, if anything. Like, you had Timber hitting the Visage and that's it. Like, not really that successful. Like, he needs to somehow find him next to the birds or hit a target that's close to the birds, but yeah. Being perhaps a little bit too aggressive on LGD. They got a good kill with the hook shot and then they continued going in.
We're gonna have to see how much game sense New has in the top lane because he's being smoked into. His Observer Hawk did catch a little bit of this action, and they did know that there were 3 heroes around this ward. Yeah. So I think he knows he's out. He's cool.
Is he out?
Oh, is he? Is he? That's the question. Sinister Gaze is at the ready. They haven't been able to get off the Primal Roar just yet. Lots of damage going on to New, but the jump and kill onto Lich happens even faster. Mystic Flare dropped down now to Chalice. Will this Visage be able to escape this fight? FY ready to put his body on the line if needed. Turns around, actually, we're putting pressure onto Planet, but Planet is still alive, and Shiro has shown up as well. Pops the Pierce the Veil, has more than enough right click to bring down FY. The TP attempt from Chalice, will it be successful? Yes, it will. Just barely.
I'm not sure you're happy with that anyway. Like, your Visage, he did TP away, but he just lost 4 birds, by the way. And he doesn't have any for 2 minutes. And it's not only that he lost them, he didn't re-summon. Like, he actually fed 4 birds. It's a lot of gold as well. This isn't looking particularly amazing right now for Mr. Chalice. And like, the game sense that you were talking about on you, he knew. Like, he saw them coming. He saw... perhaps he sensed it because mid-tier 2 was being pushed in, so the smoke was kind of easy to read.
Just a good game overall. New also got himself a Drums of Slum off of that top lane. They're trying to kill while you smile here. Chain Frost was expended for this, and I think I shouldn't have used the word expended. I should have used the word wasted because it does absolutely nothing, and he just TPs out, goes home. It's all chilled. And it's not like it's an insignificant portion of damage. We've seen how much they're lacking so far for AR. They need the Chain Frost for these engagements.
Yeah, they're just, I feel, satisfied with status quo at the moment. They're losing a little bit, but they do have the Naga. So they're waiting for her to come online. They're actually getting an axe on Marcy as well. This is going to be an interesting one. I've been hyping up this Unleash quite a lot. Let's see, Lich.
Lich should be in a bit of danger here. Deadshot connects.
It
will
helped
give them what they need. It actually helped them a little bit. It pushed them away with the fear. So Tianming will end up surviving. Shout out Shiro. Good guy, Shiro. Thank you.
Shiro helping. Yeah, sorry. It happens. It happens. It happens.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So with this game right now, lots of farms still going the way of PSG LGD, but like you mentioned, Naga Siren is still getting hers. She's putting pressure on the tower right now, and FY finds Planet, so they might be able to lead it into a kill onto the Skywrath Mage. Does drop the Mystic Flare, so FY falls very low. They might have to pop the song to escape. And that's what happens. They do get out. Still low pressure onto the tier 2 tower, which always feels very good.
Yeah, nice little play. Really nice. They get the kill, a pick off, instantly TP out. Naga can continue farming top. Visage is still down bottom, together with Timber and Lich. Well, if Beast and Shiro aren't that careful, maybe this is... Never mind, they're just moving back. They don't want to take this fight. Anyways, what's the 0 above Twin Gate? Twitch chat, please help me out.
We still don't know.
Help me
we
out.
asked yesterday, no one knew. No one knows what's up. They're actually going top. Naga might be in danger here. Lu needs to run the hell away ASAP. Still in the vicinity. And this is... Rocket Flare, I think, just barely missed him, so they don't really know where he's at. The Hawk, though, that's a very different story. They now have a very clear vision of the Naga, but they don't know who's behind him, so they will allow him to escape.
Mid lane, FY and Somnus, they tried to jump the backlines of this tier 1 tower. They were expecting maybe a Skywrath to be defending it, but no such luck. Planet just on point with his movements. And look at this. Into the pit.
Yay, rush time.
They don't have amazing rush damage, but it's good enough, right? It's the first Roshan.
Yeah, it'll get the job done. No minus armor, but turns out they don't even need it. They have the bonus attack speed. Should be the first Aegis for Shiro.
Yeah,
By the way, given that Shiro is going to be building the normal build like Hurricane Pike, he might not go straight BKB. Doesn't that make the Aghanims from FY actually kind of decent? Yeah.
I wouldn't say actually kind of decent. I think this Ags on Marcy is really good. I don't see it utilized very often, but I do think it's really good. Like the constant silence, if she gets on top of you, it's kind of hard to deal with.
Well, she might be dead down bottom if she gets cursed out here. And indeed she will. Where's the follow-up coming? NTS doesn't even seem to need it. Does it all by his lonesome. Bringing down FY and trying to make sure that the time duration between now and the Aghanims is as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, Lu helping a little bit there with the illusions to take down his ally. One good thing that Zure is doing with all these deaths, though, is they're forcing Radiant down bottom. Like LGD is constantly TPing down bot to prevent this tier 2 from falling. It creates a lot of space for the Naga, which does the same thing over and over again. TP's back top, farms out the whole jungle. What's he building, by the way? Let me see. Okay, Heart first. So I was thinking maybe Orchid first, but he's going for a Heart instead.
Okay. Tier 1 tower will fall down bottom. By the way, small tangent, right? I kind of hope... Here's my... Let me tell you my story, bro, my fantasy. I want Azure Ray to win this game, right? And put the first loss onto LGD. And then I want the last series, LGD, to beat Aster and give Aster their first loss. And then have like a 3-way tie for the first 3. I'd be so happy.
First 3-way tie would actually be amazing. Because you can't really tell which one of these teams. I mean, I do think still that Aster is a bit better than both of them, but LGD and Azure following really closely. Tormentor will be taken.
Right now it is LGD that's Ascendant because they are taking everything on the map. So Tormentor's taken, Tier 2 has been taken, top lane, Lu's life might be taken. Does manage to get off the song. Can he TP out? Yes, he can. Has enough illusions to absorb the battery assault. Will not be interrupted on the escape.
Meanwhile, Planet
in the meantime,
falls.
though, Planet, yeah, he doesn't have such luxury. I mean, that's to be fair, it's not the most significant kill, right? They've already got the Tormentor bottom. He wasn't like able to steal away the Wisdom Rune. That's the one thing I wanted to stop him from doing. Just feels okay for the supports that they killed him.
Well, it's just a decent pick off. Like, I'm watching this game and I'm still not sure which way it's gonna go. And it's not very often that you get this feeling. Usually you kind of have, you know, just at least a sympathy to one team or another. You know that they have some advantage, some late game potential that they're reaching. I'm just not sure. We have this Muerta and Naga. Meanwhile, Beastmaster, I really think is the big difference maker. Top of the net worth. He's kind of making me at least believe that PSG, LGD are in a better position.
We're going to see them also try to force a better position with the hook onto Somnus down bottom. Getting quite a bit of damage onto him. But Chalice, he throws in some of the damage birds onto this Winter Wyvern, forcing her away. Now he's putting in some Soul Assumption damage onto Planet. Planet's actually going to end up dead. They've already brought down Wily Smile with Somnus as well. Shiro shows up with the Pierce the Veil. Really wants to put in some more damage, but still not dead. Planet somehow still alive. Shiro now, he finds Tianming. Tianming still chasing Planet, dude, except that Planet will not die, and Somnus can't escape either. As Shiro turns him into a double. 3 heroes will fall bottom. Somehow the Skywrath Mage is still alive at the end, and Azure Ray get hit in the nose extremely hard in the bottom lane.
The power of Winter Wyvern versus Visage. Just this hero is in multiple ways good against you. Cold Embrace, saving Planet, basically keeping him up and alive. Also Winter's Curse. As Visage, you need to be really careful with your birds. So he saved the Planet and he killed the Visage. Like really nice engagement by PSG LGD. They're struggling. I feel like what they need is, I know Marcy's FY is getting this Axe, But I feel like if he had BKB at this point, it would have been maybe better for them. You know, to have that mad Marcy that goes in, or with Corrosion, BKB just hits people.
I like that idea a lot. To be fair to them, though, a lot of what they've been doing on the map as Azure Ray has not involved their carry. Like, Shiro has shown up quite a lot. New has been in a lot of these engagements. The only time we've really seen Naga fights is to show up on Song just for the escape. There's a Primal Roar onto Somnus. He got off the BKB first, though. And now Lu is finally properly involved in a fight. Although Shiro is the main target. Chakram directly on top of him. Timber Chain through. Solar Subject from Chalice, and they finish him off. Winter's Curse does still come out, but Somnus not dead just yet. Song of the Siren now coming from the Naga. They stall out New, but they really want to chase for more. He found 2 heroes. Is going on to NTS here. BKB popped by this Beastmaster on the back end. New was able to bring down Somnus by himself. This fight just split in 3 directions, and they finally bring down NTS. Rebound out with the dispose onto Why You Smile, enables them to kill the Clockwork. But these heroes are falling lower and lower here, Liz. Look at these axes flying in onto Lu. Lu about to lose his life. One more round of axes. It's going to be the drums that get the kill. FY at least trying to assassinate Planet.
Please.
Doesn't manage to do so. Chalice with the Soul Assumption. Not enough damage to kill off the Skywrath.
Just get
So yet
out
again,
of here. Just get
run
out
away.
Get out of here with this Beastmaster bullshit. Ice Strong. I want to be out. Don't. I'm done with this game. Like, the initiation from Azure and everything was good. Like, he even fails the roar. They use the roar on this poor old Timbersaw who had Lich Armor and BKB. They don't manage to actually do anything to him. While he solos the Muerta, more or less, they instantly turn on Shiro. But look at... Come on, just get me out. Just get me. You can combine all the other heroes, all the other 9, and their damage amounts to the same that Beastmaster did. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. This Aghanims, the constant wild access spam. I'm just done. It's just crazy.
You said it at the beginning that if they win this game, it's going to be down to this Beastmaster. And you keep telling us how broken this hero is. Shout out you for showing us in that fight. That's actually kind of crazy, right? Because you would imagine that a fight where all the other big heroes die and it's only Beastmaster left at the end would be a massive win for Azure Ray. But if New is alone, they actually have to run away from him. They can't take him by themselves.
I have to say, though, a big shout out to one item that he's got. And it's not something that he purchased, it's something that he lucked out on. It's the Vampire Fangs.
Baby.
Yeah, Vampire Fangs actually helping him quite a bit there as well. 15% lifesteal, 10% spell lifesteal as well. He's healing up, you can't kill him.
Yep. Also, it's nighttime, right? So him and his team had better vision in that game, in that team fight, than they would have had otherwise without the Vampire Fangs.
I think if you're Azure after that last fight, you have to be feeling a little bit demoralized. And you also have to feel like, okay, we need to kill this beast. Everyone else is...
Speaking of the beast, they smoke up to kill him, but they smoked up underneath the Beastmaster Hawk, so they know what's coming on the side of LGD. How will they approach this fight? Somnus, BKB popped. He wants Why You Smile first. Chain Frost will get popped, and it bounces back towards the Beastmaster.
Yeah, they're going
now
on
he's in a bit of danger. He pops BKB, though, and that might end the fight because they really don't want to fight him anymore.
Yeah, they don't want to fight him because he popped the BKB. He doesn't want to fight them because he might die as he doesn't have the BKB. Let's see who goes in first.
Oh, they find a stun onto NTS. Force his BKB out as well. He's looking for a target for the Winter's Curse, but the Delta split from Azure Ray, ensuring that nobody's close enough to be a viable target. We will have a Visage getting stunned with the Primal Roar, but the song from Lu. 3 heroes potentially set up here. What's going to be the combination? Somnus in with the Chakra. Big Winter's Curse going on to FY, but he's not dead just yet. In the meantime, Beastmaster trying to kill Tianming, and they manage to do so, but nothing to say. Dies next. Somnus now trying to run away from Shiro. The silence is out. They have the damage, and they do get the kill. Chalice, no way out for you, my friend, as he's also going to lose his life to Shiro's right clicks.
Guys, we talked about this. We discussed this. Beastmaster, he's the one you should be going on. Everyone else is not as relevant. And you know what? The song is great, but you're just converging on the same spot, which basically gives this Winter Wyvern a perfect opportunity to curse. Like, there's the Winter's Curse, then afterwards, obviously, Muerta just dishing out a ton of damage now too. He's got that Mjolnir, Black King Bar now as well after the tower. And honestly, this game is just looking easier and easier for LGD. Like, everything that the Azure have got is answered in one way or another.
that fight could have been really different. If they still had the familiar drops from the Visage, potentially those could have turned things around, but they did not. And like you mentioned, after that, LGD feel like they're cruising. If you're already struggling to deal with this Murta before she has BKB, how you deal with her after she has a BKB and an Aegis, I do not know.
So one biggest issue for me is that Somnus isn't that farmed. He's 14k net worth. It's good, it's not amazing. Nothing to say, pops the BKB.
Nice, man.
He's fine, he's fine. They got the Aegis at the same time. Will they catch Naga? They won't. Okay, so the way I'm seeing these fights, first you need to poke the Beastmaster, you need to get his BKB out. Once you get his BKB out, you need to send the Timber on top of him. Like, it's Timber's job, nobody else's. Like, no one else dishes out any damage to him. He's got Shivas and Crimson Guard. Like, you're not gonna kill the Beast with anything else by other than Whirling Death and some Chakrams. And Whirling Death really hurts him because he's universal, so he's gonna be losing a lot of HP.
Sadly, though, at some point, nothing to say. We'll have Silver Edge, and then you are even easier to kill as the Timbersaw. Lots and lots of damage coming in from the side of PSG LGD right now.
Yeah,
With this Aegis in tow, they got another shot for themselves. Whole map is just feeling like it's their playground. What do you do right now as Azure Ray?
Yeah. That's a big question as well. I feel like if Timbersaw was a bit tankier, if he was a bit bigger from the get-go, perhaps it would be easier to play these fights. Maybe this AoE silence from Marcy, but even that isn't that great anymore. Wyvern has a BKB.
Man, all three of the cores have BKBs. There's a 4-star on the Scarlet Mage, and then Clockwork has Pervis on the Solar Crest, so... you'll reveal this Aghanim Scepter, but you're not going to feel like it increases your strength all that much in the midst of these fights. Game is super hard. They're losing map control as well. On the bright side, though, as is often the case, Lu is still farming. The Snaga is still at the top of the CS charts and the net worth charts. Has Heart, has Orchid, has BKB Manta.
Have that.
He just hasn't been able to turn that into a successful fight.
Snare. You're really good at that. Nice hope hit right there. Good hit. Yeah, Lu does have farm, but Naga isn't the sort... I keep on reiterating, Naga isn't the sort of a hero anymore that just wins any late game. Like, there's just way too many ways that they can deal with her. Even Muerta with the Mjolnir. You know, like the Shard is nice now on her as well. New Aghanims, Shivas as well.
Jeez.
You really have to be taking down the Beast. I feel like he's still the biggest issue in the game.
They're trying to go for a pincer maneuver here from the side of Azure Array. They're not strictly speaking on the high ground. They find Why You Smile first. Cold Embrace will ensure that he doesn't die just yet. They're gonna try and split the fight. Naga in danger. She's taking so much damage. She dies to pierce the veil. BKB Shiro cancels out the Song of the Siren. And now they turn their attention to Chalice. Mystic Flare on top of him with some additional right clicks, and they kill him off. The dead shot ensures that the Marcy is dead as well. A buyback on the Naga side, but nothing available for Chalice nor FY. So they can't mount a defense, and to make matters worse, they've already committed the Song before she died, so they have nothing for now. Primal Roar onto Somnus, BKB from New. Somnus is still going to be alive for now, but they're dishing out quite a bit of hurts on top of him. Does pop his Aghanim Scepter, but who's going to be bothered by this Ags, my friend? They're too tanky on the side of LGD. Chain Frost does at least bounce around, doing okay damage, but yet again, these LGD heroes just way too strong right now. They're not bothered by these meager spells. And they casually take the tier 3. They're going to casually take a Laner Axe. And what can they do about this here, Liz? It feels like LGD are going to casually take game 3 as well.
For now, at least, it does look that way. Timber initiated on.
Initiated on and killed off. He does not have buyback either. Shiro jumping forward. He wants Lu, wants to force the dieback. Doesn't get it. Sinister Gaze halts him off for just a second as SK's not going to be good enough for anything else. Chalice also dies on the high ground here. They just have way too much damage. Lu can't even leave the fountain. I think this game is over.
This looks very well over. On to the tier 4s even. They don't even bother finishing off the Raxes. At this point, why not? Like, you still have the Aegis, you still have the cheese on Beast. Okay, maybe this will help you out a little bit, but there's Winter's Curse. Like, he's gonna catch him now after.
BKB. Oh, yeah, she doesn't throw in the curse.
Yeah,
NTS. A little bit too slow on that one.
Yeah, BKB. actually ended, but it doesn't matter. GG's called. Game 3 taken by LGD, man. I didn't expect this after game 1, but incredible performance by them in game 2. I think the drafts were a huge issue for Azure in game 2 and game 3. This game 3, I thought perhaps that they had what it takes. And look, like in hindsight, sure, PSG LGD's draft looks a bit better, but I really thought that they had what it takes if they played right. However, their shining light in the second game, I think, wasn't as good in the last one, and that's Somnus. I feel like Somnus on this Timber just has no business dying 2-3 times that early on. You're playing versus Beastmaster versus Sky. You need to be a bit more careful. They didn't rotate around him, they didn't play around him, and then he fell a bit too behind. Like this Timber Saw should be just that unbreakable wall that stands in front, right? That prevents Beastmaster from doing what he did this game. And Beast, oh my god, like,
Oh my god.
yeah. No comment.
Yeah. Just Beastmaster things for new. Just had a phenomenal game. I think a lot of this also goes back to what you've been speaking about when you have Timbersaw in your draft, that you have to find utility and team fight / tempo control elsewhere in your draft if you have a Timbersaw. And they eventually got like a piped Solar Crest for Chalice. But those items took a long time to emerge. FY wasn't able to like cover the gap in terms of being involved in the midst of these fights. It just felt like there was too much for all of these heroes to try and do differently. And also, one big problem is just the damage output. How many times did we see these LGD heroes falling uber low, but not actually dying, and instead getting a massive turnaround onto Azure Ray instead?
Yeah, the power of Winter Wyvern, right? Just heals you up, and all the physical damage is there on Azure, but the magic not necessarily always there, especially if Visage is hunting one target, Timbersaw the other. I don't know, I think that LGD, they identified what their win condition is, who they needed to shut down the most, and they did exactly that. Also, I feel that Chalice, again, on some other heroes, he looks much stronger than on the Visage, at the moment at least.
Yeah, so yet another Visage game that doesn't necessarily inspire confidence coming in from Chalice right now. And Azure Ray will find themselves with their second loss thus far in the DPC, going down to both Team Aster and now PSG LGD. There's only one viable candidate for our MVP on this one. It's got to be you on the Beastmaster, so let's get that out of the way. We all saw what he did. We all saw how much work he put in. Dominates the laning phase, dominates the actual game. Literally unkillable. Give it to this man. After game one, though, his game one was not a good game one. But the recoveries made throughout the series, very, very strong to see from the side of LGD. It's a bit unfortunate. I really thought Azure Ray might be better off here, but it is what it is. LGD is still the best, and it does keep hopes alive of the last series of the DPC run being against two teams that have yet to lose up until that point, making the stakes even higher for that final series.
No, for sure. Like, overall, for me, the series was a lot of fun. I won't say it's unfortunate that one team won or the other. I still have very high hopes for Azure when it comes to the ending of the season and their future, maybe even their major chances. LGD just being stronger today. It is what it is. We were blessed with some really good Dota. Not one of these games at any moment felt boring or anything like that. They were just on point. The first game maybe took a bit longer than necessary, but then again, getting all those level 30s and stuff was fun to watch. FY popping off in game one. Good stuff.
FY popped off, Chalice popped off, Somnus popped off, and then of course LGD made the run back happen, turning this into a 2-1 affair. They stayed defeatless. They are now joining Team Aster with 5. Bro, 5 games, no losses. They've only lost 2 games in that entire period of time. They just look incredible right now on the side of PSG LGD. And I think they look incredible for different reasons than Team Aster. You know, Team Aster, they're 4-0. They've done so by just clearly being the best team. From day one, you looked at them, you're like, yeah, this is now the new benchmark for what we can anticipate from the Chinese region. But LGD has been slowly but surely getting better as we see them as well. NTS has had some rough series, but the one that's really impressed me, Nero and Sheer, like Shiro and New, over the course of these games have been just leveling up day in, day out, looking uber clean. So they probably feel better about facing Aster at the end of the tour than they would have at the beginning, given this trajectory they're on right now.
Oh, I'm a big fan of both of them. After this season, I'm a huge fan. New, from the get-go, I could see that this man just has way too much potential. The amount of work that he's doing, even in the games that they're losing, looks ridiculous. Like this game, by the way, if they have anything else but the Beastmaster on the offlane, I think it's much more difficult. Beastmaster that's played by him, the itemization was also really important. He didn't go for Helm of Dominator or anything like that. He noticed that they will need some AoE damage, something like that. He goes for Shivas, he goes for Aghanims. Like perfect item build, perfect team fighting, recognizing when he can go in and out. Shiro as well, by the way, just growing and growing as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice to see that Xiaowei, his ability to recognize talents still very keenly felt. You know, we've seen Shiro get lifted up from eHome. He's doing well. That being said, Yu is the third offlaner they've played with this year, and all three of them did relatively well within the division. Zeal did incredibly last tour, only to go and falter in the international stage. So we have to hope that Yu doesn't fall prey to similar circumstances. That being said, he at least has some kind of practice, having played at the last chance qualifiers with Vici Gaming and genuinely impressing all of us there. For me, I thought that was one of his best runs that I've seen in quite a while. So I expect a lot out of this LGD squad still coming into the next event. And one thing that's really cool about a game like this is that both of these teams still very highly likely to go on to play at the major. So we're going to get more Dota of this level going down the line. And I kind of hope for Azure Ray, looking at this third game, Chalice, Visage, put the guy back on his Beastmasters and stuff when available, give him the more comfortable heroes, keep him off of the off-kilter stuff, because when Chalice has a good game, Azure Ray looks incredible. When he doesn't, they look like the Somnus show, basically, and I don't want them to just be the Somnus show under these conditions.
Yeah, the second game of the series was literally only the Somnus show. I feel like he was doing the most. Chalice was on a Doom, I believe, right? And he really couldn't find his place in the game. This last one, I wouldn't say it was only on Chalice. Like the Visage, he was okayish in the lane. He ended the score, I believe, 7-7. He was pressuring the lanes. He didn't feel like unstoppable, like some Visages feel like. He identifies the target and kills it off. It wasn't like that. I think the last item that he bought isn't that common, but he went for it anyway, and I think it was a good choice. Like he went for the Aghanims so that he can encircle the target, go from behind, because there's so many heroes that you can jump on. Skyrat, Winter Wyvern. It was good, just not enough.
Just not enough ultimately at the very end, and that of course led to a loss for the side there of Azure Ray, granting PSG LGD the victory here, putting them at the top of our division. And of course, as is tradition, that means we get to have a conversation with one of them, and we have Shiro, carry player extraordinaire, joining us right now from the side of PSG LGD. Congratulations on the victory, Shiro. First question, aren't you getting tired of having to play Medusa game in, game out? Is it you asking for that hero, or is Xiaowei just feeding it down your throat?
首先恭喜你拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下师肉有没有玩美杜莎玩腻？因为打了很多把，是自己想玩的，还是巴师傅给你选的？
只要能赢就能一直玩，如果输了可能就不想玩了吧。一直输的话。
As long as we can get away with an victory, I can keep playing Medusa. But if we lost with her, then I just don't feel like play her anymore.
All right, makes sense. Something that we haven't actually spoken about when we've spoken to LGD in the past is about your new offlaner, New. Obviously, he's joined the team recently. Firstly, can you talk to us about what happened at the very end of Zeal's tenure? What happened as he left the team? And then who was the one within the organization that outlined New as a potential replacement for Zeal in the offlane?
那想问一下你们这边新换的3号位牛选手，就是能不能聊一下之前 Zeo 当时是 Zeo 的离开当时是什么样的一个情况？然后包括 Zeo 走了之后的话，当时是怎么样的决定换到牛选手的？俱乐部里面是谁，或者说选手是怎么样的一个过程
？Zeo 主要是因为一些紧张的原因吧，就没有发挥出他原本的实力，然后可能我们觉得解决这个问题就需要很长的时间嘛，所以就决定换走他。 但我觉得他的实力是很强。
然后牛是怎么来的？
然后牛是我们经理找的，然后因为中国区也没有什么就是能比得上 Zeo 的3号位了，我觉得是。
Yeah, we feel like the problem with Zeo was he was too nervous, and that's the main reason he underperforms. Personally, I feel Zeo is such a great player, but we as a team just doesn't have enough time for him to gain experience and play better offlane. So we have to find a new placement and replacement, and our manager contact New. To be honest, New it was an easy choice because there's just won't that many players on the same skill level with Zero. So that's why he joined us.
Okay, definitely makes sense. Brother Liz, what have you got for the man?
Yeah, like leaving the offlaners aside, congrats on the win. Talking about you, like what do you think? What has your growth been as a carry, and how much more can you grow as a player? Do you think that you're on the peak of your performance, or is there more to learn?
那再聊聊你自己，就是你觉得作为1号位的话，你打到现在最大的进步是什么？然后你觉得你再往下走的话，还能就是哪方面还能做得更好？
我觉得就是和队友的交流以及自己的就是自信心这种吧，我是一直是越来越好的。至于接下来怎么变得更好，我觉得还是要以一个团队的方式去变好。就是我个人也会就做好自己应该做的，就是这样。
Yeah, I think I have improved my communication skill, and I have built up a lot of confidence during this period of time. And as for the future, I hope I can still get better personally, doing all the good stuff in game. But I really feel like it's more important to make the team getting better as well.
Okay, and just like on your personal growth and improvement, I'm really interested. What do you think? What is more important for you right now? Like clicking faster, becoming mechanically faster, or just like the understanding of the game, like the macro aspect of the game, strategical one?
那我想问一下，就是谈到个人的提升嘛，想详细问一下个人提升这方面，Shiro现在觉得自己是需要在反应啊，在操作这方面去提升的更快一点呢，还是说觉得自己更需要去提升一下游戏大局观或者战术这方面的一些？你觉得哪方面对现在的自己会比较更重要一点？
其实我觉得我从打职业到现在开始，就是操作反应那种，就其实都差不多。我觉得我一直提升的都是大局观呀，以及战术那些的东西。然后希望就是哪方面都能继续进步吧。
Yeah, I feel like from the first day I compete till now, I'm always playing on a good level of mechanic and reaction skill. That hasn't changed too much, and I have always been improving on my understanding of the game and strategy part of the game. And yeah, of course, I hope I can keep improving on both sides.
Okay, thank you, Snare.
I have one more question for you here, Shiro. Obviously, a lot of the players that have been around you, your colleagues and compatriots, have been telling us that LGD and Azure Ray are about equivalent in terms of strength. Coming into this series today, was LGD your team? Were you guys confident that you were going to get this win? And now that you have gotten the victory, how does that make you feel about taking on Team Aster, who is looking really, really strong at the very end of the season?
那其实赛前的话，大家都觉得 AR 跟你们的实力会比较接近嘛。然后现在的话，赢下了这个对手的话，你自己觉得感觉是达到了赛前队伍里面队内的预期吗？然后赢了之后的话，有没有给你们一些信心去打到之后现在状态也非常火热的 Aster？
赢了 AR 其实就是还是看临场的发挥那些东西。我觉得我们的实力并没有领先他们什么。然后对阵 Aster 应该也就是5-5开的胜率吧。
Yeah, playing against AR, I think we are definitely on the same level. I don't feel like we are ahead of them. I think it's just we play better today. And same thing goes with Aster. I think we have I would say it's a 50-50 match.
Oh, 50-50. That's the kind of stuff that we like to hear. So hopefully it does end up being as competitive as this series was. Thank you for your time, Shiro. Good luck. Have fun for the rest of the tour. And we can't wait to see you at the major.
感谢你接受我们采访，希望你后面好运，也希望能在 major 有好的发挥。
Thank you.
That is, of course, Shiro, a carry player right now for the side of PSG LGD. And I believe, unless my math is completely wrong, Liz, I think today's win guarantees the major, right? I think 5 is the magic number. Once you get there, you definitely go to the major at the very least. You don't know if you're going first or fourth, but one of the tickets I think should be yours. So that's our first team confirmed from the region. However, there's also another team that's very, very close to being able to make it, which is our next team that we're going to be seeing today, Team Aster with Sumail in the mix. They're also very, very close to getting into the major, only one win away from making that happen for themselves. So before we go to a small break, Liz, is that series that we're getting another 2-0? Don't even tell me who wins. Just tell me, are we getting 2-0 or a 2-1 series for the XG versus Aster matchup?
No. It's gonna be a 2-1. Hopefully a 2-1.
All right, that's what I want to see. I want to have more long games. Let's find out if Team Aster and Extreme Gaming will bring us the same degree of entertainment that we've just witnessed so far between LGD and Azure Array. We find out after a very small break. Don't go anywhere, as more Dota 2 action to wrap up the second week will commence after a very small break. Welcome one and all. We are here for some Chinese Dota action to round out the second week of the DPC. It's the final tour of the year. Can't believe we're this far already. And we're now witnessing the side of Team Aster taking on Extreme Gaming in a BO3 that could really shake up what the table looks like right now. And to witness this action, myself, Snare, I'm of course going to be joined by the legendary Lizard. Homie, what's good? Can you believe it's been so fast, this tour already?
Yeah, I was just watching a meme, you know, like only your good homies call you legendary. Here comes the one and only, and who is he? Just some random clerk, you know, just some random friend, you know, the one and only, the legendary, the man, the myth, the legend. I mean, today actually I was looking at the schedule and seeing that we only have like 4 or 5 more days of Dota, and yeah, I'm a bit sad. Like it went by pretty damn fast.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, especially considering that this tour has absolutely delivered the best quality of Dota of all the tours in the Chinese region. So it's a bit sad that it's felt so fast, but, you know, time flies when you're having fun. I guess that's as the old adage goes. Fortunately for us, though, Liz, not everything is confirmed just yet. There's still a lot of permutations. We might still have tiebreakers after everything is said and done. So there's still a lot more Dota to come down the stretch. Of course, before we get there, we do have to get through the business of Aster and Extreme Gaming. We just saw a very close matchup going 2-1 in the previous series. You told me just before the break you envisioned this one also going in the 2-1 direction.
I'm hoping.
Now that you've had a bit more time to think about it, who wins in the 2-1 scenario?
Look. I'm hoping it goes 3 games, but realistically, this one is less likely to go 3 games than the last one. I feel like Aster maybe are still the team to even defeat once, yet alone someone taking a series off of them. So they are my 100% favorites. As you can see, all of their heroes are 100%. That usually happens when you win all of your games.
Yeah. Win absolutely every single game. Their silencer's doing well. Their Earth Spirit not even showing up here, but that did okay as well. The games that they've picked they've done well with Techies, they've done well with Doom, they've just done well with everything up until this point in time. However, now that it has been a couple of game days in, now that we are most of the way through the DPC, hopefully for Extreme Gaming, the luster of having to play up against a Sumail mid has worn off. By now, you've scrimmed against this guy a couple of times. You have a better awareness of what Team Aster has to bring to the table. So you should have more tape available to be able to concoct a plan to deal with the Aster boys.
Yeah, but he's even more relaxed now. Like, he has been around there for some time. He feels very chip, very happy. Like, look at him. You know, just chilling. I think that there were a couple of questions about him and Baboka. They became twins since he joined Aster, inseparable. They're taking him to some halal restaurants as well. He's having that good food. But on the other side, of course, on Extreme Gaming, we should talk a little bit about them. There are some players that probably want to take this W. They probably want to perhaps show that they're just as strong, if not even stronger than Aster.
This is a team that has found themselves, since forming, they've always been on the back end, just always struggling to get that next one level going for themselves, either unable to attend events because of visa issues, or just not being able to get towards TI in proper state, getting there, but then not being able to fully play things out. It's just been complicated for the side of Extreme Gaming. So hopefully this is the roster that they can finally take all the way, not just to a major, but into a good performance at an international. One thing that's also intriguing about this here, Liz, you know, although Paparazzi and Somnus have both been around the block for a very, very, very long time, right? Playing Dota at various events throughout the years. Would you believe, right, that they have actually never played up against each other while Paparazzi was a mid player? Since he made the transition, him and Sumail, this is going to be their first time ever competing against each other.
Oh, damn, snap. Okay, so finally, and you're bringing out some spice when it comes to these mid laners. It's crazy because Sumail, yeah, he knows all of these mid laners more or less inside and out. He's played against them for years and years, but not on that position at least. Still understands what the player is like and what to expect from him, though. And for me, Extreme Gaming is maybe this. I don't know, like they've been plagued by bad luck since the form. Since they formed as a team, they just had bad luck with getting the visas, with COVID and everything. It was just difficult. But they are finally in, I believe, like some good spot. They have really good players on their side. They just have to make it click. Maybe the one bad thing for them is that it's the last tournament, the last DPC tournament of the season, and they're just about to form their identity. They're not there yet. And I feel that they have a really high ceiling with the players on their side.
Oh, man. When you see a team like this that's starting to hit their stride closer to a TI, you start to wonder, man, imagine if they found this form and started clicking in the first tour, how far they would be by now, how much stronger the team overall would be. But I suppose that's just true of the Chinese region writ large, right? IG hasn't acclimated just yet. We heard from them personally that they don't feel they've gotten it all together just yet. Asta's made so many changes, went from Ori to XWI, it didn't work with him. Now we're here with Suman, it's working a lot with him. LGD's been chopping and changing offlaners. Man, can't we go back in time, just take these 2 or 3 teams, put them into a 1, and say, sweet, we're restarting 2023?
It would be cool, yeah. It would be a different season, maybe not a one in which Europe just dominates every single international event. What's funny about, speaking of international players and events, like these 2 teams, like playing against each other, they have all of the international players in the Chinese region. There's a total of 3 of them, like 2 Malaysians on the side of Extreme Gaming, that's Ghost and JT. And on the other side, you have Sumail, like that's not from China as well. So,
hey, don't forget our boy. Nothing to say is still around.
Oh yeah,
you know?
yeah, nothing to say as well. You're right. Okay, so today we have seen every player that's not from China playing.
Yes,
there you go. Small mistake. But like one not player that isn't really talked about a lot is Fenrir on Extreme Gaming. I feel like we talk about these ROTKs, Zhao 8s, and Lanhams. Like Fenrir is a sick coach as well, and I remember talking to Black back in the day. You know, Reddit doesn't like the guy anymore. Twitch chat might not, might like him, whatever. I like Black. I think he has his ups and downs and everything, but he had his major ups, I believe, when Fenrir was coaching him. Yeah. I think this is true. I'm not 100% sure, but I kind of remember him telling me that Fenrir really helped his career out, and Ghost is in a kind of similar situation. So, yeah.
I mean, a very easy way to try and assess how much worth Fenrir provides towards his teams is let's just look at Vici Gaming, right? Vici Gaming, they brought Fenrir in, I believe, late 2020, early 2021, and he only recently left the team. But up until this last year, where almost everything fell apart all at once, Vici was still a very good team. They were a top contender within the region, taking series off of your Team Masters, off of your LGDs. So the influence of Fenrir, certainly not to be overstated. And I think it says a lot about him as a person that Extreme Gaming, after losing Lanem, right, you have Kaka in the team. You have so many big brains. You have these JTs, these Ghosts, guys who have led teams in the past. All of them were very happy to give Fenrir the control. They're like, all right, bring this guy in, have him be the one to sort of hold us down in that regard. And we even heard from DY, right, that when all of them have so many conflicting ideas about how to approach Dota right now, and they all trust Fenrir to be the one that resolves that conflict. So when you have big personality, someone like Fenrir, it does make a huge difference.
Yeah, by the way, you were talking about Fenrir coming in 2020 season. He was in 2012 season with Vici Gaming as well. Like he's been...
he was playing back then.
Of course, yeah. 2017 as well. I'm not sure if he was playing back then. I think that should be the season I was talking about as a coach. But in any case, just, yeah, an interesting character. Just a player with a coach with utmost understanding of the game, the strategical aspect, obviously the carry aspect, how you should be farming, how you should be moving, and I think Ghost is benefiting quite a lot from him. And Ghost is one of those carries that right now they're looking quite scary. Like there's a couple of carries in the Chinese region, at least from my perspective, that are a cut above. Like you have Ghost, you have Shiro as well, who's looking better and better. They just need to find the right confidence and the right teams to play in. No, I'm not saying that they should change teams, just like become better as a team, and they're gonna shine.
Absolutely. I mean, we've heard from Monet, who is playing in this game, how many good young carry players there are within the Chinese region. We've got to see already 4 of them pretty much today, including this particular series. So we're going to be witnessing some grandiose Dota. This is a game that also carries quite a few stakes. Because we saw LGD getting the dub earlier on, putting themselves at the top of the leaderboard, that means that Team Asta, should they fail to get a victory here,
they'll be tied with Extreme Gaming at 4-1 in second position behind PSG LGD, no longer in pole position to claim 500 DPC points. And it's scary because so far there's no Chinese team that's in the top 12 to qualify directly for TI just yet. However, there are 3 Chinese teams that are sort of like chasing, position 13, 14, and 16, I believe. So if any of them come first, 500 points is a pretty big jump. There's some other teams as well around the world that are in the top 12 that might not go to the major. So if you win the division, you really set yourselves up for a TI invite, even if Bali doesn't go well for you.
Yeah, and you have a couple of teams that really want to take that position, right? Who's there? You have Aster, you have LGD, maybe Extreme Gaming as well. Not as likely, yeah, but those 3 are looking at that pole position in the Chinese region, and it's possible. It all comes down maybe so what can happen if Extreme Gaming win versus Aster? Both are tied on 4-1, right? And then some of them needs to win versus LGD, and then they tie up with the first position as well, end up 5-1. I can see that happening. Still, I would say I'm a big fanboy of Extreme Gaming ever since the PYW and DY era, but Team Aster is just looking as the strongest team at the moment.
We're going to be witnessing, though, if Extreme Gaming have brought a plan to deal with the giants of Team Aster as we head into our first draft of the day between these 2 squads. Extreme Gaming, Dire Slide second pick, Aster, Radiant first pick, and of course, we're leading off with a Spirit Breaker. We already saw this hero do massive damage earlier on. Are we assuming it's going to be the XXX hero again here, Liz?
No, you don't have to, right? Because he's a huge Visage spammer too. He loves to spam that boy and those birds. And with Spirit Breaker, it's an option. Like you can put, especially now versus Dark Willow, she messes you up a little bit. She's very annoying with all the brambles and stuff. So maybe you can pick up a Visage, put him on that offlane, Spirit Breaker 4. It worked before for you. You could do it again. But maybe some other way of playing is also possible. Maybe thinking about what counters are good versus Magnus or Dark Willow. Maybe some Winter Wyvern or Rubik. Like Wyvern is flexible, could be mid, and also is good combo breaker against Magnus. Meanwhile, Rubik is just decent overall. Can steal that RP, can prevent him from being very effective that way.
Definitely would like to see the Rubik. We did see them not do so well with this Magnus from JT. I believe there was a game that they won with it, but it was a rough victory for them to attain at the end. It's not the highest amongst his play heroes, but you kind of have to adapt and evolve in the current meta. Team Aster, though, come back for Medusa. They've already played this before. Dusa. What a hero, man. What a hero.
Yeah, some teams have started shying away from her, like picking other stuff, pretending that they're all cool, picking different stuff. But I still think that she's way too good to be led through. And she's also very flexible. Like this could be your Medusa safe lane, played by Monet. It also could be offlane and Spirit Breaker 4. And that's also very, very doable, right? And versus Magnus, it could be good, like because he likes to go in front, catch a couple of good RPs, but if Medusa is always in front, like you kind of can't get around her. You need to initiate on her, and she's way too tanky.
Yeah, a lot of these offlane Medusas that we've seen being played just become that big body for the squad. And it's not like it's easy to kill her or Spirit Breaker. Already with these 2 heroes, there's a lot of beef to punch through. And Extreme Gaming, so far, don't have that much burst, but of course that can still be fixed with the rest of the heroes throughout their draft.
Yeah,
so Aster protects Medusa. And what do you want to see from Extreme Gaming? They have to pick first out of phase. Where do you want to see them go? Which support should they grab to make this draft a bit more rounded?
There's that option to go for Nyx, but he hasn't also had way too good of a time versus Medusa. Like you could go for that Silencer to follow up with Magnus, some Skyrat as well. There's a lot of options. They actually ban out the Silencer instead. One thing that we didn't talk about on Extreme is, like this Dark Willow, she's a good lane with Magnus, but she also doesn't have to be laning with him. She can be mid. If you're brave enough on Extreme Gaming, 9 has done it. It's a hero that can outrange the Medusa, and she does bring enough damage to actually burst through the shield. So you get this Dark Willow with some Aghanims, Mask of Madness. Like it's a ton of damage.
I
I actually like that idea of putting it in that position. Question, what's the maximum range on the Shadow Realm? It's like 1100, right? Plus your natural attack range?
I feel like it's something like that.
It's pretty high. Anyway, can you hit Dusa during Stone Gaze? You should be able to with Ags, right? Like the full combo.
I feel like you get close, at least. Meanwhile, okay, they ban out the Wyvern that we mentioned earlier. Just a hero that his stonks are rising.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's very safe to show those tablets off, like with all the pictures being scrolled through. But yeah, it's nice to see the interaction of the crowd. I don't know why, but these small crowds just feel so comfy.
Yeah. It's a very nice, comforting, like you say, environment. It's intimate, I suppose, is probably the best word, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sumail TI12 champion.
All right, let's go. As long as he does it on a Chinese team, I'm down. Let's go. He can be the first person to win multiple TIs across regions. For Extreme, though, we're going to have a DY special. This is a hero this man has played for a long time. We're going to get the Lich. On the other side, though, as the Coddle Oracle. They play a lot of Coddle, but the Oracle, yet again, his stonks are more on the rise, especially in tandem with the Medusa to keep her even more tanky in the midst of the fight.
I think this is, after the Lich pickup, it's a no-brainer support. It just feels so good. Like the help versus the Medusa obviously is big, but also the fact that now you have Purge versus Lich's armor versus Dark Willow, just way too valuable. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, another one that has been picked up a bit, but also kind of forgotten about recently, Alchemist. At the beginning of the season, literally everyone was picking it, right? After the major and during the major. But he did fall off a little bit. I don't know. It looks all right. I guess my issue with Extreme Gaming right now is perhaps they're a little bit greedy on the two cores, like Magnus and Alchemist. They both need a lot of farm. Magnus also likes to go back into the triangle a bit, farm that up.
This is their, let's see, second time that they're going to be playing Alchemist plus the Magnus within the same draft for the side of XG. The last time out, they did manage to get the dub from this. It's also going to be Ghost's 6th game with the Alch, so he's really been favoring this hero for the most part, and he's 4-1 at the moment. How does it perform versus Dusa, though? Does it play fast enough in general to be able to outpace the Snake Lady?
I think it's really the battle of the tempo, right? Like, Medusa wants to take that first stages, pretty much close out the game very soon. Around the 25-minute mark, you want that Manta, Butterfly Manta, Skadi, whatever, 2 items, and you're good to go. Meanwhile, it's literally the same on Alchemist. Like, you want to get Blink, BKB, Radiance, and just control the state of the game completely. I feel like these mid laners now are going to make a huge difference. Timbersaw is a really good ban. Like, you have Magnus and Alchemist, both of them would really suffer against Timber. What else is there that like Sumail has been playing some wonky ass heroes on the mid lane. He's been playing Kotal as well, but as before, exactly. I really don't think we're gonna see that. I think Wind Ranger is in the pool. Maybe not that great versus Lich though, but they still go for it. Lich's armor is a little bit difficult to deal with, but she's still solid. They don't have a lot of catch. And on Extreme Gaming, you still have this option to put the Dark Willow mid, but maybe Storm, maybe Puck. Okay, Puck instead.
I mean, you did say earlier on as well that they have access to Dispel tools against the List Frost Shield, so maybe it's not as big of a deal for Sumail as it would be if he didn't have the Oracle in his lineup. Paparazzi Puck. Okay, should be fine. I guess they also needed, before this, they were struggling with tempo control from Extreme Gaming. Something that you've always outlined whenever there's a Magnus in the game. Magnus hates being the first one into the fight. He wants to be the one following up always with stuns and damage. With Puck can be the first one into the fight. Decent synergy with Skewer to break the Dream Coil, so you have that additional stun, way to beef up the Alk, start fights across the map. I'm okay with this, but I still do prefer the Asta lineup. I'm still not entirely convinced they've gotten the solution to the Medusa here with this draft.
Yeah, it all depends on how fast Extreme Gaming plays, like how good of a lane Paparazzi has. Like, I think that's a major thing for them. If he has a good lane, then he can control the tempo. The triangle is free. You can save it up for JT or Alchemist to come online with them. Meanwhile, on Aster, it's Sumail and XXS. Like these two are definitely the heroes to look out for. I believe it's going to be their show. Like if XXS gets a good lane or Sumail, they can help each other out. They can just completely tear the map open.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. This offlane Spirit Breaker is going to do quite a bit of work within this game. And Spirit Breaker in general, when given tools, resources, really becomes a massive terror and threat on the map. Will Witness of Extreme Gaming have what it takes to bring down Team Aster at long last? So far, they haven't lost a single game even. But Extreme Gaming also want to make sure that they avoid losing, so they keep hopes of going to the Bali Major alive. Let's find out what happens with Game 1 of Team Aster versus Extreme Gaming. Let's get into it. The final game of the second week of the DPC. So sad that only 1 week remains, but very excited to witness the Dota that brings us to the very end.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. 10-man smoke.
I love how Monet tries to level up quick, you know, start the game in an easier fashion.
Come on, gold 1-1-1, that's not enough. But you can't make them suspicious, you know. You add yourself like 50 gold every now and then. Can't give out a big chunk like that.
I see. It's like when you're playing Monopoly, if you're cheating at Monopoly, you don't steal 200, you just steal like 50s here and there.
Yeah, if you're the bank, you know, you just steal a little bit every now and then. Or you just give everyone a little bit less. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, bad at maths. Quick maths, NA math. I hate that. I hate that so much.
You hear everybody? If you're going to be corrupt, do it in a sustainable fashion. Don't get caught. So this first game...
What side do you lie on in Monopoly? If someone stands on your field and you forget about that, should he still pay you or not?
No.
Yeah, right? If you forget about it, it's your fault, right? You're supposed to... Yeah, you're supposed to say it. Yeah.
Exactly. But there's also a reason why people don't like playing Monopoly with me. We end up fighting a lot, honestly, when we play that game. Actually, most board games I play, I end up fighting with the people I play against. I think the problem might be me here, Liz.
It sounds that way, definitely. But Monopoly at the same time, yeah, it's not the best game anyway, so...
Yeah. So let's see what happens here.
Kind of reminds me of Dota, you know? You have a good start and you snowball off of it, actually.
Yeah, but I actually want to play Dota again after I'm done. After I'm done playing Monopoly, I'm like, yeah, we can put this game away for a few years and I'll be okay.
So tell me, like, which lane are you looking forward to the most here? Which one is the most interesting for you?
I think top. Top seems pretty interesting for me. Like, I just want to see what this Barra's going to get up to here. Because we've seen, like, It's been very interesting, right? Because some of these games, Barrel gets like demolished in the laning phase, still has impact later. Some of them he does very well in the laning phase, and his impact later is a bit diminished. Other ones of them is just very straightforward.
Yeah.
But I know the hero's good mid-game, but I'm still not sure exactly how he falls in the laning phase. So I'll be very interested to see it in the top side.
Yeah, I kind of have a feeling this has to be some magic by Baboka on top lane at least. Like, you're playing versus Lich Alchemist. I can't imagine that to be an easy lane. Even if you're a Spirit Breaker, you're a cow, you're tanky as hell. It still doesn't matter. And Baboka, like, I don't feel that he has the best lanes to rotate to. That's something that I like on Spirit Breaker. DY actually dropping a bit low, but...
No, Ghost will buy the space, he's fine.
Yeah. I think the lane where we can expect perhaps more kills is bottom. I think this is a little bit more volatile. Like, you have the Dark Willow and Magnus, some crazy Shockwave into Skewer, into Bramble Maze.
So PickU better watch himself with his positioning, otherwise he could end up dead. Sadly, because of Skewer in the Shadow Realm, it's very difficult for Radiant side to reliably kill these heroes. But as I say that, Kaka goes into the Shadow Realm bottom, but he's slowed up with the Blood Grenade. Could still end up dead. They're going on to PickU. Shockwave will pull him back. And there it is. Bramble, Skewer, right-click, kill. JT drawing the first blood in game 1.
Yeah, this combo, by the way, Dark Willow and Magnus, is so old school. Like, this has been played for a really long time. Even back in the day when you would skill up Empower, you would just skill up Empower, use it on the Dark Willow, she right-clicks you to death. Right now it's played a little bit differently, but still, kill lane, nonetheless.
Net to them that first blood will enable JT to get Ring of Health and get close to the Vanguard. And once that arrives, Kaka can start going out onto other adventures on the map because he will not be needed in the lanes anymore.
Yeah, so far one lane that we really didn't talk about is mid, right? Like this Sumail, Windranger versus Puck. Top lane, I don't think this is... Oh, that's a lot of damage, actually. And the Blood Grenade.
This actually might be a dead XXX. Yeah, slowed down by the blast. And that's going to enable Ghost to finish him off with a right click.
Just as I was saying, I don't think this is gonna... That stun connects and he loses like a quarter of HP. Never mind. Back to mid lane, nothing new in the east or in the west. Depends where you are, I guess. On the mid lane, it's just very even.
I miss the days of like where mids would crush each other. All these mid players are too good right now. They always draw even. Oh, I need help from my support to crush this guy. So annoying. Middle, we might actually have a kill here onto DY. He stole away a water rune. He just wants to stay alive here, and they don't want to chase him onto the high ground. But Bokat doesn't have a good angle for the blinding light. Instead, Paparazzi jumping in onto Sumail, forcing out the wind run very early on. Kaka also making his presence known here with Brambles and Shadow Realm, putting some pressure onto Baboka, but not enough to actually threaten his life.
Actually, Kaka, while he was rotating in, he took so much damage from the tower that it wasn't really even worth it for him to go in. Like, this new tower range, the way you approach it from bottom, like, it's very difficult for you not to get hit.
Right now, though, Sumail just putting some pressure out in the mid with this win run. It has settled things down a bit because all of these supports had to show up to this mid lane. Did mean that our offlaners got a couple of uninterrupted waves, bringing them back into the game somewhat, especially for XXX in the top lane.
Yeah, some really nice stacks going on both sides, by the way, as well. Ghost is charged. Do you really want to do this, Fido?
I don't know about this, XXX. He went in for this charge, but it might end up threatening his life. Very fortunately for him, it happens to be nighttime, so Ghost couldn't get the vision around the trees. Now Ghost might be in danger. Fortune's End will be there. Some blood grenades and another charge. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do.
Come on, that
Bro, are you kidding me? 100 units and or 1 second in either direction, and Ghost gets the kill. But because it is what it is, he ends up losing his life instead.
Yeah, let's not discount the fact that Baboka had an amazing blinding light there too, right? Is that blinding light pushing him away, making just enough space for XXS to survive and move back. And what a play from Aster. Something that looked pretty damn bad, they turn it into a kill on an Alchemist. And it's not like they were supports, you know, like you look at Kotl and you look at Oracle, they're not really killer supports. You don't expect them to be making so much. DY?
It's a focus fire through this mid lane with the Fortune's End, and that should lead to his death. Nice little kill there for Sumail. Some bonus gold into his coffers.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the map, looking at all the stacks as well that have been happening. A couple of ancient stacks on both sides, but the Radiant one has been blocked and dewarded right now by Baboka. I love this, by the way. Yeah, sorry, I just love this from these top-tier teams. They always make sure, always, that they have a fallback plan, and usually those stacks are that.
Make sure that no matter what happens in the early game, you have ways of playing things out later. And Kaka will also double down on this, turn it into a triple on both sides.
No, he actually didn't use the Shadow Realm this time around, so he won't manage to... I believe he won't... Oh, he still...
he'll get the triple.
He still gets it. Okay, okay. Both camps still stacked. Actually,
And what the reward is? A Wisdom Rune. You love to see it.
I feel like most camps are much, much easier to stack now as well, right? Like in the new patch.
Yeah. I will say, except for some reason, inside Radiant Triangle, the Ancient feels harder to triple plus stack for some reason. I'm not sure why. But everything else does generally feel easier.
Ghost? Oh, he gets pushed there.
With the Hurricane, yeah. And the stun did go out, but nobody's really threatened up on top. They're all just going to be chilling.
Paparazzi mid lane. No orb on
How
him.
much pressure is he under? There's an orb on him, and as well as a charge coming in, but they don't even need the charge because Sumail finds the shackle, but Sumail gets RP by JT, but here comes XXX. He breaks up the initiation from JT, trying to create some space, allows Sumail to get off his wand. They find the nether strike on the Magnus, and he is now thinking about maybe
Kaka's
I
here.
should retreat. Sumail will have shackle shot soon, and Kaka has shown up, coming in from the south side, wanting to set up onto one of these supports. Looks like they're going to try and leave behind PQ, but Papoka's also shown up. They get the shackle shot back onto JT. Fortune's in onto the Magnus. XXX wants the grab. The Illuminate, just not enough damage.
Paparazzi's back.
Kaka still putting some pressure. Paparazzi has returned. 2 heroes caught with the Dream Coil. Blood Grenade thrown in as well onto PQ. That enables them to bring down the Oracle. What else can they find, though, from Extreme Gaming?
Well, Kaka is
Doesn't seem like
stuck.
it'll be anything.
He's like, DY, help me, bro.
No.
Doesn't help.
Help yourself, bro. You've got Shadow Realm.
Uses that Shadow Realm. That fight was so long that Paparazzi died at the beginning of it. He respawned and joined it again. A lot of misplays there from Extreme Gaming, just missing some spells. Dark Willow as well, using Shadow Realm without using the damage in the end. But Paparazzi, most importantly, he gets shackled before he jaunts, which kills him in the end. I guess he was afraid that if he jaunts too early, he'll get hunted down by Wind Ranger anyway. And Sumail now, juicy stacks.
This is going to bring us closer towards having Atos, and just as we see in these occasions where this Wind Ranger is playing into Storms, Embers, etc., a lot of Atos can be very effective against a puck.
Yeah, I think you'd much rather play the Universal Hero in this patch than a Puck. I feel like Puck is more of an answer than anything else. And Sumail, like you just called, that Atos will pay dividends. Like, you get a lot of cash that is necessary for your team. Like, you have what? You only have the Spirit Breaker, right? And it's all cool. Like, Spirit Breaker brings enough catch, don't get me wrong. But having another hero that's able to catch is always good. Okay, how many
Speaking
ancient
of catch,
stacks?
this Magnus, this is a triple, I think. Let's see. Granite Golem, Ancient Dragon, Thunderhide, yeah. They got a trip, middle. A shackle shot goes out onto Kaka. They really want to kill him off. Illuminate doesn't connect. Paparazzi finds the Dream Coil here. No reinforcements, though, to actually kill off Sumail. They're just happy to have created enough interruption to save the Dark Willow's life.
Such a huge party on the mid lane. Medusa and Alchemist just completely left alone. Neither one of these teams kind of ready to commit and trying to slow their farm down. Instead, they're just playing around their mid laners. But it looks like Aster will be the first that rotates down bottom.
They're sending Sumail there. They can find JT while he's farming these Ancients, interrupt the pickup of the Crimson Guard. This could be huge. That feels like an item that has so much value to apply in this game.
Yeah, but he's so hard to kill.
Yeah, it's hard to get there even.
Even on Dark
Instead,
Willow.
gonna go onto this Dark Willow, and she should die, but it's not gonna be the easiest kill for them to attain.
Okay, they do get her in the end though. Maybe a tier 1 tower as well, but Puck, at the same time Paparazzi, he is pressuring your mid tier 1. So a kind of a trade happening. I really think this bottom tier 1 tower is more important now though.
Nowadays, for sure. Access to your Tormentor, access to Ancients, access to your Wisdom Rune.
Yeah. And
These side lane towers super important.
and they don't even get it anyway, right? Like Boboka, TP's mid, Keeper of the Light's dream is to defend towers, you know? I mean farm.
Just gonna be setting out blast on blasts. DY, well, SARS buddy. Somebody has to get ganked right now. Charge is gonna come in, but the Bramble Mace from Kaka might set them up for a fight on the back end. Dream Coil went onto 2. Here comes Ghost as well into this fight.
Nice
RP will
RP.
land onto the Magnus, making sure that they can kill off this Wind Ranger. Beautiful terrorize as well, but they can't follow this up fully. The blinding light from Papoka stalling out this fight for such a long time. Ghost triggering up a stun. It's not gonna land onto anybody, so it's gonna be a self-stun instead. By some miracle, it's only the Wind Ranger that dies in that fight. I thought it was going to be a lot more casualties for Team Aster.
Yeah, they were deep in behind the enemy lines. The Magnus with the nice RP. Ghost as well just finished off his Radiance. It was a quick one, so he decided to join the fight. I love how eager to fight these carries are. Bot lane,
Bottom lane,
Pichu,
we're very dead.
very, very dead. They kill him off. That's Is that full Crimson flying out? Not really. Just Helm of Iron Will for now. Actually, it is. The recipe
Oh, it is, yeah, on the career.
The recipe is coming for JT. So this should be your tier 1 tower pressured down bottom as well.
They have those Crimson. Rads is finished already on the Alchemist, like you mentioned. We're not that many items away from XG grouping up with this Alch and just trying to go as a big ball on the map.
Yeah, they're getting all their items. Meanwhile, some pick-off-oriented items are appearing on the side of Aster. That's the Shadow Blade, the big one, on our Mad Cow. They need to play with him,
Spirit
though.
Cow has
Yeah.
this.
I feel
They do. Ghost is going in on the Spirit Cow. The Spirit Cow might be dead here, Liz. It's gonna get stunned up right now. Well, you said they need to play with him, but you didn't specify which team. As XG, they go to play around the Spirit Breaker, and they do get the easy kill for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like the hero to play with him should be the Sumail, Wind Ranger, but he's too busy taking down the tier 1 mid, which is also pretty solid. He noticed that pretty much everyone rotated top, so he buys that time. He takes that time and almost takes down the tower on his own.
The question is, can he survive? Ghost is channeling up the stun. Ghost, dude, is playing with so chest out today. They find the stun onto Sumail, but unfortunately, Ghost didn't make the full blink. He stayed in the river, just on the lip of the staircase, unable to get involved in the fight. A charge going in onto Kaka, and he doesn't have that much HP, so XXX might follow through with this.
I can't.
But he does decide to cancel it on the high ground.
Yeah, it's the Bramble Maze. It's so annoying to play into as a Spirit Breaker. You find yourself very often just charging through it. Actually going for Aghanims next on the Spirit Breaker. Like if you're playing
Nice.
offlane, if you're playing offlane, that's one of your core items. I think a BKB in this game would also be solid for him.
BKB, Ags. I don't think it's not the best game in the world for Halberd, since you're probably not going to be seeing Alk all that much in the fight, but still good items.
Yeah, maybe later on if you need to dispel some Lincolns, pop it.
Yeah, because they definitely see it for that purpose. Because Puck, I imagine, will eventually have to buy Lincolns this game. Right now, Extreme Gaming, they have the most farmed hero in the game, but they don't have the overall net worth lead just yet. Still a few more minutes before Ghost wants to exert himself in that regard. So they can't let the foot off the gas. I think they still need to play very proactively on the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at Monet right now. I'm looking at the Medusa and just waiting for her timing, right? Because that's literally what this game is about. When it comes to Radiant, they need the Medusa to come online. But remember in the second series, we were talking about in the second game of the second series, like Medusa was, eventually she is just going to be unkillable. I don't think that her timings are fast enough in this game, but we'll see. Why I'm saying
Bottom
that,
side of the map.
yeah, why I'm saying that is because of Ghost. Like he farms way too fast. You also have Magnus, who's going to have a ton of impact. Almost that blink completed.
So they're finishing Blink for JT. It just arrives right now. Ghost about to pick up BKB. And obviously we're about to get a Blink for Paparazzi as well. Lots of big initiation items emerging for XG. And like you mentioned, the timing for Monet is still a little bit away, so we have to look towards Sumail and XXX to make the space in advance.
This is more
And
like
Sumail wants Diffusal.
this is more like game 1 of LGD versus who they play against versus Azure Ray. This is more like game 1, yeah, in which Extreme Gaming should be the ones in control from this point onwards. They should be the ones setting the tempo of the game, and Aster should be just hiding behind the Medusa and counter-attacking, farming, which so far they have done really well.
She is still very high in the net worth, but big item has just emerged. BKB is up for the Alchemist, so we should see Extreme Gaming start to make a foray on the map. They haven't been able to do too much in terms of real estate, only the tier 1 tower bottom taken. But now with the smoke, ideally they kill Sumail and open up space for the tier 1 middle.
Yeah, they have everything, right? Like, not the blink on Puck, that's the only part missing, but you don't really need it at the moment. You have a blink on Alchemist, you have a blink on Magnus, you can really collapse down on mid.
Dude, they're so good on the side of Team Aster with just sussing out where these ganks are coming from. Ghost, unfortunately, will stun himself again. And this is the second time that they've tried to make a big move middle.
only to be met with radio silence.
JT,
but they're
though.
not giving up just yet. Yeah, JT's sticking nearby. He wants to find a jump somewhere.
Okay, this ward in the triangle should scout him out a little bit at least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're gonna give up on some crazy gank and instead just go. Just go, you know. You just go and you start hitting it. That's all.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Sometimes you have to dare the opposition to come and stop you rather than ask permission to open up a play. And they're still trying to find something. They get Sumail here with the skewer from JT, the patience from the Magnus. Two heroes caught inside the Dream Coil and they blow up the PICU. Sinister Gaze drags back Sumail. They haven't even needed the RP just yet. And they should be able to bring down this Wind Ranger. Bramble Maze will be there for an Illusion Orb setup. It enables a double kill from Paparazzi. XXX thought about the Nether Strike, but realizes that there's no follow-up even if he gets the spell off.
Yeah, we talked about how in control Extreme Gaming is, and I feel like Aster did the right thing by defending with Sumail, but they still catch him.
And they still have the RP, so you need to be careful here. Medusa, gotta watch yourself. JT skewering back this Coddle a little bit south side here, and they should be able to get Baboka down. So now Medusa's in an even more precarious position.
Yeah, just really
Charge
utilizing their power spike. JT catches the Spirit Breaker.
Why did XXX charge that one? What's happening with Aster? What's going on? These last 15 seconds, they seem committed to just running up into Extreme Gaming and getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's one of those charges that he wanted to cancel, or maybe just hit him on the high ground and still remain on the low ground. Maybe something like that. I'm not sure. But in any case, this did not look good for Aster. They crumbled. Extreme Gaming, obviously, they hit their power spike and they are using it very damn well. AC is the next thing being built by Alchemist. Like, not really surprising. They did not lose the Medusa though, right? So that's a big thing for Aster.
Dude, that AC is actually crazy. The AC plus Crimson Guard, Medusa and Wind Ranger gonna be struggling with their damage output for quite some time yet, just with those two items being available.
Yeah, there's the Fusel actually on Wind Ranger. Do you like it over Maelstrom?
Nah, not this game. It's not like they're not playing it into some Morphling, some Medusa. I just think you could have gotten more out of the map. And also, he hasn't been able to actually hunt down and kill these targets all that often. He's been spending a lot of time just like farming away.
Yeah.
So Maelstrom would have been quite nice in this instance, I think.
No, I agree. I was also interested in what the reasoning behind the defusal was. But in any case, Aster, I don't think anything has changed a lot for them. They still are on the back foot. They just have to farm up, get that Butterfly, which will be completed, I believe, by Monet right now.
Question, actually, since Monet is building Butterfly, can anybody on the side of XG build NKB to try and help deal with this?
Yeah, of course, you can build it on Alchemist, right? It's not amazing on him, but still, why not?
Okay, how about? Remember the other day when we saw Monet building the Butterfly on his Magnus? What if JT goes Butterfly MKB himself on Magnus?
Look, nothing would surprise me. What I would like to see from him, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get it. Probably not, because he didn't go for Echo, but that Harpoon would be pretty damn sick to get the Medusa even further out of position.
Sadly, no Harpoon is coming for him. He's playing a much more traditional style of Magnus here. All you newfangled kids with your newfangled items. Nah. He plays a classic Magnus here.
The good
So the
old
smoke from
classic one.
Master doesn't connect, so they're gonna just try and go take a Roche instead.
I think
I'm not sure if XG are aware of this.
I think they should be. Like, both teams are very capable of taking Roche early on, and this is huge for Aster if they can finish it off. But it seems like they're reluctant. They don't have enough damage.
It's quite slow.
They're really
There's
slow.
no armor reduction. There's no big magic damage that they want to pop here.
Yeah, but they do see that the shard has been given now. Who got it?
I went for Kaka.
Yeah, they did see the shard, and because of that, they moved back in. But they lost that crucial, like, 5-10 seconds in which they could have finished out Roche. Kaka might be there in time. Look. He even
He
is.
does indeed get you. He throws out the Bramble Maze. There's a double damage rune on Paparazzi as well.
And they need to be careful. Medusa, she's stuck inside the Roshan pit right now. There will be a charge from XXX onto Kaka. Curse Crown, still stunning out the Spirit Breaker. And both of these sides now occupying positions around the Roche. Monet really wants to finish the big man off. Less than 800 HP remaining. Ghost now starting to trigger up a stun.
Magnus?
Who's going to be the target? They're jumping in onto the Medusa, saving the Magnus for now. Chain Frost gets dropped down with the Sinister Gaze. Paparazzi goes to finish off the Roche. Gets the Aegis while they did pop the Stone Gaze. And Paparazzi now returning with the Aegis. They take out the Lich Knight now in the fight. Dream Coil was thrown in onto Sumail. And Sumail, though, he will not die into the night. He throws in a Rod of Atos onto JT, but JT still
Nice
finds the
dodge.
skewer back onto Monet. Monet, Manta dodging the stun. Ghost still really want to chase him with the BKB, but his BKB will not last forever. And as soon as it starts to elapse, he's in danger. Charge going back in onto Kaka, killing off the Dark Willow. Beautiful 2-hero shackle from Sumail. Rod of Atos as well onto the Alchemist. Ghost, he's just being slowed up, controlled up, and eventually will be killed off. As Sumail takes away his life, nobody on Aster has even
My
died just yet.
God.
And XG forced to beat a hasty retreat from this team fight.
Okay, just give them the crown. Just give them the crown. They're in my eyes, they're just so strong. Even though that fight for me looked really bad for them, because they gave up on Roche, then they moved back in. It bought just enough time for XG to go in there, Dark Willow maybe to terrorize. The terrorize was missed. It didn't connect on to anyone, but they still got the Aegis.
Middle, Aster! Oh my god, they almost found Paparazzi. He will be able to escape. Maybe a fight gets set up here.
He's got the
Sinister
charge.
Gaze back onto Sumail. XXX charging in onto this puck. And okay, XG, they just want to retreat. They just want to keep people alive.
Oh, Paparazzi still trying to run away, but this Aghanim's Spirit Breaker is so damn
my
annoying.
God.
Like, how do you manage to win that fight on bottom? I really don't know. Sumail?
We'll see what Sumail can do here. He gets skewered back in front of the Lich as well. Kaka nearby has a Terrorizer sent back to prevent Aster from helping out Sumail. This Wind Ranger, she's all alone. Ghost is catching up as well. Nice little blinding light from Popoka. We'll buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. And now Popoka all of a sudden will get used into the air, skewered back by JT, and brought down by the rest of Extreme Gaming. What an action-packed game here, Liz. It ends up being... This fight feels like it took 3 minutes because it almost feels like a continuation of the fight that started bottom.
It was a continuation of the Roche fight. Like the fight never ended, really. All because of the speed and force just Spirit Breaker and Windrunner are bringing to the game, right? Like they can just chase you from bottom to top, still continue the fight. It doesn't matter. In the end, they do get punished a little bit. All the heroes that did respawn on XG, full HP, full mana, all the resources. By the way, I just realized how utterly broken Oracle Wind Ranger is. You use Fate's Edict on her, she's taking 0 to no magic damage. At the same time, she uses Wind Run, so you can't right-click her. And it doesn't disable anymore, right? So you can still hit. It doesn't disarm you, that is.
And then you get to still say false promise for later. That you pop it after all of that is done.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. Okay, so all things considered, like I really thought this was going to be a major loss for Aster around that Roche fight, but the way they fought the fight, man, the kite was incredible.
I actually can't believe this game. The fact that we're still relatively even, honestly, 26 minutes in, with everything that's taken place, all the really cool outplays, I can't actually tell you who's better off in the overall game state at the moment. Medusa's still heavily farmed. Alchemist is about to get a next item. It's wild, man.
I'm not sure, but I would say that definitely there are plays for Extreme Gaming with which they can perhaps swing the game in their favor, but I feel it's getting easier for Aster. And this Medusa is becoming really big. The Idol is about to be completed. Spirit Breaker with the BKB. Once he gets that, the team fights will become next to impossible for XG.
We'll see what they want to do here. They're just going to get some vision on this low area of the map, knowing that this is Medusa's haunt for the most part.
This is a
She does have a
smoke.
dateless now, though. So yeah, you smoke definitely as Team Master.
This is a smoke. No BKB on Spirit Breaker, but a BKB on Sumail. Instant charge going on JT.
Speaking of Spirit Breaker, oh, we actually hit the Lich first. That's going to lead them into a kill potentially onto the Lich. The Terrorize, though, comes in, catches Sumail and the Medusa. JT, though, doesn't throw in the full stun. Instead, they turn their attention towards XXX. Sinister Gaze back onto him with some right clicks. They really want to bring down the Spirit Breaker. The Oracle, though, with the false promise will buy him space and time. Sumail as well, ensuring Ghost can't chase with the Shackle Shot.
They still have RP.
They do indeed, and Ghost is actually still jumping in headlong. Sumail pops BKB though, and there's gonna be the jump onto XXX. He's still alive with the Shadow Blade. DY not so lucky as Monet. Him and Sumail kill him off after using the Stone Gaze off the Medusa. JT still hasn't used this RP. Jumping on the backline of the fight. Paparazzi thinking about engaging deeper in.
Is there a
Now
charge?
there's the question, how on earth do we get out? There's gonna be a charge indeed, it gets used up, but here comes in Ghost finding 2 heroes with the stun that sets up for the RP. They take out XXX. Sumail has no option but to die as well. And now they're chasing down these supports who are trying to beat a hasty retreat.
Brambled.
They're gonna kill the supports off, and in the meantime, they can just control Monet by himself. Bramble into an unstable concoction, and now he has nothing left. All his allies are dead, his mana pool is gone, and his life is forfeit. An ultra kill for Paparazzi, a team wipe for Extreme Gaming, and a 10k gold lead for them as they may be set up for a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane.
Papa God, like the amount of work that he did with Puck, but honestly, everyone on their side. JT as well being so patient. Like, this was insane. I've never seen a Magnus hold on to, I never seen anyone hold on to a big ulti as long as he did. It was literally on the sidelines forever. And then, when they least expect it, he Yules himself, catches both the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger right here, corners them. He probably would have liked Medusa there too, but this was good enough. And the stuns, the control in Medusa, they pretty much just ignored her for a while. Yeah, these fights, I take everything back. I thought this game would be a lot easier for Aster, but Extreme Gaming, they came here to play. The way they're executing the fights, yeah, is very good. And on top of that, Alchemist now, look at him, Nullifier.
Such a good Nully game. Phenomenal into, 4 of their 5 heroes, just heads up, and then even better against the Dusa now. This is so good. What's crazy for me is Ghost's performance in these fights. We're starting to see why they keep picking in this Alchemist. The fact that he keeps finding these super clutch multi-hero stuns, he plays the edges so well. I was very impressed with everything XG did, honestly, in that fight.
He sold boots. He already sold boots. 30 minutes in. Sure, why not?
It's that new tech, man. I've got Paparazzi with me. He's gonna make sure heroes can't flee away from me anyway, so who needs boots?
Wait, really? He's got less than 300 movement speed. Like,
it's fine, I've got a Blink Dagger. It's fine, dude.
Is it? Okay, sure.
No,
sure.
It's not fine, but it's fine. It's okay.
I mean, he pops his ulti and he obviously gets bonus movement speed from it, but he's kind of slow without it, though.
Bro, inside smoke, we get bonus from the smoke. It puts us at 340. It's okay. And now we're going to kill Medusa. Monet catches, getting caught out. You will be able to get off the Stone Gaze, but I don't think this keeps you alive, my friend. Ghost comes in with the stun. Mana pool has been removed. The question is, can XXX bail him out? The Bramble Maze interrupts the charge. So that is a no for the Spirit Breaker. And as he dies on the Medusa, they actually might be able to set up for more. Yule Scepter back onto XXX so they can skewer him back. Stunned up by Ghost. They kill him off.
Yeah.
Double kill for Ghost. Dude, this Yule Scepter that JT bought is one of the most genius things in the world. It's doing so much work in this game 1.
100%. He's gonna catch the Kotl maybe as well. Not this time. Maybe.
Defender gate.
I love the high fives. I love the high fives as well. Across the defender gate, you know, like, you can't approach me. I can't do anything to you. It's like 2 dogs barking at each other from, you know, the side of the fence. But yeah, the Yule's obviously really good. It's not only on him. Kaka has it as well. Anyone else? No, just him and Kaka. I think it's really strong versus both the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger. Gives you some extra catch too, so a lot of utility. We've seen it yesterday actually versus Spirit Breaker as well.
I also have DY that we just saw right now with the Solar Crest, so he can put a lot of damage mitigation on top of his team. So now, you said earlier that the game plan for the most part should still be for Team Aster to abide by the timings of this Medusa. Are we still in that same predicament? Is there nothing they can do to help them out, to give Medusa the padding she needs to get to that point in the game?
I think one big problem that they've had in these last 2 fights, and it should be a huge game changer, but I'm not sure if it's too late, is the BKB on Spirit Breaker. I really think that item would have changed every single fight they've had so far, significantly. But yeah, he doesn't have it yet, and he's been dying a couple of times. Remember, that first smoke with the Daedalus is when we called for the BKB on Spirit Breaker, and he still didn't complete it.
To make matters worse, there is a secondary Lincoln Sphere picked up by JT, so now we have 2 of them. So Spirit Breaker no longer has free reign of just easily charging these cores down across the map. Nether Strike is harder to get off. And crucially, even more protection for Ghost. So now let's actually count the Ghost buff ups. We have Solar Crest, Frost Shield, 2 Lincoln Spheres, a Crimson Guard. He still has AC for himself.
Empower.
Yeah, and Empower. Yes,
and
yes,
Empower,
yes,
yeah.
Okay.
And he can get the shard to use Berserker's potion on himself too.
And then he's gonna get stronger from giving away Axes?
Yeah, he
Oh,
can get.
no.
Does he pick up the Aegis though? That's the question. Because what do you drop if you do it? I guess Radiance.
Maybe drop BKB, I don't know.
Okay, BKB is also an option. Probably a better one.
And they're taking this Roche with Aster having 0 possibility of contesting this. It's gonna drop a cheese as well for Paparazzi. So maybe you give away the gem to Kaka or something. No, but Ghost takes everything. Takes the cheese, takes the Aegis. He's gonna be the big man here in this game.
Yeah, and he will show himself down bottom. Look at this. They're
This is so
on
smart.
purpose. Yeah, on purpose showing him so that they can smoke up and perhaps make a play on top.
And remember,
Unfortunately,
they have a gem on Papa. And they find a better target than XXX. They find Sumail. Will get himself RP'd, easily killed off.
yeah, they missed the terrorize a little bit there. They mixed things up, but it doesn't really matter. They still got him.
Dire's middle tower is
These brambles, by the way, are obnoxious for the Spirit Breaker. That's why he needs the BKB, basically for the Dark Willow. He's unable to do a lot in these fights. His charges just get interrupted.
Spirit Breaker does have money to buy BKB, but will require him to buy out, so he no longer has buyback available. Extreme Gaming is just stealing away farm on the map. We're not that far away from them just trying to close out all the high ground as well after taking this tier 2 tower. Also, I love where JT's standing right now. Just ready and waiting to pounce on somebody if they try to initiate onto Ghost. Well, XG, they control the whole map right now. The only person who's not inside the base is Baboka, who's just farming away. Game is hard. You do what you get. You do what you gotta do to get that net worth.
I mean, he's doing a really good job. He's stacking the small camp and the big one, the medium one. He's getting a lot of farm on the cotton. He's queuing up Orchid, by the way, which is also kind of interesting to me. He's not getting any more utility items. Nothing like that.
Do you like it this game since they already have so many Lincoln Spheres on XG?
I mean, not a big fan, but yeah, he switches it up actually. He's queuing up Axe now instead. I think Axe is better too.
That's very good. There's like one BKB which is being backpacked right now anyway. So Ignis does feel way stronger than having access to an Orchid.
Yeah, just popping it on top of RP as well, right? Like these fights from XG, they really want to keep them all together and clumped up.
under attack.
Gonna start stealing away some Aghanim shards as they take the Radiant side Tormentor. Somebody's gonna go Dire side to pick up the Wisdom rune, and then maybe they take that Tormentor as well. Either way, this map is just starting to feel very claustrophobic for the side of Team Aster. Even the heroes that are outside right now, they don't necessarily feel safe. We've seen many proofs of concept that these heroes can't easily get jumped on and picked off before reinforcements arrive.
Yeah, you say that, but they're still kind of outside. They're still farming. They're not like completely stuck in the base, which is what usually happens to teams in this situation. Like usually they're just hiding away, right? Like they're too afraid to do anything. But no, not Aster. And they do have good heroes. Like, as you said, they can catch anything on XG, but these heroes are still pretty damn good. Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger. Very elusive. And Baboka for the last 10 minutes. He's been on top.
That's what I want Patrick to click on. Patrick, brother, click on Cuddle, please. Baboka has literally just been here, chilling, the last like 6-7 minutes, not doing anything else. That's so funny.
Ah, he's got that Aghanim's almost completed.
He actually has 3k net worth. I am shocked and amazed. He might need to deploy it soon though, because Sumail might be dead. He gets RP'd, skewered very far outside of the base. Sinister Gaze will be there, and his life is forfeit. Does have buyback, though, if he needs to return here. And Baboka, I'm sorry, my friend. Your little vacation has to come to an end right now. You need to come and defend the base. Ghost did put a lot of work onto the tier 3 tower. It's almost dead right now. JT didn't find an additional skewer, so this could be problematic for him. Buyback will emerge from Sumail, so that will be the signal for XG to retreat.
Yeah.
And no one gets caught.
They still have 40 seconds on the Aegis. Also, an overwhelming blink completed on Ghost, so if they wanted to, they could continue fighting. Perhaps the easiest way to go about it is to wait for the RP. Like, you just used it on Sumail, he used buyback. You can wait the RP, fight on the...
Are you seeing Ghost right now, dude? Standing there in front of Medusa Illusions, taking literally no damage. Seems fair and balanced to me.
Far
His Aegis
ahead.
is about to expire, and he gets to put back in the overwhelming blink now.
Is under attack.
Yeah, DD on Paparazzi as well. They want to initiate. They have him with the Dream Coil, so even though they don't have the RP, they do have ways of fighting here, if they want to. I think it's still kind of scary and unnecessary. Getting a pick off or two outside of the base, then fighting. We're gonna see some Nullifier or Rapier Medusa, I feel like.
Bro, but Boca has... I actually can't believe this. He actually finished the item. He went back to finish off some side camps, and he has a full Aghanim Scepter for himself. This is huge. Not only to defend the base with the blast coming around, but they now actually have... Before this, let's be honest, Liz, one of the reasons they were struggling was that they just did not have the same effectiveness as XG in teamfights.
Yeah.
Now you have a big teamfight spell.
I like you. I love you for many, many things, you know, and Hopium is not one of those. But it will be a nice addition at least. And they smoke up. They should be spotted. Both Spirit Breaker and Medusa.
Yeah. I'm not the only one huffing Hopium here, because Aster, they're huffing it themselves with an aggressive smoke. But no fights taken just yet. I like the fact that XG, they look and they're like, well, you know, we are stronger than them, but they might have like better higher ground positioning. We don't need this fight, so we don't have to take it.
Yeah, the discipline that they are showing in this game, I haven't seen from them before. Like, they've had some really good games, but nothing like this one. I think this is probably their best performance so far in the DPC. Sometimes the best teams, you know, they get the best out of you as well. Like, when you have a really strong enemy, they just make you play on a different level.
From the moment the game starts, you know that you're playing on, you have to be operating at maximum level. And so far, it's been very good for XG. 26k gold lead for them. And you made the comparison to game 1 of LGD versus Azure Array. And I remember this exact game state. Medusa farming the north side of the map and trying to get into triangle. Dire side completely controlling mid and bottom, waiting for the next Roche before they come in the game.
Yeah, very, very similar. But that's usually how it goes with Medusas, right? Like, if they're not in control, eventually... Like, I feel like Medusa has two states. Either she finishes the game off 25-30 minute mark, or you come to this point in which she is just hiding on high ground and hoping for that one good defense. So far, I haven't seen a game in which Medusa turns it, at least in this patch.
We'll see what happens here. She does pick up a Nully. Gonna go into the Moonshot next, and they smoke up on Team Aster, trying to provide the instance of a Medusa comeback. They're charging into Ghost right now. Does have BKB to pop. DY also Sinister Gaze back XXX. So this fight, as soon as it started, it's already over. They have to retreat from Team Aster.
Yeah, you need some more control from XG to continue that. Unfortunately for them, JT was a little bit far. He was on the northern end of the forest.
This game is nice to watch, Team Aster. Because they are not going to be dissuaded by what just happened. They're like, the only spell we used was Baboka's ultimate. We can go again.
Yeah, they're smoking up and they killed off the full wave. They don't want to let the Roche go for nothing, right? That's the biggest issue for them. They know that it can be up and the Radiant scan also connects, but JT, he's ready.
He blinks back and they can't even charge him because he has that Lincoln Sphere.
So very easy for him to avoid this jump.
Yeah, the problem is, like, you have a better position in now if you're XG. You know that they have to come to you.
They do indeed, and they come towards the twin gate. XXX will be the first one through, and it looks like they should be able to easily kill him off. Sumail try to buy space with the shackle shot, but it's not going to be good enough. Two heroes caught inside the Dream Coil. Baboka stunned up after the Dream Coil snaps, and they forced a buyback from XXX. He can just TP in onto the outpost
Monet.
and join his team very, very quickly. Monet in danger, is on the high ground here. Will eat a stun as XXX going in onto Ghost all by his lonesome. JT now isolated from the rest of his team, but is able to skewer away.
that the
XXX
dieback?
maybe not so lucky as he almost died back. The Chain Frost did a lot of work, but with the Stone Gaze being popped by the Deucer, they do retreat from XG. And he's allowed to live for now, but now there's no more Stone Gaze. JT looking for the RP or even just a skewer back. They stun up this Deucer. Nullifier will come out. XXX goes in, wants to put his own body on the line, but they don't really care about him. In the meantime, Paparazzi playing 1v1 versus Sumail, forcing out a false promise. We've got two different fights happening here. Ghost throwing a stun back. It's only going to hit an illusion.
Oracle.
And we will end up bringing out the Oracle. Skewer back from JT into an RP onto Oracle and Medusa, and both of them will die. Paparazzi now got a Dream Coil back online during this fight, going on to Sumail, who gets skewered past the coil. It snaps it, it kills him, and 4 heroes will fall. XG take the W. A long fight, but a successful one for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I watched Dota as good as this one. I'm just enjoying myself so much. These team fights are insane. Like XXS, he did what he had to. He gave vision on the high ground at the beginning of everything, right? But unfortunately for him, by the way, this highlight is way later on. This is like the latter portions of the team fight. He buybacks, goes back in, the Manta to prevent Magnus from doing like some massive skewer on the Medusa, prolong the fight even further. Paparazzi being constantly in the back lines, fighting pretty much everyone on his own. Meanwhile, Medusa being isolated because of that. And eventually but surely they found the right targets to RP, to use the Dream Coil on. Even though Aster, positioning-wise, like they were on point. It's just that it's so hard to play against this Magnus. He skewers and separates the fights.
He's also been very patient with when he uses RP. But now he has Refresher, so he can be a bit more cavalier about its usage. Also, did you clock the fact that Kaka's the one that picked up Aegis?
I just did, yeah, not before. He has the cheese as well, by the way.
I mean, to be fair, Ghost, JT, and Paparazzi aren't dying, right? So we might as well give it to him.
Yeah, let's see if they just go uphill. They have RP and Refresher. Paparazzi breaking a smoke. Oh, Dark Willow is going to be doing this instead. Cool.
I mean, she also got the axe from that, right? So she has an easier siege tool from very far away, and they have literally no way to deal with it. They have like nothing they can do against this. This is the second time we see these Dark Willows at around 45 minutes being the primary siege engine for a team, having Aghanim Scepter available.
Yeah, Paparazzi is in. Just messing with them a little bit. Yeah, he's the primary siege, but he also needs vision, so he needs to go on high ground to actually do this. Eventually, though, Paparazzi.
Paparazzi can do this literally forever. They have no way to catch him and kill him very quickly. Well, unless he completely forgets how to play puck, and then they can. But if he's playing at the level he has been throughout this game, catching Papa seems impossible. And preventing Mega seems equally as impossible, as they're just going on the high ground right now. They throw in the Ignis, but it's not going to help them. They've got the Megas taken away. They might bring down Kaka, but that's only one life because he does have an Aegis. In the meantime, they get the skewer back onto Dusa. She's been RP'd up as well. They buy some time with the False Promise and the Blinding Light, but all they're doing is buying time. What they cannot do is buy her another life, as she will end up taking a tumble here. No buyback available for her. Now we have Sumail also fighting away from the fight as he dies. GG has been called. Team Aster suffer their first loss in the DPC and make this a very intriguing series to watch here, Liz. Extreme Gaming take game number 1 in very extravagant fashion.
Nice. Very, I love this. I love this because now everything is more interesting. The whole season, the whole remaining 2 weeks of the DPC, the remaining days of the DPC, that is, just became so much more interesting. Team Aster looked invincible like completely invincible in all of their other series. And here, it's not even, I can't say that it was just a pure outdraft, because they had some things on their side that, like, their heroes, they needed to reach a certain point in which objectively they could win the game. If that Medusa took the Roshan very early on, you know, that first Rosh fight was crucial. I feel like Extreme Gaming lucked out heavily on Monet and the boys moving out of Rosh and not finishing it off. If they finish it off, I think the things might be a little bit different. But in any case, the team fight and the execution from Extreme Gaming was just way too good.
Yeah, this is you. I think you made the best thing you could say about them is that this is by far their best game. Execution was perfect from everybody, 0 mistakes. Yesterday we saw a very rough game from Paparazzi when he was playing Pango. Not the best thing from him. Today he's like, my bad, y'all. Let me show you exactly why I'm still vaunted as one of the best within China. That Aegis that you mentioned, literally 5 seconds separated Aster being able to take that Aegis and that Aegis going into the hands of Paparazzi instead. If they get it, this entire game is different. They don't, everything ends up turning around. And it's not just that, right? There's also the BKB that did not emerge when it was supposed to for XXX. Made the Spirit Breaker not allowed to have a game thereafter. He eventually got to the BKB, but before it arrived, at least 7 charges were interrupted by Bramble Maze in a key fight that he couldn't use effectively and lost them those engagements.
Yeah, I really think that's the second thing to talk about is the BKB on XXS. He needed it. Like, you're playing versus this Dark Willow. Kaka had no business being this impactful. I would say he was one of the most impactful heroes on Extreme. Even though you couldn't see it, like the brambles and everything, they just turned every single fight into a mess. The Cursed Crown as well, forming brambles. Medusa was just like standing somewhere for ages, doing nothing. And yeah, sure, production, take it away, give it to Paparazzi, he deserves it. This puck was on point.
He was crazy throughout this game. Really good Dream Coil, some clutch silences, very good phase shifts away. The only death he has was the only time that he phase shifts or went for a jaunt too soon rather than later. And after that, he says, never again. Doesn't die a single time thereafter. Crazy performance from him and from the rest of the team. Overall, though, I'm a bit sad to give it to him. As well as he played, Dude, JT was also crazy this game on his Magnus. He looked so clean. Really good RPs, very good skewers, but more importantly, patience. Knowing when and where to use your abilities. Sometimes it's half the battle, and it's a battle a lot of us fail as Dota players. JT passed that particular test with flying colors here today.
Yeah, he really did, and it wasn't an easy game to be that calm because the fights were very hectic and they didn't have big saves for, let's say, an Alchemist. So just to stand there and look as your Alchemist is dying is very difficult, but yeah, he did it. The Yules as well, like you mentioned it a couple of times. Perfect pickup for him.
All you kids are buying Harpoon, go old school, buy some Yule Scepter for your Magnus, and it could get you the victory like JT and the boys were able to claim here today. For Team Astor, though, that's the first game they've lost. However, the series does still hang in the balance, so we can easily see them making a comeback for Game 2 and turning this into a 3-game affair to try and stay at the top of the division for themselves. With this, nobody in China has been completely lossless just yet. We'll see exactly how it all plays out in Game 2, so don't go anywhere. The Church of Rock will be back with some more Dota in just a second, so we'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, here to some Chinese Dota action. We are rounding out the end of the second week with an incredible series between Team Aster and Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming showing us what's required to deal with Team Aster. You have to be better than perfect, and they absolutely were in the opening game of the series. However, Team Aster certainly has an opportunity to recover and show us why they were sitting at the top of the leaderboard before this particular game. My name's Snare. I'm joined again by Lizard. Good sir, Liz. What a game. What a game. The best game I think we've had so far in the region. Will game 2 live up to the promise set by game number 1?
Yeah, I think it's easy to say that was the best game, but look at these drafts. Straight up. Mid on mid. Like, no messing around. Like, these two teams, we get the Paparazzi hero, we get the Sumail hero, and I'm not sure which one is more hype. Like Storm played by Sumail or Ember by Paparazzi. It's both legendary, right? But I do think, okay, so Mirana versus Storm is kind of good because you get the Ember chains. You can rotate a little bit easier, but Silencer is a problem. Like Global later on, that can be a really big problem for Ember.
Global can certainly pose a massive threat. Team Aster have utilized the Silencer to a pretty great effect in the past. And for me, you know, you're hype about Sumail, Storm, Paparazzi, Ember Spirit. That's good stuff. But DUI Mirana, baby, that's what we're here for. Mans is uber cracked. There was that one game last season where it felt like he had homing arrows instead of just a point and click. So we'll see what he's got for us in this game.
Oh, DUI.
I also very much like that we don't have any Spirit Breaker this game, honestly.
You're happy about that? You don't like our crazy cow?
No, it's too good. I don't want it nerfed. I want to get some free MMR.
Okay, so what else is left in the pool that's also too good? Like Medusa?
Medusa, Magnus. Let's see what else is left here. They could also go for themselves and get like Oracle. I don't like, even though they lost the game, I don't think Oracle was like the problem with why that game went so south. I still feel the hero's pretty decent.
Yeah, I feel like Medusa and Magnus are, some of these heroes that are fair to be picked in the next stage. I feel that they can look towards that. Like when it comes to Storm and Silencer, maybe some more catch on Extreme Gaming. Like Ember is, he's cool with chains, but usually we need a little bit more. And so far teams did not answer Sumail Storm. In the first phase, if they first pick it, they still win with it. They do ban out on Extreme Gaming, they ban out the Pugna. So they didn't want to have this. Okay, so they're banning out the Pugna, they're banning out the Io. They're basically banning out all of these heroes that can feed Sumail infinite mana. Maybe Kotl is next as well.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You might as well ban Kotl. Not you do, you ban Kotl, then you pick Crystal Maiden. There we go. Now we have all the mana batteries gone. We have one of them. The other 3 are banned out. Honestly, and I think generally speaking, Crystal Maiden is not that bad a hero versus Storm Spirit. We saw the other day how much of an issue it was for him to deal with Frostbite. So I wouldn't be too mad if they went for that. Ban Kotl, pick CM.
Yeah, it does feel pretty damn good to get that CM with Frostbite. I agree. It's also like she's really strong in the lane too. She activates a lot of these melee cores that need a little bit of slow to be able to deal with, I don't know, your Dooms, your Underlords, so your Ursa CM, your Monkey King CM. Monkey, by the way, left in the pool. This is a new one as the hero, I believe in all the previous games today has been banned out, or most of them at least.
No, all of them, you're right. Every single one of them. Even the ones that you and I weren't casting earlier in the morning. It's been banned every single game.
So
I suppose that has a lot to do with Timber being good, right? So teams ban Monkey if they want to try and angle for a Timber or a Doom. Speaking of, your boy Timber is still in the pool right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really good hero that they can pick up. JT Timber, pretty solid. JT Magnus is a different thing though. We could see him playing that again. Because realistically, Mirana can switch up for the Dark Willow. She can be playing that position 4 as well. And she hits really damn well together with the Empower. Like the lane is really difficult. And then you get Empower on Ember later on. I won't mind seeing it. It is kind of difficult into Silencer. You go in, you RP, you get hit by the global. There's no follow-up. And if you're Extreme Gaming, Timber already into Storm and Silencer actually doesn't feel that great. Like you already have 2 heroes that they don't deal with you per se, but they pose a problem.
And Extreme Gaming now present some problems of their own for the Team Master lineup as they get a silence from the Skywrath Mage for the Storm Spirit. So there will be a large portion of the game Sumail will have to watch his positioning lest he get caught with the Ancient Seal and then quickly brought down. This also sets up a potential kill duo with whatever offlaner for JT they haven't yet picked up just yet. What have we seen? We saw Spirit Breaker's been banned, Beastmaster's banned. What else feels good to pair with the Skywrath Mage to make JT even stronger?
I feel like the hero is strong regardless. You can just pick a solid offlaner overall. Some setup is nice. What do they have so far? They only have the Ember Chains, so I guess I agree with you. Yeah, they could use some more setup there on the offlane. What's left in the pool that's doing that for you? Perhaps some Underlord, right? Like you get the Roots versus the Storm as well.
There's still Magnus.
There's still Magnus, yeah, sure. I mean, Skywrath Magnus, why the hell not? RP, Mystic Flare, the lane itself is really damn strong. I could see that.
If this was Extreme Gaming Lost Tour, they would have picked Axia.
Shit.
Oh my fucking god! I could see it. I'm telling you. Okay.
I
all
can
of you
hear
in
it
chat,
in your voice, man.
I'm actually so annoyed that I only said this right now. Oh my god. I'm telling y'all, I saw this coming. I promise. I promise.
No,
Real
it's-
talk though,
yeah.
Axe very good. For similar reasons as with with Magnus, you get RP with the ultimate, but it takes too long because RP is not online often enough. This way you have obscene amounts of harass from the laning phase and even beyond that. Just with these two heroes, I wanted a hero that could always pair with Skywrath, that no matter where they are on the map, they can get a kill. And now that can always happen, regardless of who the target is right now on the side of Team Master.
Yeah, and this lane has been historically like obnoxious to play against, right? Like Axe Skywrath, so much damage, just battle hunger and constant spam of Skywrath. Like it's impossible to lane against. So we'll see what Aster does and how they respond to this. Yeah, and the Axe, you can call him your discount RP, just being constantly in there. And every patch, I feel like every patch that Axe is popular and Magnus isn't, Magnus players complain the same way. Why does this guy have a built-in RP, you know, and he's broken? Why don't I have that? Meh, you know, they just cry. But okay, what I like about both of these drafts is how active they are. Like so far, maybe it will change with Extreme Gaming's carry. Like I'm not sure what they'll pick. Maybe they'll pick something a little bit more late game oriented. But both of these lineups, these four heroes, they really like skirmish. Yeah. So we'll see a lot of fighting. Even Bloodseeker, like the way Mickey plays it, he joins every single fight. And Team Master, I think they can emulate that on Monet.
Just be Mickey, bro. Not that difficult to accomplish. And they ban out this Ursa at the end. I do want to see for Ghost also a hero that can play quickly with the rest of the team. Good ban on the Timber Whore and the Underlord. Given that both Monkey King and Ursa were banned, these felt like the best heroes to pick up. Doom is already gone. So what do you get in the offlane here? I suppose they could go for the Magnus. Empower on Bloodseeker, not the worst thing in the world. RP Bloodride combo is also not too bad.
Not too bad. I would rather have some less cooldown on your only disable because they have 0 stuns right now. You only have the Vortex, right? And look at it this way. They are playing fast, but maybe something with a lower cooldown would be nice. By the way, Pango completely left through the whole game untouched. Still in the pool. I'm probably won't be picked. I guess they have ways of dealing with him. Like Ember can get on top of you. Skywrath with the silence is dangerous. But you could pick it. Like you'd have Kotal Pango offlane if you want to play it on XXS. He doesn't strike me. I don't remember the last time I saw him play Pango. Visage left in the pool still. That's an option.
So for XXX heroes, his Visage is here. What other zoos are available for us? Beastmaster obviously got banned out earlier on. There's no Underlord for him to play. Hasn't been that great on Magnus. The Visage you outlined is possible. You could also play Venom Monster because I'm thinking the hero they want for Extreme for Ghost should also be like a high tempo bat. Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, kind of similar, right? Like you get another catch at least with the lasso. And he's not that easy to counter. Some of these heroes that are considered, that aren't even countered anymore as Slark are out, and they get the TB. Okay, so the ultimate late game, I guess, Do you agree that Extreme has got it with the TB now?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm looking at this draw from Extreme, and unless Monet pops off, and I mean, like, I will have one of those Monet games, right? I can even see them starting to challenge Team Asta in the mid game here with the TB if he has a decent enough start to the game. I don't think he has to be like 4 or 5 slotted. I think with like Mansa Skadi, you could show up to fight here and still be effective.
Okay. I can see that happening. At the same time, what are Team Aster's pluses here, right? Like, what are the pros? Like, Sumail playing Storm Spirit, definitely a good one. Like, a treat always to watch. Also, they have this Keeper of the Light and Batrider into the TB. He's going to be eating a lot of damage in that lane. Like, he will be constantly blasted down, flame broken, blasted down. Meanwhile, Mirana, DY, yeah, you can leap, you can escape, but your Terrorblade is kind of defenseless. I'm wondering just how they'll play that lane.
They might decide to swap it around and then just play aggressively into the other side of the game, put the TB into the Bloodseeker side. I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do, though. But it's very important for Team Asta to get this W to avoid losing their first series so far in the DPC. And they have put themselves in a position where they rely on the Sumail Storm Spirit to make a lot of the magic happen for them. I mean, in the off lane for XXX, I mean, yes, we are going to be having this Batrider, but Bats don't play with this like high tempo, I buy blink, I start every fight anymore. That's going to be down to the Storm Spirit. So if Sumail can make this happen, I could easily see Asta very quickly and with very high tempo running away with game 2. So let's find out, Liz, what happens. I want game 3. Let's hope they give it to us.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we will get it, but when you pick first phase Storm Spirit, first pick, I think you're making a statement. You're for Sumail.
Yeah. This is also in the Chinese region. It was on LAN in China that Sumail made a name for himself, and it's on this exact hero. So,
did you see the amount of fans in the crowd as well? Like with all the Sumail, my only heart, Sumail, I love you, all this stuff. Like he wants to perform, you know. He wants to bring out his A game here. Doesn't want to let down all of his fans.
You know, when I see that kind of stuff happening, especially at this particular DPC, you start to think on all the lost opportunities of Western, not necessarily Chinese-speaking players playing within the region. How many more fans would they have had, man? How many teams have been just begging for a Sumail-like figure? But just for the lack of someone not wanting to speak a different language, we haven't gotten them. It is what it is. So let's see how game 2 starts. So far, we're going to be having a 3-for-1 bounty rune exchange in favor of Team Aster. And so far throughout today, Liz, every team that's gotten 3 bounties has always won the game.
Oh, is that the curse now? 3 bounties and
That's
you
the
win.
curse, yeah.
Okay, I see. So wrap it up, boys. Press the skip button. We're going game 3. Aster have got this one. But wait, isn't it 3 bounty runes and the first blood? And then it's confirmed, right?
Ah, yes, you're right.
Okay, so if Aster doesn't get the first blood, we're back on even grounds.
Yeah. So which one of these lanes? Middle, we've seen Storm versus Ember many, many times. Of late, it's turned out to be a very even matchup, although there was an Ember that demolished the Storm Spirit the other day. For the most part, it's been uber close in that laning matchup.
It should be close as well, especially you're playing versus Sumail. He will make sure that he gets that level 6 fast enough so that he can actually even be hunting down the Ember. My question only is which item will he go for? Because recently I have actually seen Storms even go for an Orchid very early on.
There's been a bevy of different builds. The Sanjin Kaya, Orchid Rush. Other side of the map, though, we do have XXX claiming first blood by removing DY from play. So already off to a very good start, playing on his Batrider here. You love to see it when Batriders get a laning advantage as well. The game just feels so much easier afterwards.
Where's the skip button again? 3 bounties and the first blood. That's the critical mass. But yeah, it's because DY, he usually does this build with Starfall level 1, so he doesn't have a leap. Once he gets level 2, he usually doesn't go for Sacred Arrow. He actually goes for the leap. But yeah, they find the kill before he hits 2. Kaka.
Very important kill for them to pick up. Kaka might end up dead down bottom, trying to run away. And Monet Between himself and Piku, they are able to chase him down. Also, look at Piku.
Yep.
What a boss. He has Slaves of Wisdom already stealing that int, baby. You love to see it.
A completely different approach. Like, who was it that was playing? It was Tianmin, right?
Yeah.
He was playing Silencer today. He would never even get Glaives, but I guess Glaives are also pretty good versus Axe. You get to spam him with them. Like, he's a tanky boy, but not against Glaives of Wisdom.
I think Tianmin only got Glaives after like level 11 or something. It was crazy. Took a long time for him to pick up that spell. But they won the game, so it didn't end up needing it in that situation.
That's a true team player, you know. Every silencer, like every single silencer player, is a little bit of a like. There's a little bit of hopium in him that he's gonna get enough of this int stacks and that he's gonna turn into a right clicker, you know.
You're always like, come on, guys, involve me in the kills. I promise I'll be useful.
You know, when your silencer buys power treads, you know what's up. You know, you see those power treads, maybe a Dragonlance after 4. Like, he's buying 4-step for the team. No. He's just building up a pike.
He's gonna go Hurricane Pike Moonshot. That's the way we need to go.
Of course. And it has been viable back in the day. Maybe not as viable anymore.
His counterpart in the support role here, Kaka, kind of sucks that he can't do as much as he would like to normally against Monet, because it's a Bloodseeker, right? So much perpetual sustain that he should just be A-okay despite the mass harass from Kaka.
I think that's true for now. But once he hits level 3, it might change. Like level 3 Skyrat, level 3 Axe, suddenly that damage output becomes a bit too difficult, even for the Bloodseeker to deal with. DY?
He's got leap charges, but he's out of leap charges right now. But no, Firefly finishes, and XXX will not even attempt to keep the full chase going. Down bottom, they're thinking about JT. They blood rat him up with the last word, but he does manage to just port towards the tier 1 tower as a ring of health, so he'll be A-okay.
JT is like, DY, please, man. For the love of God, please go base, heal up. This Bloodseeker is just zooming around.
Uh-oh, Bloodseeker is gonna throw out the blood rights, and now JT is in some danger. Monet is gonna die for this, so they really want this kill, and they should find it. Some bonus int for this PQ silencer, more gold for Monet. Good stuff for the side of Team Aster here. Looks like we should really be getting the skip button the way this is going right now.
No, the problem is, like, the Bloodseeker is just getting way too much damage from across the map. Way too much movement speed, that is. Like, he's in and out, and Axe decided not to TP base after he got gone on previously. So because of that, he couldn't just TP out this time around.
Oof. Game looks very, very difficult at the moment. Team Aster also putting some pressure out onto the top lane. But that being said, Ghost is at least still farming well. He's at the top of the CS charts in tandem with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
So far, his tower is still fairly healthy. And he hasn't wasted too much money on regen items either. So this is mostly positive net worth for him.
Yeah, I feel like they've been chasing DUI for a really long time. Both the Bat and the Keeper, they've been messing with the Mirana. Meanwhile, they kind of forgot about Ghost. He continued farming. So both carries really satisfied with how their lanes went. JT.
So you're saying that Team Aster couldn't see a Ghost? I see, I get you.
JT,
Oh, is he dead? He at least is going to kill off a courier. Sadly, it did deliver the phase boots for Monet, but he got something out of that.
okay, look, this Axe, he's not happy. Like, this is not a happy Axe face right there. He's level 3, 6 minutes in. He has not a lot of farm as well. Just the Ring of Health, no Vanguard completed.
And because of the heroes that he's lined up against, Silencer and Bloodseeker, it's not like you can comfortably creep skip. We just saw what can happen if he attempts that. His life could easily be forfeit under those conditions. Very good start to the game here for Team Aster. Middle has been a positive experience for them as well. Sumail able to claw out a nice little advantage here for himself. But they're going to try to turn this for XG. They sent Kaka to the top lane of DY. I think they're hoping for a kill onto XXX before he gets even bigger on the Batrider.
At this point, you have to decide which lane to resurrect, I guess. And they're trying to do top.
They're gonna try top. Will they get this kill? DUI does find the stun, but it's not gonna be good enough. He's still gonna be alive on the Bat Rider. XXX will stay living. In fact, DUI is the one that dies to the burn damage of the bat. So 1 hero falls top, 1 hero falls bottom. Aster keep everything going for themselves.
And a couple
This
of
game is looking uber easy.
yeah, and a couple of stacks by Baboka as well. Just making sure everything is nice and dandy. And look at that, Pichu also steals the Wisdom Rune. I mean,
Oh no.
at this point, yeah, the silencer is 5.5. By the way, he's almost level 6. Don't click on Axe. Patrick, don't click on Axe.
Okay.
No clicking on Axe.
Okay.
We don't want to see Axe's level. Oh no.
No. Patrick, don't do it. Click away.
He's
Click away.
doing fine.
Well, click towards XXX. Click Bat Rider. He's about to die. Here inside the Radiant side of the Ancients, XXX will end up falling here. You will ask Paparazzi to set up for Sumail to come in, but the disable might not be enough. Paparazzi has one remnant to throw out, but it doesn't land in time to get him out safely. So yeah, XXX does die, but also comes at the cost of Paparazzi's life through the mid lane.
Yeah, maybe they needed to at least make some stacks for JT. Mid lane, what a nice arrow, but it won't really matter.
Bro, Kaka's higher level than JT. Okay, JT just hit 4, thank God. Thank God.
Everyone is higher level than him, I feel like. The DY isn't, okay, the Mirana isn't.
Oh no.
JT is happy that he found some stacks in the enemy jungle, so he's gonna try and farm that.
In the meantime, while he's trying to farm that, they're gonna try and kill off Paparazzi here. They jump in, through onto this mid lane. They did not get the level 6 for Pick You, so they don't have the global silence to ensure this kill. So Paparazzi gets onto the high ground through the Remnant and will be allowed to live here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Sumail still has that Arcane Rune. He has Kotl behind him. He's got enough mana to jump Kaka if he wanted to. Or maybe the Ember.
Yeah, that's the target they really want. They will see him Remnant down though through the Observer Ward as well as the Creep Wave.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
So they can't.
Okay, they're going.
They're still chasing him. They want this kill. They're not gonna go for it though. Man, they just keep poking and prodding him, but
Yeah.
putting him in an awkward position the entire time.
By the way, JT finished off the Vanguard. We're back, boys.
Hey, I can play Dota now.
He can at least farm the Ancients a little bit easier. Has to be careful though, if he takes way too much damage. He's helping out the Bloodseeker. Might get scouted by him too.
It would probably be the funniest thing in the world if Monet just ran at him and killed him while he's trying to recover on Agents. But Monet is feeling merciful today. Just gonna farm up and finish his Maelstrom in the lane. In mid though, the constant skirmishing is not gonna end
They have
just yet
global.
as they zip back in onto Paparazzi. This time they do have global, but they don't pop it just yet. They finally go for it, but they didn't communicate perfectly about that jump. So they will not be able to find anybody.
Arrow?
Instead, Pick You might be the one that dies. Arrow will connect onto him, and he will find himself right-clicked down by Ghost. Paparazzi will be the one credited with the kill. And XG still defend the tier 1 tower.
Really nicely done by them. They defend the tower, they get the kill, and a global is used. I guess the downside is, it's not really a big downside, but the metamorphosis has been used by Ghost, right? I don't think that he can do anything like TP down bottom and pressure the Bloodseeker with the meta. I think that's a suicide mission. So just using it to farm, I think is very fair in this game. And speaking of farm, he is keeping up really well. He's got almost the same amount as Bat, as Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker is doing very well, but like you say, it's TB for Ghost also doing okay.
Rupture.
The one person who still has to recover a game is this Axe, and indeed he's gonna be finding himself maybe hating life a bit more because he gets zipped onto by the Storm Spirit.
Kaka,
But
you're a god.
Sumail
Kaka is just...
can't get the stun because Kaka's there. Kaka might die for this though, and indeed he will. Paparazzi also not in the safest place. He dies to the overload proc.
Okay, never mind.
And Sumail gets a double. So Lizard, you said it already. Kaka's a god.
No longer.
But unfortunately, you can make a god bleed. The people will cease to believe in him.
Yeah, it was a nice... Why did I say he's a god? Because he was literally standing there to silence Storm. He knew that Sumail is going to try and... basically, he knew that Bloodseeker wouldn't try to rupture the axe on his own, that he needs a disable. And whoever comes, like Storm or Bat, they need to be silenced. And if they get silenced, JT will survive. So they do save JT, but at what cost?
Very expensive cost. The life of 2 heroes but more importantly, a double kill for Sumail. And he's not done just yet. He's going yet on another foray on the map. Him and Baboka. The new twins on the side of Team Aster. Going for a hunt for the Terrorblade, but doesn't seem like they're going to find him. And XG also smoke up themselves with 3 through the middle. The only target for XG is pick you through mid, and I don't think his team will be there in time to save him.
Yeah, the question is, yeah, they needed the rune. Will they just go?
No, they're going to go for him now. They are. They should be able to kill him. It's not going to be too difficult for them to accomplish.
Invis rune top
They do
lane.
bring him down. Sumail picks up an Invis rune right now. Oh, they've got actually grabbed up by Paparazzi. Papa, will he try and use it for this fight? Mystic Flare got dropped down as well. They're going to be able to zip away for Paparazzi, but Kaka doesn't have that kind of luxury, so he will end up dead instead to Sumail. Granting a dominating streak 12 minutes in for the side of Team Aster here on the Storm Spirit. And it's 12 minutes in, it's Team Aster, so you know what that means, Lizard? Everybody's going to start coming middle.
Yeah, like that's their normal, usual move. They've already been here. By the way, very interesting build on Bat. He disassembled the Vanguard into Lotus. I'm not sure what he'll do with Vitality Booster, probably nothing. Just keep it for a bit, Octarine Core later on, right? But Storm zips in. No detection. It's a really nice Lotus versus the Skyrat.
Has fallen.
And getting that to just save Sumail, I feel like it's a good option.
Under attack.
Certainly could be quite nice against this Ancient Seal. Sumail and the boys, though, they are rolling through this game number 2. They've just taken down the mid-tier 1 tower. Witchblade about to be complete for the Storm Spirit. And for XG, unfortunately, I feel like they need Axe. They need this Blink Dagger. It's about to finish, though, for JT. But only after that can they start making moves around the map. So I would like to see them posture with Kaka nearby, Paparazzi not too far away, and then smoke pretty much immediately as soon as this Blink arrives on JT.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they fortunately for them, Axe at least did find the blink, right? It's not going to be one of those games in which he just feels useless forever. He does have the blink flying out to him. Storm goes in.
He does, but they just jumped in onto Storm Spirit. Paparazzi has a global popped on top of him. Sadly, though, they can't turn this into a successful fight because Sumail was silenced by the Ancient Seal. They do find DY on the high ground here. Should be able to clean him up without difficulty.
Okay, can they smoke? Do they have a smoke here? They don't, right? So they can just move Kaka and JT perhaps towards the mid lane or something like that.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They need to start using this blink dagger immediately.
They're gonna
XXX.
try. Oh, look who comes. XXX. Feeling very kind today to prevent them a gift, but they don't have the damage to kill him. This Lotus Orb proving to be much too tanky, and with the turnaround, they're going on to JT and the Kaka Skyrath mage. Skyrath dies first. JT takes advantage of the fact that the last 2 is down, and the Vortex was utilized on Sky to get himself out of danger, but that was supposed to be the reveal of the blink. The
Paparazzi?
big jump that puts them back into the game, and Papa, he came back! Papa! Papa! Why?
Very, very sad for Papa. He got ruptured, so he remnants down bottom. And yeah, he dies in the end. Very
Oh,
unfortunate.
no.
Like, I can see Aster struggling with one thing, and that's the amount of control that they have. Like, you have the Vortex, and besides that, you have Lasso. But if those 2 are gone, XG is free to just start TPing away.
I'll put that money to
So it's something that's perhaps a little bit abusable by XG.
I suppose you can cover this weakness later on with an Abyssal Blade for the Bloodseeker, potentially an Aghanim Scepter for Sumail, and maybe an Axe for Baboka as well. But it's still early days to be discussing those kind of items. Still quite a long way to that point. Yes, it is a 4K gold lead for Team Aster, but it's not all hopeless for XG. We still do have a lot of farm on Terrorblade. And you know, we didn't believe there's heroes like Luna, Naga that we've seen in very awkward positions. And most of the time, we don't really believe in them being able to make the comeback. Terrorblade, though, that's the hero that you always have some faith in.
Yeah, 100%. Top lane JT.
Nice one.
No
They have
detection.
Moonlight, he's
Yeah.
okay. That also means that they know that Sumail doesn't have support through the mid lane, so they're going to jump on top of him. Global silence is required there. Now he turns his attention back onto Paparazzi, killing him off. JT don't find the call. He went in with the blink dagger. Sumail zips in just before he arrives.
Yeah, he couldn't do it earlier. He still had the silence on him. global was used, so Axe wasn't really able to jump in first, and he's going to be building into a Lotus too. Lotus has amazing value this game on both sides.
One hero who needs some value thrown in his direction.
this
Oh, wait,
is-
middle. We see JT jumping XXX. They tried this last time. It didn't succeed then. It will succeed now, but JT will yet again be dead. And Kaka will not suffer any better a fate than he does. Sumail still reaching for another target. Will come across DY. Doesn't have mana, but will get popped up by Baboka right now. Searing Chains will be there, but he is able to zip away.
Oh, meta is used.
Baboka will be able to help him though. Will they get the damage out? Sumail can't zip away in time. Unfortunately, the Chakra Magic took too long to come off cooldown, and now Paparazzi might turn this into a double. Metamorphosis popped, and Baboka gets on the high ground here, will be able to escape as well.
Oh, they're still chasing.
What a player! And they're not done just yet. Here comes Monet right now, hoping to turn around the fight, activating BKB with Rupture out onto Ghost. They're able to bring down the CB, and they're chasing away the rest of Extreme Gaming. Paparazzi, no safety remnants for him, which means no safety available for him. 3 heroes down, double kill for Monet. What the hell just happened in this mid lane here, Lizard?
And Sumail just spamming go to Monet, even though he's dead. Like, he can't really contribute, but he's spamming for the Bloodseeker to go and do work for him instead. Yeah, just a crazy good fight. I thought that XG actually this looked decent for them. They did manage to take down Sumail, right? But they chased a little bit too far out, and Monet eventually he comes online with the BKB, with the Maelstrom. A lot of obviously their stacks on him. Everyone is getting down low, so he can chase them. Terrorblade, he tried to sunder, but even if he managed, like even if he sunders the Mirana, she was lower HP than he was. It wouldn't really help much.
Yeah. That was one of those circumstances where he was dead for sure on the Terrorblade. And now they're gonna reward themselves on the side of Team Aster with a date with the big man. Go say hi to Roshan, claim an Aegis for the Storm Spirit, make Sumail's game even easier than it already has been. Before he died in that last engagement, he was 10-0-0.
How much gold did he give? Quite a lot, right? I'm just looking at
Gave like 1,000, yeah.
1,000, yeah. 10x godlike kill streak. He gave 1,000 gold to Ember and 400 to other heroes, so 1,400 swing from one kill.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a really good kill for Ember because it basically gave him Mithril Hammer, right? Like, suddenly he's much closer to the BKB.
You know, speaking of that BKB mid lane or bottom here, we see would have been nice if they had it here. JT made the jump onto XXX, but not one that they're able to complete. Global Silence comes immediately, and the damage follow-up is there. And Team Aster, they read that move so well. There were TPs coming in before the jump from Axe arrived, so they were prepared for that move well in advance.
Yeah, they knew what was going to happen. Really good read on the game. But then again, I feel like in these kind of situations, if you're XG, you're not super sad about that because you needed to get this global out of the way. Maybe the next attack now will be a little bit easier for you. Maybe you can actually get a pick off.
I think you've been spending too much time casting with me, Lizard. My copium's rubbing off.
Copium, everything.
You know, I see this BKB just emerge for the Ember Spirit, and I forgot who it was that I was casting with, but they said to me that they feel anytime it's a first item BKB for Ember Spirit, they envision that Ember losing the game, and it's a sign that the game has been too hard already.
Oh,
But we'll see what Papa can do from this.
I do sort of agree with you with the sentiment, but he needed it also because he's playing into a silencer global, right? Like there's that global that he has to worry about. So just to make sure that he can actually dish out his spells in these team fights. And they need
Global is down for another 45.
yeah, and that's why they smoked up on both sides actually.
XG will find nothing from this. Neither will Team Aster. Now Team Aster will have some degree of awareness that XG are playing around the top side of the map. Monet, he reveals a little bit with the blood right, so they could try and jump him. JT is going to be the first one in, and there's no global to help him here. He does get off the BKB, sadly, so they don't have the damage to kill him. Silencer, as he comes in, they get a lasso off with XXX onto this axe, and they kill off JT. Silencer will die, but Sumail, he wants bigger targets. They've killed DY. Now they have their attention towards Ghost on the Terrorblade, and they are able to bring him down. No escape possible for him. Kaka can't run either. And Paparazzi, he's thanking God that he has a BKB so he can TP out, but nobody else can. Team Master. Yeah, try it again, they say. Try jump Monet one more time and see what happens.
He's just way too fast. On his BKBs, this is not the first game that I'm watching the same exact thing. Like, you try to jump him, if he has a BKB, he's almost always gonna use it before you disable him. So, good luck having enough damage with all of it basically being magic. Skyrat, that's your combo, right? Like X Sky. The problem is, your combo came online way too late in this match. Mjolnir, by the way.
Boy.
Yeah, Mjolnir completed on Bloodseeker. Mid lane JT.
Yeah, speaking of the combo, JT, a combo is coming in towards him and he will die. Brought down here by XXX and the boys. They're not done just yet. Sumail turning attention towards Kaka. Easy kill for Monet. And they still want to chase Ghost. XXX has lasso in 1 second. He should be able to find it out onto the Terrorblade, bringing him back towards Monet, setting up the Bloodseeker for a double. And honestly, Lizard, I think ending this game, I do not see a way back for XG the way things are going right now. They're just getting ran over by Team Master.
Are fortified.
Yeah, it's mentally difficult to come back from this one. In this particular game, at least. But then again, the Aegis will be reclaimed from Storm in 1 minute. After that, you should be able to take at least one good fight. Right, like if you're Team XG, there are still some ways of fighting them. Like some good meta together with a good call. Maybe you can get a couple of good pickoffs. You're not giving up yet, that's all I'm saying.
Still 2 tier 2s to be claimed. Still have a high ground to be broached. And still have a Terrorblade, who has often been the least on life you need as the game extends later and later. You can just finish off the Skadi. Maybe he could be a viable hero by the time the high ground siege comes in. JT, what do we have next for him? He's also building Lotus Orb, as you mentioned earlier. Hasn't been able to reach it just yet. Will also help quite a bit if he's able to pick this up.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, he's been queuing it up for a long time now.
is under attack.
Even before the Blade Mail, he had it, I believe, queued up, but he opted to get the Blade Mail first instead. It's like, it's a nice dream, you know. It's always nice to have something to strive for in life.
Everyone's out of sight.
He,
Have some dreams.
yeah. Eventually, I mean, I don't envision this game ending way too soon. At least maybe next rush should be the timer. So you should have enough time to get that Lotus. With that Lotus, you'd be able, at least you'll be able to get rid of the global silence and jump in properly.
Just have something to be able to allow you to have impact in the midst of these fights. I also want to see them get some bigger... man, Ghost also just needs so much time. DY is about to die, so Ghost was going to be denied some of that time as he has to go back to the base. He gets ruptured though, so he might not be allowed to get all the way there. Monet really wants to chase him, and they get the Blink Lasso from XXX. That's a dead Ghost Terrorblade.
Yeah, I love how he tried to sunder, but you could see the Bloodseeker instantly popping the BKB plus XXS jumping in with the lasso.
Oh no.
Yeah, these skills that they're finding Paparazzi on top lane, they have global, they could use it, but he has a BKB, so probably not the best idea.
And he actually has finished off a real item. Him, JT, and Kaka could decide to try and make something happen as he has Maelstrom and some extra damage that he did not have beforehand, but still just feels so lackluster. You were mentioning that the combo came late, and because the combo came late, they didn't find any kills with it. So now Kaka is falling drastically behind experience-wise. Mystic Flame no longer dishes out the damage it needs to.
No,
It's still level 1 right now.
You know what? How bad the game is for them when you're saying, oh, now that they finished Maelstrom 25 minutes in on the Ember, maybe they can smoke up. No, they can't. Like, it's at this point, I feel like smokes need to involve 4 heroes for them to get a good pick off. Storm is mid.
Storm, definitely not the hero you will be smoking into. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Sumela's also been treating us because every single game he's played Storm, he's gone for a different build. And this time we are being blessed with the Revenant's Brooch coming fairly early on for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Paparazzi is scouted. But Bad will not be jumping him right now. Instead, he jumps Mirana.
Yep. Should be an easy kill onto DY. Will attempt to escape with some leaps, but knows very well that his life is forfeit there.
They're gonna need mantles soon. Like the silencer, 20 int stolen.
Imagine having to buy like 30 minutes mantles of intelligence.
Not embarrassed. I probably should be. It has happened. You know, some null talismans.
You do what you gotta do.
Yeah, exactly. Just to be able to use a combo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Game is super hard at the moment. How much int does he have? 20 int stolen via the silencer for PQ. And they're about to get a little bit more because Kaka has not managed to retreat in time from the top side of the map. Oh, they actually did the TP out.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, Ancient Seal, good spell.
Yeah, there was also no lasso. It was on cooldown. Like they have Lotus Orb, but no lasso was the true problem. Okay, so what do they have? They have a Skadi completed now on TB. Maybe it will be helpful.
Okay. That's pretty good. And you said you want to see 4 hero smoke. They're going to smoke as 5 to reveal the Skadi. They have a blink on Axel. And Ember hasn't finished off the next item. They actually pretty much have no items on their supports either. They just need to rely on raw execution. Can they make this work for themselves? XXX position to break the smoke, and it gets the lasso out onto Paparazzi. Can they kill him off? Global Silence will be there. The Metamorphosis was popped by the Terrorblade, and they want to try and kill off the Batrider. Axe going to be the first one to fall here, and TB dragged back into the fight and brought down. Kaka killed on the right-hand side. Paparazzi trying to TP out, will be able to do so. But as usual, he's the only one allowed to make that escape. Everybody else is killed off. And that was them going for the smoke, Liz. They were trying to reveal these new items. Team Master's like, nice new items. Would be a pity if you had to take them all the way back to the fountain.
What gave him vision? Was it the Watcher? It was the Watcher, right?
The Watcher, yeah.
Because he had perfect vision to jump exactly on the target he wanted to. He broke the smoke plus lassoed. Just perfect gameplay by the Batrider. And luckily, at least a little bit luckily for XG, Roshan has still not respawned.
Oh,
but
look bottom. Sumail wants to set up an assassination onto Paparazzi.
Can he do it alone?
He's nearby.
I think with Arcane Rune, he might be able to. There's no BKB.
Let's see if he makes the full zip. He will be able to make the zip, but slightly miscalculates the angle. So Paparazzi does Remnant back, helps his team finish off a Tormentor instead.
So it's Tormentor on one side and the other. Let's see. They take out the outpost in the Dire jungle. But they need to move out of the Dire jungle if they want to take this rush, as it will respawn and just run down bottom in like, what, 30 seconds?
Right now, though, it feels like they can do whatever the hell they want. They're just chilling. Roshan is online. We do see a little zip here onto Axe. JT will end up dead.
Just a little
Monet
zip.
cops an arrow, so they can't chase DY.
Just a tiny little zip on a tiny little axe. And Kaka as well. Can he TP?
He's gonna try. He will be able to.
He gets away.
Close call.
And by the way, you talked about all these new builds on Sumail. Which one do you like the most? Do you like this Revenant's Brooch?
I think it's fun. My favorite one was the Mjolnir build. That one was the most enjoyable. But the Revenant's Brooch, I think it's okay. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, you can kill Sky through his Ghost Scepter. Like, he really hates Kaka. Like, Sumail is like, yeah, you're not gonna hide. You bought that for absolutely nothing.
I also like that it preempts the butterfly from TB, since you already have some way to pierce evasion.
And right now, like, you could maybe use this Twin Gate to go down bottom and contest, but if you do that, you're basically just feeding, right?
Yep.
Aghanims, by
also,
the way.
while they're busy taking this, I want to report that Sumail, his Revenant's Brooch, third fastest all time on Storm Spirit. Good stuff.
Yeah, very nicely done by him. Almost breaking some records, but not really. Bloodseeker and Storm TPing through the Twin Gate, and look at that. Ghost is... Okay, he's gonna escape, it seems like. Or will he?
DY not going to be as lucky, though, because Sumail wants to chase him and kill him. So he's dead. Ghost also trying to TP out. Monet does not have a basher.
Dude, he almost
died. So he
died.
is allowed to escape.
Did you see the TV? He was left with maybe 15% HP in the end. He almost died. This Mjolnir Aghanims on Bloodseeker are doing a ton of work.
Yeah, we didn't even speak about the Aghanims. Do you like this Blood Mist spell?
Yeah,
On the Bloodseeker?
it gives you just a ton of extra HP, right? Because of the shield.
Yep. JT dead again. Not even going to bother commenting on Axe's deaths at this point. It's his 10th one. Just having that kind of a game. But yeah, it does give you so much additional health points. You're so hard to kill. I mean, right now, he's sitting on just shy of 5k effective HP. Before doing anything. This is before BKB, before Cheese, before PickU gives him a Solar Crest or a Pervis, before Boboka heals him up. That's just Monet by himself.
Yeah, he's got like 3.2k HP, and he's gaining half of that as the shield. So 1500. Right now, you have to find a way to go through that and the storm with an Aegis. Easier said than done.
Let's see what they can get here. Extreme Gaming. They start losing racks at this point. Well before their heroes are ready to contest. The game starts to feel impossible. Dota Plus already giving them an only 2% odds of victory here.
Damn. Yeah.
And they're sacking it here, Liz. They're not going to try and mount any kind of defense. Just a straight lane of racks for nothing.
Yeah, they're all kind of circling the bottom tier 3 tower. I'm not sure why. Maybe they want to smoke up after TB has completed his Daedalus. And he's not really far. To be fair, he actually has enough gold right now.
On bottom, TP's out just in time. Dude, how does XXX always know? He literally went to exactly where the Terrorblade was, seconds after the TP.
I think
it's crazy.
I think they did the they did the scan there, just a little bit earlier. Let's see, with that Daedalus, will they try and smoke out? Probably not. Aegis is still there for 2 minutes.
Even with Daedalus, the question is, can you hold these heroes in place long enough to actually kill them off? You're so reliant on JT and Paparazzi to do that for you, but they've both been struggling in that endeavor. All the targets on the enemy team have BKBs, there's Lotus Orbs, Force Staffs, Glimmer's Capes, Pervises, Solar Crest. There's just so many things to prevent you from actually killing a target. But let's see what they've got here. They jump onto Bloodseeker. They don't even get through the big pool of his HP off the Blood Mist. They kill off JT. Now they're reaching in onto Ghost. Ghost trying to fight this. But even after he pops asunder, he easily ends up dead. And he throws in the towel. GG, well played is called.
Good. GG.
Extreme Gaming get demolished in game 2 here, Liz.
Yeah, this was... Woo. That first game was competitive, at least. Extreme Gaming really had to put in their all to win it, and you can really see it. They were just performing on a different level. This time around, they just got crushed, and I'm sad to say it, but this game was done in the laning stage. Like, they just lost the lanes too damn hard. They couldn't come back in it afterwards. They picked this axe, and we were like, oh, cool axe, JT axe. It's going to be nice. You even called it, like you wanted to see it. On paper, it sounds nice. It's with Skyrat. No more axe, please. Like, no more.
Yeah, that's probably the last axe we're going to be seeing in this series. It just did... Not only did it get demolished in the laning phase, even after it started to make moves across the map, everything was just either too late or just completely inconsequential that this axe tried to accomplish in this game. There were a couple of cool moves like middle, he's jumping in, but even then, the couple of kills he got in the early game after the Blink Dagger still led to him dying almost reliably. So it almost didn't even matter what this hero was doing. Sumail Storm, man, what are you supposed to do? He did end up dying here, which gave a lot of gold to Paparazzi, but didn't die again the rest of the game. Ended up 19-1-8. Monet had a very clean game. And unfortunately, Ghost, this was, even for Terrorblade, this game was too hard to carry.
Yeah, I feel like when you're playing this axe, you can have a bad lane, but the moment you get that link, you need to start making proper moves. You need to start coming back in the match. He didn't have a good lane, and he never managed to come back. Sumail Storm, first pick of the game. First pick, first phase. 19-1-8.
Yeah.
I mean...
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's something different. It's a hero that teams used to shy away from picking even like second to last pick, just in case he gets countered, right? But no, they just first phase it. First phase, first pick. Sumail.
They've done this more than once by now. And it keeps working, you know? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep doing this. It probably helps them a lot as well that the best run, I think, of Team Aster was when Ori was still in the team. And Ori's best hero, guess what it was, Lizard? Storm Spirit. So it doesn't change how the team has been practicing for years already, how to utilize the Storm within the draft. It's not like, sometimes you get a new mid player, they play like some Arc Wardens, they only play like Snapfire's mid, like Thompson, for example.
Yeah.
It's much harder to integrate Thompson into your team. Sumail plays the heroes you were already practicing with anyway. Makes life so much easier. Give him the MVP. Let's not even waste time on this one.
I would say he plays anything, right? Like he can literally play any heroes, and he adapts to the game very well. And this is the case. Like when you know a hero inside out, when you've played it so many times, you're not afraid to innovate because you know which item fits the scenario that you're in at the moment. This time around, was Revenant's Brooch that necessary? I think it's good. It's good versus high armor heroes. It's good versus Terrorblade. It's also good versus that Ghost that was on the other Ghost. It was good versus both Ghosts. Let's put it that way.
Good against Ghost the player and the ethereal form of Ghost Scepter, the item on Kaka. And right now, Sumail has been able to utilize the goodness of that Storm Spirit to turn this into a very interesting series, as we are now going to be going to our third and deciding game of this particular series. One thing that makes me happy, Liz, is that now that we've got this particular BO3, it does mean that we've passed the record from the previous season and we have more BO3s this season than we did last time, which means the region is more competitive than it was last time out. Obviously, all of you have been witnessing these games, so you know that this third and deciding game will be even more competitive than anything we've seen thus far. So you don't want to miss it. Join us in just a few minutes to witness that action. We'll see you soon to round out the second week of the DPC action. What's happening, everybody? We return for game number 3 of the side of Team Master taking on Extreme Gaming in an incredibly important and interesting matchup to try and determine which one of these squads will get the wins necessary to build the journey towards the Bali Major. We've gone to the 3rd game now for the 2nd series of this day. Team Master, they won game 2 in very resounding fashion. So Liz, what do you want to see from Extreme Gaming for them to come back into a more intriguing game to make it competitive like what we saw earlier on?
Okay. Look. They prepare for the Storm Spirit first phase, but in a different way, I feel like. They pick up the Disruptor, the Spirit Breaker. They let Sumail get his Storm Spirit, though. And now that's scary. Like, he was 91 last game. He uncountered, perhaps, like you can say that the only way they could deal with him was the Ember. I don't know. Do you actually give him the best hero that he's on at the moment and you hope that you can counter it with some Disruptor? I actually feel like Disruptor is good. Like, he hasn't been picked that often recently. I'm not sure why I feel that the hero is still really damn strong no matter what. He gets that level 6, he gets the Static Storm, he can deal with the Storm Spirit. That way, you have some follow-up with the Spirit Breaker always. And usually, if you really want to dumpster the Storm, what you did is you combo the Disruptor and the Puck. We'll see if they really want to go that far, but Paparazzi is a really good Puck, so maybe that's an option.
I mean, throughout the course of this year, the rise of Disruptor pretty much correlates highly with the rise of these spirits and how to deal with them. We often saw the young Raptor doing his thing. I do also like that they have, like, I want multiple silences, multiple sources of disable. In the previous game, you know, there were just too many occasions where it just felt too difficult for them to do stuff, that if they miss a call from JT, that's just it. The fight's over 100%. So they need to set themselves up to ensure they're not wholly reliant just on JT.
I don't think I've seen a single Shadow Fiend game, by the way, so far. Have you?
It's been banned a few times in China. It's not the first time I've seen it banned second phase, but I haven't seen it picked just yet, no.
Okay, I see. So a lot of bans, or at least some bans, but not too many picks. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming resorting once again to banning out the Pugna, maybe the Io in the next stage. We have to think about Kotl or the Wisp. Which one do you want to take out to prevent Storm Spirit of having such a good game?
It's a pick your poison kind of situation, right? Either he gets the salvation from Wisp or the blinding light from Kotl with additional sustain in the fight. It's hard to choose.
I think Kotl is maybe a better ban because you have Disruptor already. But instead, they don't ban either. They just ban out the Monkey King. They make sure that Spirit Breaker will have a better lane, and they pick up a Death Prophet. This could be your offlane DP as well. This could be like some Spirit Breaker DP offlane, but it could also be your DP mid.
This hero has only been played twice before this. Paparazzi did play it the last time that Extreme Gaming rolled with the hero, so I envision that they'll be running it on him once more. It's another silence that they get, AoE silence with the AoE Disruptor. It's good stuff, building damage that they didn't really have beforehand, but Team Master, they're looking at the lay of the land and they're like, it would be super pog. If this slot doesn't get caught inside Static Storm, this is such a free slot game.
Yeah, what I really like about Aster and how they're playing is they're playing really fast. Their carry usually, like Monet, unlike before, he's actually joining fights quite often, quite early on. Now you have the Storm Spirit who, he just needs to have a decent game. Star gets his Aghanim's. You have Relocate, Stark with Aghanim's, and Storm Spirit, and Global. Like, you're very mobile. The map is bigger, but you are extremely mobile with these heroes.
Yeah. They play crazy fast on the side of Team Master. And for Extreme Gaming, we do have some team fight with the Disruptor, but still our out-and-out catch isn't the be-all, end-all. We have the Spirit Breaker to charge in for us and bounce heroes back with Nether Strike. But I do want to see more. They really struggled with team fights in Game 2. But in Game 1, when they were able to dance around the fights, they looked so good for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I do feel like they have some good things for themselves as well. Like the AoE silence from Disruptor obviously is good. DP usually wants to pop that ulti and just run at the enemy side, either the tower, objective, or heroes. And Disruptor is going to prevent them from running away. Same goes for Spirit Breaker. I feel like Spirit Breaker on his own brings enough catch and control, really, for most of these games. but getting an extra thing or two on that mid lane perhaps would be cool. Maybe that Puck that's still left in could struggle versus Silencer though, but we'll see. Like Puck and Disruptor, not too bad if you want to relegate DP on the offlane.
Okay, I guess they're keeping it open right now with this Wind Ranger. Kaka could play the Wind Ranger or the Spirit Breaker. DP could be mid, Wind Ranger could be mid, DP, Wind Ranger, or Spirit Breaker could all be in the offlane. And they have second pick. I always like when teams that have second pick keep the drafter as wide open as humanly possible going into the final pick. And you know that there's going to be targets near each other with the tether, right? So nice little angle for the shackle shot.
Yeah, the only thing that we know certainly is the Disruptor will be that position 5, right, on XG. And that's pretty much it. Everything else is kind of a mystery. Maybe it will be Paparazzi, Wind Ranger, maybe DP, who knows. But in a game such as this one, I'm not sure, like, is Spirit Breaker the best as an offlane? Because for me, I'd rather see Wind Ranger or DP. I'd rather see something ranged against the Slark, right? Something that can actually harass him.
I'm fully with you. Spirit Breaker versus Slark is kind of rough. Also, like, Slark's one of the few heroes that you play offlane Spirit Breaker, you know, normally you say, oh, it's fine, I'll get out. And if they get too aggressive, I'll charge away. How on earth do you charge past the pounce? Very, very hard to play into. So I'm with you. I hope that Kaka's the one running that. Paparazzi, I hope, is playing Wind Ranger. I hope JT's on the Death Prophet. And then I hope we get a last hero for Ghost that can bring it all together.
Let's see. They ban out the Naga. They banned out Yersa. For Ghost, what's left in the pool that's pretty good? Like, you could resort back to the Terrorblade. Not great, maybe versus Slark, but it's an option.
How about Bloodseeker maybe into the Slark?
Oh damn, yeah, 100%. But it's banned out. No, but nice idea, Snare.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding. I didn't see it as well. I was actually honest when I said, oh yeah, but of course, Steam Master wouldn't have picked Slark if Bloodseeker was still left in the pool. For their offlane, Underlord banned out. All the big boys, the Beasts, the Dooms are also out. Do you want the Visage here for X success? Not really, but it's an option. But it's not really an IO hero. You want some IO combo to begin with, right? Like, what's good here? Like, what's a good IO combo on the offlane? Like, on top of my head, those combos are like, I don't know, Slardars and Legion Commanders, but they're just not being picked at the moment.
You know, if in a bygone era, I wouldn't have minded seeing Mars in a game like this, but Mars is very long past being a decent hero.
Oh, there are some teams that are picking it, like in Europe, so it's okay, a decent option for them as well. To have that arena.
We have Arena Global, some big team fight. Maybe Primal Beast from the offlane? That with IO tends to also be fairly decent. Doom is already banned. Beastmaster is not in the game either. Visage, Bristleback, I would like a disable.
Yeah, definitely what they need is a stun. I want to see a stun from their offlane. And Mars, yeah, your call was good. I honestly think they didn't have too many options. That's the problem. Like, what else do you have that's kind of left that's also kind of good, even though you don't know what you're picking it into?
I happen to like the prospect and the notion of Mars, but I just think the hero is so bad. It's sort of like those games where you're like, wow, Morphling would be great here. Then you're like, we have to play Morphling. It doesn't feel like the best thing in the world. Nonetheless, XXX has shown us in the past that he is a master on this Mars hero. They don't have that many damage spells into the arena, so the execution has to be clutch. But that being said, they have very few tools of getting past the arena on the side of XG. So it could be very good for them.
I was thinking about another illusion hero, right? Like you had the TB, but it doesn't feel that great into Mars. With PL, you can actually get out of the arena. It's okay versus Slark. You build a diffusal as well, so... Okay, I can see this. I can see PL working. Like, overall, this hero, after the patch got released, he was all the talk, right? Like, everyone was picking PL or trying to make him work. Kind of did fall off since then, but yeah, we'll see if Ghost can actually execute on the PL well enough to take down Monet Slark. It's a good matchup for him, right?
It should be. I'm imagining it should overall be fine for the Extreme Gaming lineup with this PL, the Slark. Scarier before the PL pick emerges at the very end of the draft. One thing I do really like, though, that Extreme Gaming have for themselves in this game is, well, JT's firstly playing the Wind Ranger in the off lane, so they have some better lanes, way better lanes than they did outside in Game 2. They have some push potential, have some fight potential, still a little bit lackluster in terms of big damage from spells, but it can still work out for them. I actually don't know. This feels like it's the previous series where Game 1, one team has a much better draft. Game 2, the other team has a much better draft. And Game 3, it's sort of up in the air between the two sides here. So where would you rather be playing here, Liz? And is Team Aster going undefeated, or are they suffering their first loss to Extreme Gaming?
From just the momentum, I'd say that Team Aster might have a little bit of an advantage. But overall, looking at the drafts, I wouldn't say that they have a drafting advantage. I do think that they have some things going for them. Like Sumail Storm, Slark is in a good spot as well. But overall, I feel that the drafts are very even. Maybe, for me at least, from my perspective, slightly favored towards XG. I truly do like the PL pick quite a lot. I think they adjusted the Spirit Breaker to position 4 well enough against the Wind Ranger. You're also going to have someone that can actually go mid and gank the Storm Spirit this time around.
That's absolutely true. Let's witness, though, if Team Aster have what it takes on the back of the Sumail Storm Spirit to make this a 2-1 affair, keep the winless, or to keep the lossless streak alive, or if it's going to be Extreme Gaming showing us something special here. Also, I imagine, you were asking me previous game about the Sumail builds. This game is going Mjolnir, bro. He's playing into PL. He's like, we need some wave clear, boys. Not just the Mars to do it, so he's going to do it himself.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of that, right?
Yet again.
Yeah,
they don't have great clear for illusions, and the disables aren't that amazing.
That's rough. Like, that's really rough coming from Aster because of the Wind Ranger. Like, you need to have some control. I guess the leash is nice from the Slark, so eventually you're going to have that tags. You will be jumping on her. But I don't know what's up with all the teams, and right now, when it comes to stuns, teams are very limited. Like, in most of the series that I'm watching. Why? Why is it Snare? Is there some, like, big movement against stuns?
I was thinking about this as well, actually. But I think the main reason is that because all stuns are worse, are worse, but slows as a result got way better.
Okay.
So a lot of these lineups have a lot more slows, a lot more pokes, a lot more ways to manipulate movements, I think. And that feels to have better currency than just out-and-out stunning heroes nowadays. So that's probably the direction things are going.
You can't slow someone from TPing out, though.
No, you cannot. Yeah, that's the thing. That's probably why a lot more TPs outs have been happening, right? Because people are just like, well, you've expended your slows. There's nothing left. I'm just going to leave the area.
Yeah. You can't prevent people from TPing out also. Like, in general, you just need stuns in this game. You need stuns to prevent people from using, let's say, relocate or BKBs or some saving items. So overall, I don't think this game can move away from stuns. It would just be... Imagine how long the games would be usually.
No stun lineups. Hey man, you haven't been watching lots of Southeast Asian Dota. Lots of those drops have no stuns and they take an hour. So
I mean, I've been watching Chinese Dota. It's the same. Like, even in Europe, sometimes no stuns. But like you said,
let's see how this game here. Yeah. So which lane is the action lane here? Where are all the kills going to be happening in Game 3?
Both side lanes look pretty damn good. I would say maybe the IO Slark lane is looking very juicy. Top lane as well, obviously. You have 2 slows, you have Spirit Lance, you have the Blood Grenade, the Thunder Strike. I think it's very plausible that we see some early kills.
Blood Grenade, what an item. What a good item.
I mean, the moment I saw that, I was a happy man. Like, Blood Grenade, I don't know why, I just love it. Like, it's just a good thing to have. That extra slow early on to get the first blood. I'm the kind of a guy that used to random and Orb of Venom, once long ago when Orb of Venom was good. So Boots Orb of Venom feels good, man.
Now who needs Orb of Venom? I've got Blood Grenade instead.
Yeah, it's
mid lane.
Nice replacement.
Talk to me about this mid matchup for Paparazzi. We don't see as much Death Prophet. Hold on. Bottom lane, Monet going on to JT. He finds first blood. It was 2-2 on the bounty, so we didn't have to talk about it, but they got the first blood for Team Aster, so
And look-
already setting themselves up.
The experience on Wind Ranger, it's always like this. There's always something that baits you in. Like JT was literally one experience away from level 2.
Oh, no.
If he only got that wind run, he doesn't die there. Like, he actually fights back, but it's usually how this game works. When it comes to mid lane, I think it's an even matchup, early on at least. Like, you can see that Storm is taking way more punishment, obviously. At the same time, he's not really lacking in the CS department. And it's Sumail after all. I feel like if you have a Storm Spirit player, he can play versus most things.
I'm just a little bit concerned about the prospect of Paparazzi's impact throughout the mid game, as we have been seeing some Death Prophet struggle. There's a charge going on to Sumail, so this Death Prophet might get a bit of a better matchup here if the charge does connect, and Kaka will not go all the way. Sumail went back onto the high ground just in time, and Kaka was dissuaded from going all the way.
I mean, he was, what, 30% HP. If you go on Storm there, you most likely die even, but Paparazzi now instead.
Yeah, Papa's in a lot of danger. Boboka came to help out Sumail, and they are able to find the kill onto this Death Prophet. That is huge. Dies just before Kaka can do anything. They should be able to just keep Boboka around as well.
Look at the
Try and
charge.
find some quick revenge. Kaka has bash, 17%. No bash. Sorry, bro. Not happening.
Even if you bash him, I think you just get baited to go under the tower. If he goes under the tower like that, could be a huge, huge mess. But he is around, so he should be securing the runes now.
How's our Mars doing in the top lane? XXX is the CS leader. Doing a very decent job of dealing with this PL. Ghost not able to get as much farm out of this lane as you would have wanted to, but it is rough, right? You're playing into this God's Rebuke Mars. Silencer just constantly throwing arcade curses at you.
Maybe they can go on him here. They have level 3 Disruptor. He literally didn't level anything. Has 1 level of Thunderstrike, and that's it. Just making sure, thinking about it, I guess. Sometimes it takes a while, you know? Like, don't ask DY where you're gonna go for food that night, you know? Like,
Well, you can ask him, just I hope you're not in a hurry before he makes the decision. To be fair, it's also complicated because XXX, very tanky on this Mars, 1000 HP with a Bracer and a Gauntlet of Strength. So even with all of these spells from DY, I don't think he's in any legitimate danger of dying.
yeah, Silencer most likely, right? Like, if you can catch him, he's an easy pick-off, but that's why he's standing all the way back all the time.
This is complicated, Liz, because like this mid lane for Sumail and Paparazzi has gone relatively even, but Papa can't make like big, massive moves across the map to try and assist the side lanes.
Yeah, have you seen any Death Prophets, like overall in pubs or in pro games? Bottom lane, they are going
Bottom.
on JT, but he should be fine, right?
Nice one. I see a few of them like here and there. In our region, I think this is our third one that we've had here. Overall, like everywhere else, they crop up, which is weird because the hero on paper, the spells are way buffed, but the map just feels way worse to play as Death Prophet.
Yeah,
So
the
it feels
map
like
is-
she's massively gimped.
I agree. The map is the problem, but honestly, I've seen some really, really good Death Prophet games. Like, I've seen some games in which Death Prophet just feels unstoppable. But yeah, we'll see. Like you said, you pop the Exorcism on one side, you can never connect to the other to actually use it for something valuable besides, let's say, a pick-off or a kill.
Long gone are the days of Pop goes to take a tower in the mid lane, immediately turn it into a Roshan as well. Can't do such things. They are going to try and kill off XXX though, as they're charging him in the top lane, going towards that direction with DY as well.
There's a
The
ward.
Observer Ward will scout this out. They know that this is coming. And I think he should be fine. God's Rebuke to throw back Kaka. There is still a glimpse available, but I'm still not sure they have enough to get this kill. Let's see what they've got. They're going in right now. Pick You showed up to render some assistance, and indeed, they don't have the chops. This Mars will live.
Yeah, the Lotus, Kaka. Oh, actually doesn't get it on time. Or does he? He does.
He does,
Wait,
he does, yeah.
It really looked like XXS was clicking it first, but okay. Kaka gonna try and yeah, he thought about it. He thought about
But they
that
said no.
wisdom rune, yeah.
It's our experience, baby. We're not giving it away. So Paparazzi from the mid lane will pop an Invis Rune. He wants to try and use Ghost. And I was talking about how it's much harder for DP to make moves across the map. Storm could respond to this, but depending on how quickly they can kill XXX, Storm might not want to. That being said, they reveal themselves right now. Ghost will be popped. Going on to pick you first. Spear of Mars will throw back the Death Prophet, so XXX is completely safe. And yeah, they kill pick you, but the wave is so far back, it's kind of difficult to get on this tower. They're not going to get damage out. And also, here's Storm Spirit coming in with Baboka. They're going to try and get some revenge immediately onto Paparazzi. And Papa will die with the Ghost still going. No way for him to get out. This is an absolute disaster, Lizard. They got nothing out of the exorcism.
Well. Don't call Pichu nothing. Like, he's something. Pichu lives, like, are important as well. Yeah. he got his, like, he's important. Level 4 silencer, kind of poor, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Then again, utilizing your level 2 exorcism just to get the kill and then dying together with the exorcism. Like you said, it must feel bad. Like, you want to be taking some objectives.
Sumer and Baboka bottom as well. They want to try and get more out of this. They find Kaka, and they should be able to clean him up. Monet has been comfortably free farming this wave right in front of JT. Despite JT playing this Wind Ranger, really been struggling against Monet.
He's buying that Atos, by the way, to bring them some extra disables, but my problem is, what I'm seeing right now is Aster, they're getting all these pickoffs and moves on the map without even having relocate, right? Like, they're not even utilizing relocate. What happens once that is up? The map becomes much, much scarier. You're gonna have Storm and Io zipping on top of you. The twins.
Yep, the two twins, the boys in blue right now on the side of Aster. I can tell you exactly what happens when they have relocate. Ghost is going to die, as they're also about to pick up not too far from level 7 for XXX. As soon as they have like Relo and Arena onto Ghost, they just go in, kill him off.
Okay, they are ready. So the relocate is up. Is there an Arena? The Arena is also up. Ghost doesn't care that much about the Arena though. And there is a glimpse Disruptor by his side. So maybe not that simple to actually go on top lane. JT, however, is he a kill? What do you think?
I don't think so.
Hard one, right? Yeah.
If you had maybe 3 points into Vortex, perhaps, but with 1 point, I don't think you can get it.
Paparazzi, though.
Paparazzi, though, maybe a little bit easier for them to achieve as they go in on top of him. Still alive on the Death Prophet, turning around with Ghost and Spirit Siphons. Marina will be popped at long last by XXX, but he gets glimpsed away from it. However, Sumail still able to clean up this Death Prophet. Oh no, big kill for them to find on Paparazzi. And even though the allies came in, they couldn't protect his life ultimately.
Yeah, there's just not enough levels on them. Like, no level 6 on Spirit Breaker, no level 6 on Disruptor. They just aren't that useful in these early skirmishes. Also, Sumail has a double damage, so if they decide to, they could relocate. Or, instead, what they're doing is they're smoking up and moving top.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well save the relocate, because then you can maybe get 2 kills. Monet starting to soften up Kaka in the bottom lane, so I think once they find a kill on the top side of the map, Kaka needs to watch himself. For now, though, they haven't been able to come across Ghost. Oh, they're doing the perfect circle, dude. They know exactly what's up. He gets scouted out by the tier 1 tower. Ghost, my friend, Global Silence will be there. They're just gonna reach for him, and they should be able to kill him off with 0 difficulty after the fact.
Yeah, really nicely done. That should be a free tier 1 tower. They also utilize the smoke very nicely to ward up the enemy jungle. So you will have that cliff ward for later on in the game, but okay, Paparazzi pops his ghosts. He's trying to take down mid tier 1.
It's not even at half HP with the Siege Wagon right now, so they could come in very easily and defend this.
They still have the double damage. They still have the Arena.
But Sumail, he jumped into a Static Storm, but they don't get him in time with the kinetic field, so he's able to just walk away. Paparazzi inside the arena. They glimpse Sumail back, but he just zips out of the arena. He is still alive. Shackle Shot only connects onto XXX, and Paparazzi hit with one more right click from PickU. That actually brings him down. Monet has now made himself known in the midst of this fight, trying to get some essence stacks, and they will be able to bring down JT, I presume. One more second.
Way.
He does get it away, just thankfully. DY's kinetic field connected at the last moment.
Yeah, no way he manages to get away like that, but he does. a little bit of a misuse of the spear, I guess, getting him away from Slark's pounce, so they didn't have another form of a disable later on. But they do take a good fight. Exorcism has been used, right, without any effect. Like the tower lost a chunk of damage, but you still didn't win that big fight, and you lose your own tier 1.
We get to sort of see like what the drawback of DP in this current meta. Once she respawns, what does she do without these ghosts? She can't like move on the map. There's no smoke play she can make. She's not gonna buy like longer reaching items. And her own status as an anchor hero in question if she ends up losing the exorcism ability.
Yeah, I guess maybe you need an axe on DP once again. Maybe that's something that can be like, you know, it's off cooldown. You don't have to wait exorcism. Or actually you do, never mind. It's never mind. Take that back.
You're taking back a lot of things today, Myers. What's going on? Liz, not you need to do, fam? Not you need? You just need a refresher. Don't take anything back. Just double down.
Double down.
Say the same thing.
Sure. I mean, I actually, so basically why I was mentioning Aghanim is because I saw it in a couple of my pubs, like DP is going for Ags. And I misread it, obviously. I thought it was completely changed, but it looked really damn strong. Obviously, in this game, you need utility from someone, and DP is going to be that one.
Well, doesn't help if she is dead, though, because she might find herself losing her life. Arena did come out from XXX. Global Silence will be there as well. Sumail zips in with Baboka. They've come in with the relocate. Nice little clips back to send back Sumail, but they've already lost the life of DY. The tether up onto XXX. He should be able to escape here. PickU will be left behind. Cleaned up by Ghost and the boys. So they end up exchanging support for support. Global was expended by T-Master, but XG also popped the Exorcism. So I think it ends up being more or less a wash there.
Yeah, more or less a trade, but an even trade. The only difference is PL joined and Slark didn't, right? So Slark was just still chilling on the bottom lane, farming up slowly and steadily, no rush, just getting his Aghanim Scepter. But it looks like they want to smoke up once again. They don't have an arena.
Okay, let's see what they can find here. XG, they're prepared through middle. They have several heroes together, so it's not an easy jump to make.
Dire's bottom tower is
JT is the one that's on the far edge. Paparazzi is a little bit closer, but he does have the mech as well as a buckler, so not an easy person to kill. And they're going all the way for this for Aster. The smoke will pop. XXX comes across JT, glimpse back, then Sumail in the opposite direction. JT A tosses the IO, but he's still going to end up dead. In the meantime, the Spear of Mars connected onto Paparazzi, and they have enough damage to lead onto this, but they can't finish him off just yet. Spirit Siphon, very good spell. Paparazzi's still alive, but will eventually take a tumble. Ghost thought about making his presence more felt in this fight, but once he realizes Monet is here as well, he just wants to retreat. Monet just cleans up Kaka, gets an additional permanent Agi stack for himself, and makes this fight a 3-for-1 affair in favor of T-Master.
Yeah, nice little Monet join as well. Like he's like, yeah, I'm done with farming. I want to get some kills too. Oh, DY.
Okay.
He might just die here. Yeah.
He's actually
another
gone.
stack. Okay, another stack to Slark. Interesting one. He just moved in, got jumped on, killed off. And what's really good for Aster is that whole fight, when it was happening, they didn't really use any big spells. Global just coming off of cooldown, Mars Arena still up. So you can just rinse and repeat.
Speaking of rinsing and repeating, they're going to the top lane. They want to try and get a kill onto this PL, and they'll kill him off during the global silence. Sumail and Baboka didn't even have enough time to arrive before the PL was dead. And he has no Manta, no Ags, no nothing.
Yeah, is his item dead or what's happening? Why does he have only a Blade of Alacrity?
I don't know. We'll talk about it after this fight, though, as Paparazzi. He has a Static Storm drop to protect him, but how much protection is it really offering? He's losing so much HP already. Has popped these ghosts. Sumail, though, not afraid of anything. Jumping in to bring down DY. Some more intel stolen away by the Silencer. Paparazzi, so low right now. A very tempting target. Does still have a Spirit Siphon charge to use, so Team Aster will be disciplined enough to not jump him.
Maybe they will. Shield Rune on Storm, they'll jump JT at least.
He does pop the Wind Run, though, so that makes him a little bit difficult to kill. Papa, his ghosts are about to finish. He'll get back to max HP, so I don't think they'll be able to bring down anybody else.
Yeah, they're controlling this map so damn well.
Mid lane, Paparazzi getting jumped again as the Ghost return to him. They decide this is the time to fight, and they will succeed in this one. They kill him all.
Nice
Kaka, the wonderful charge onto multiple heroes with an even better shackle. Sadly, though, they just do not have any damage right now, as Kaka forced to just stand in one place with the Shadow Amulet. They don't have the reveal to kill him off just yet, but Sumail has plenty of Overload charges for him, just throwing in these remnants. Kaka eventually able to get to the high ground, and Ghost wants to make his presence known, going on to pick you. Hard person to kill though, with this Pavis protecting him. Run of Atos onto Sumail, charge through, hits Baboka, stuns Sumail in the process, but Kaka, he's the one that ends up dead. And somehow, despite all these really good spells landing flush onto Team Aster, they just don't have the damage to kill anybody, Lizard.
Maybe a glimpse. Disruptor. Oh, he was actually in range, but perhaps no vision. Instead, they get Pichu, and yeah, he should be an easy one to pick off, but so far he's died 3 times. Out of 4 kills that Extreme Gaming have got, 3 of those are on Silencer, and 1 is on Baboka. So they aren't really getting any major kills, any cores down. Meanwhile, Kaka at the same time with Shadow Amulet in that last fight, emulating my teammates from pubs. You know, he's not allowed to steal our strats. Shadow Amulet and just hide, and then charge when he's on like 10% HP.
Sadly, it does keep him alive in that instance, but it's not necessarily contributing to positive success. They are going to charge onto Sumail as JT got eviscerated, but as soon as JT dies, they're like, yeah, this charge can't do anything. Bro, JT has had such a rough series. Hasn't been able to play Dota whatsoever.
Yeah, that first game perhaps was good, but second and this one, yeah, it's looking much, much rougher. Now he does have the Atos. Oh, pounced in.
Global silence will be popped after the pounce. Paparazzi globaled up. He does get off the Guardian Greaves. He's still alive for now, but how much longer does that last? Static Storm dropped down to buy space and time from DY. Sumail turning his attention towards Kaka to bring him down as Monet pounces onto Paparazzi, and XXX rebukes him into the fountain. 3 heroes gone. The tier 2 tower is also going to be taking a tumble. And what I don't see the counterplay. What do you even do here as XG? You can't even. Is there any timing they can wait for that actually turns the game state for them?
I remember when I asked you where are Phantom Lancer's items? Because I only saw the Blade of Electricity and the Point Booster in Quick Buy. I was 100% sure that he had the other pieces of Aghanims, but I guess the courier, something happened to it. I'm not sure. In any case, they have the Aghs now on PL, so maybe they can take somewhat of a fight with it.
I don't know about it, man.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just huffing on that copium that you gave me. But they do smoke up anyway.
Let's see what they've got. There's no diffusal on this PL, no Manta, no nothing. XXX got seed first, but just blinks away. Power shot will be there, but it's too far out. Now Sumail just jumps back in onto Ghost. Global silence isn't even up, but he just feels immortal with this BKB. Ghost will still survive,
nice
running
jukes.
away with an illusion. Nice little jukes coming in from him will enable them to survive this fight. Ghost now get popped by Paparazzi. Wonderful shackle shot there. It enables them to kill the Storm Spirit. Monet, though, jumping in. He finds Paparazzi. 4 heroes caught inside of this arena. Massive spear going forward onto the DP, and she will eventually die here. Monet trying to mop up the rest of the fight, but another great shackle shot does come in. Shackle shot turns into a pounce, though, for Monet, as he now kills off the Wind Ranger. Ghost sent back by the Spear of Mars. He has the way out with the doppelganger in 1 second, but it's 1 second too long as he gets brought down by Piku. 4 heroes taken out once more. And yeah, you killed Sumail, but your favorite question, Lizard, at what freaking cost?
Yeah, just look at this Lark running around with the Harpoon Aghanims and the very, very early on bought gem. When I say early on, I think it was about like 3-4 minutes ago as well, given to him by Pichu. Just having a really good time. Storm, yeah, they played with Sumail a little bit. It was a nice ghost maneuver. He baited him on the wrong illusion. That was pretty nicely done by him. In the end, it didn't truly matter. He still dies. On Sumail, I thought, Baboka, okay. I didn't see the shackle
got
shots.
shackled,
Yeah, that shackle was good. With that shackle, they prevented Baboka from healing him. Because he had like 15 magic wand charges and the mech. I was waiting for the heals.
Something positive came from that fight, but ultimately Monet was also very involved. He got way too much out of it. This harpoon to drag back Ghost on top of the spear. What are you supposed to do with this? Against this, rather, as a PL? Like, you've had such a rough game. You don't have enough experience to be maxed out on doppelganger. It just feels like every time that happens, you just die.
Yeah, I guess you at least need this Manta. You kind of have to stall out the game to at least get the Manta so that you can survive through the global. Kaka, my friend, hello.
Well, Kaka maybe felt that Piku didn't have enough intelligence. He's like, have some more, my friend.
That's the wrong neighborhood that he charged into. XXS, like he's on mid. Can he catch anyone? Probably not. Blink Dagger still on cooldown.
Speaking of XXX, I am deeply annoyed that I'm witnessing a Mars do this well.
Yeah,
But
right.
what can we do?
You flamed him quite a bit, but the hero is not that. Yeah, the hero is not that. Who is it? Quest Esports, I think, or Quest Gaming, whatever their name is in Europe. They're playing quite a good Mars.
That's
a Mar. I know, but still.
Sumail got glimpsed back bottom by DY, but he's just like, okay. That's one of those situations, like the rest of his team didn't even stand back to help him. They're like, dude, you'll be fine.
It's just that they don't have any damage. Like this offlane Wind Ranger, you know, on mid lane, you get that Javelin, you get the Atos fast enough, you get some farm. Like JT just did not find any farm today. That's a big issue because your other cores as well, like they can sustain themselves for a bit, but they don't necessarily burst anyone down too. Like you have the Greaves that profit.
Yeah. And I think that makes it worse, right? Because of the hero that's playing mid, it's not like it's a forgivable game to be having lack of damage from the offlane. Because Paparazzi can't dish it out quickly either.
Imagine if Sumail jumped them here when they're all low under this Tormentor. Look at how low they are actually.
I'll take that.
So we get a planar pocket picked up for Kaka. A little bit of some magic resist. It's harder to kill off. That being said, magic damage hasn't necessarily been the only thing he has to be concerned about in this game. They just have damage coming out of their eyeballs on the side of Team Asta right now.
Yeah, you can redirect the spell as well. But what do you redirect? What can you redirect? Anything crucial? Yeah.
I'm actually trying to think. Nothing really, right? Maybe Lost. We can redirect Lost Word, bro. That's it. Global Silence will get popped because they want to bail Sumail out of trouble. He's on to DY right now, killing him off. And this was XG smoked up as 5 heroes for this. Sumail still has a way to get out of here next time on the secondary life. They got him with the first charge, but the lack of disable comes in clutch. Paparazzi, he can't escape this fight. Beautiful arena from XXX, enabling them to isolate and kill Paparazzi, lead into JT. And now with Ghost having already fled the fight, Kaka's life is forfeit as well. 4 heroes die there. All of them were smoked prior to that, but they thought they had Sumail. They just didn't there, Lizard.
Didn't they have at least I was expecting them to have another disable after. Like, it was a really nice charge. Like, you can't charge the Storm, but you can charge over him as he's respawning. I thought maybe a Silence, an Atos, a Shackle, anything would come in.
I think in retrospect, it's probably clutch that Sumail killed DUI the first time. That's maybe why he popped BKB. So he's like, well, if I come back on life 2, they don't have Static Storm, then they can't chain disable me.
Yeah, 100%. Like, killing off Disruptor was his main target there. But this game just feels, 23k, 31 to 5. Yeah, 26 minutes in, like they're leading 1k per minute, more or less, almost.
Oof. But on the bright side, Liz, they did kill Sumail. You know, we have had a kill on Sumail. It's not all the cores without death completely.
Wait. No, they did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Yeah, they did the last game as well, and he ended it with 19-1. So he can end it out this game as well with 19-1, I guess.
Oh my God. What was it? Last game 19-1 and 8 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. It was.
All right, so that's what, 27 kill involvements. He's already reached that marker right now. Let's see how much more he gets as he relocates bottom. Global Silence will come. They pounce onto JT and DY, killing them both off. We get to witness the Aghanim shot upgrade for the Mars Spear. Pins both of the heroes to the wall, enables Sumail to get a very easy kill for himself.
Yeah, and they don't even care about the Static Storm. Sumail just BKBs. He still has the double damage, by the way, in his bottle. So if he sees anyone, I think he's jumping.
Well, as you say, jumping onto Paparazzi, DD activated, Paparazzi killed. He does have buyback. He will have Ghost available in 10 seconds, but even with buyback and Ghost, I don't think it matters. I think it's time, my friend.
Is it time? Ghost is still farming, but it might be time.
Bro, Ghost is not going to finish this game with the heart. He has Manta Ags, but no Diffusal either. And honestly, with just these 2 items, the Manta or the Ag doesn't even feel that scary. Like, the illusion bounces on you, you're just like, okay, whatever, dude.
Yeah, I guess he decided to ditch the Diffusal and go for Aghanim's because the game was going really badly. I'm not sure. They are going in, though.
Monet jumping onto JT, of course, harpooning him back to enable the second pounce to connect. And Wind Ranger, she really needs a way out of this fight. BKB popped by Monet and Sumail zips in, they kill him off. Kaka trying to run around with a little Shadow Amulet, Shadow Blade. Monet goes into the Shadow Dance to kill off DY. And this Disruptor will be killed off. Sumail almost died, but Baboka gonna be there to heal him right back up so they can turn it around onto Paparazzi instead. As he is dead, it's a triple for Sumail. Ghost is the lone survivor, the lone fighter. Can he do anything by his lonesome? No, he cannot. It's a team wipe, it's a double for Monet, it's a 2-1 victory for Aster, and it's the team that is still undefeated in series, going back to the top of the mountain. GG, well played. 5 wins and our ticket to the Bali Major now confirmed for Team Aster.
That's it, right? Like with 5 wins, you're confirmed?
Yeah, 5 is guaranteed,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah, nice. The boys are going to the Bali Major where they could get a couple of those points, right, to get closer and closer to the TI because they deserve it. The way they're playing, okay, they drop a game for the first time. Extreme Gaming do demonstrate that Aster can bleed at least. But these last 2 games, they got slapped. Like that was, that Sumail twice, Storm Spirit for like Extreme Gaming. Yeah, boys, don't be too sad. It was just Sumail Storm, I suppose. It was a rough one. Like the first game, they played so well. The team fights, everything well coordinated. The movements on the map, I was like, wow, damn, this is something different. But the second and the third one lasted as long as the first game.
That is actually a really good point, that both of the 2-3 games together as long as one. Wow, okay, kind of crazy. A lot of it obviously came down to like these drafts, I think, got better and better for Aster. And Extreme Gaming, especially here in Game 3, just the degree of options they allowed for themselves weren't necessarily there. We saw DP having a very rough time. The offlane Wind Ranger didn't feel like it was able to accomplish all that much for them. Even Kaka, like, normally you pick the Spirit Breaker to charge, help you around the map, but almost every time he charged, you're just charging into his own death rather than to assist his team.
Yeah, and they get this Disruptor, like they're going to use this as a counter to the Storm, but Storm, like Sumail had too good of a game. So he gets his BKB much earlier than usual, and because of that, like your static storm doesn't really do a lot. It's not like you're close to the Aghanims or anything. And one extra thing, like Ghost, he wasn't really a hero this game.
Yeah,
I never felt his presence. The other 4 they were trying to fight, but Phantom Lancer, he never really got to play his game. He never really got to actually utilize his items.
The few times he would show up to fights, he'd throw out a couple lancers, and it would pepper some damage. You know, there'd be good illusions, but then nobody actually gets close to dying. Without the Diffusal, no one's losing mana either, so it has no long-lasting impact on the team fight. And to make matters worse, he just didn't get his own tank ability items, so he spent the entire game being incredibly squishy. Poor Ghost couldn't do anything on this map. He fell prey to Sumail Storm Spirit, and yeah, we hate to do it. You don't want to double up on the MVPs, but come on, we know what it is. Sumail crushed this game, did his thing on the Storm, really demonstrating that this hero should be in the first phase. Let's ban this hero, because they will pick it in the first phase themselves.
If you're playing versus Aster, like first phase banning it is an option, or finding a better way of dealing with him. Maybe Puck plus Disruptor would have been better than Disruptor and DP. I feel like DP as well wasn't necessarily the best pickup. Like you were really reserved when it came to the strength of that hero, and it was demonstrated in this game. Like you use some exorcism on one side of the map, and then you're completely useless for 2 minutes.
Do literally nothing as a Death Prophet, and unfortunately, because that hero wasn't able to accomplish much, Extreme Gaming will find themselves losing out, being 3-2 in the division, and granting a victory towards Team Aster. To learn more about how the Team Aster camp feels at the moment, though, we should hear from their coach, Mad, who's going to be joining us for a very quick interview. Mr. Mad, welcome. Congratulations on the victory. Firstly, I want to talk to you about something. You've been in the Team Aster organization for many, many years now, but you haven't always been the primary coach. That has obviously been Lanem and then ROTK in some past seasons. Can you talk to us about the decision to make you the primary coach now for this third tour and potentially for the major and TI?
首先恭喜你拿下了这场比赛的胜利。然后你在 Aster 的话当助教也有很多时间了。然后之前的话主教练是国土，后面是 LTK。想问一下，就是晋升到做主教练这个决定是一个什么样的过程？
这个其实是就是队内的应该是管理层和就是队员的决定吧。就是他们都觉得这样好，那我就都觉得我其实是当时是有一点。没有说那么自信，但是他们都觉得我行，那我肯定就想上试试。
Yeah, it was actually the team's management's decision and the players' decision that they think I am capable of being a head coach. I wasn't quite confident at that time, but with the support of them, I feel like I really should take the chance and try my best.
Well, now that you've been doing it for a little bit of time and the results have been coming in, firstly, I want to ask, do you feel more confident in your abilities? And what's your preparation process like for the team relative to what your previous coaches would do with this roster?
那就是现在看到你有信心，然后也执掌了教位之后的话，想问一下，你现在就是你自己跟之前的主教练相比的话，对游戏的一些准备上有什么不一样吗？
其实我算是国土的土地啊。所以其实不知道该做什么的时候，就想想国土做了什么，就大概就做一下就行了。然后我也会有一些自己个人的想法，或者可能跟就是国土他们不太一样的做法嘛。然后我就是觉得，可能我不会说就是想让他们全都听我一个人的，而更想去就是采纳每个人的意见，然后把每个人就是好的东西结合起来。然后让每个人都能发表自己在游戏里的意见和看法，毕竟他们每个人都是身经百战的选手，都有自己一个独到的理解。我想做的就是把他们所有的东西结合起来，制定一套最好的方案。
Some sense I think Lenham is my master, my shifu, and so whenever I feel lost, I don't know what I should do. I just think what Lenham did, and I would recall it, and I would try it on my team. And but I think there's still differences. I don't really want to be the only voice in the team. I always listen to all my teammates. I want to merge their idea together. I want to really make sure everyone know what each other is thinking about. I just want, because they are all very experienced and great players. They have been playing in this scene for quite so many years. So what I really want to do is I want to make everyone on the same page and we share each other's idea.
Okay, certainly makes sense. It's been successful so far, and now you are confirmed to be going to the major with your 5 wins up until this point. Can you talk to us about, has there been specific preparation to make sure that Bali goes better than Berlin, given that you're probably going to be playing around and against a lot of the similar teams?
现在的话，基本也是确定了 Major 的这个名额，然后想问一下 Mad 会做一些什么样的准备来确保巴黎发挥可能要比这个柏林要更好？
因为其实，在柏林 Major 的时候，也是我们刚和苏梅尔一起组队，然后属于比较试验性的一个阶段，然后我们当时就是看着打，看着选，其实是没有一个特别好的一个计划吧，就是可能临场应变比较多，但是在柏林 Major。打完了之后呢，我们是我自己也总结了一下我在柏林 Major 上的一个做的不好的地方，然后我们现在的体系和 BP 其实是相较于柏林 Major 更加稳定一些了。在这种就是也借鉴了 Liquid 和 GG 的一些 BP 思路，就是他们也是。其实他们玩的英雄也没有说特别的花，特别的多，但是他们就总能选到自己趁手的英雄。我们现在其实是在朝这个方向来发展，然后效果也还不错。
Yeah, at Berlin Major, at first it was like a experimental stage for us. We just met with Mel and we just play with him. There's a lot of things is uncertain until we go to the matches, and I have reflected since my mistakes, and yeah, we learned a lot from good teams like Liquid and GG as well. I think what I learned from them most is that they didn't play too many heroes, but they always in the draft somehow can get the heroes they want and they're really good at. I feel like that's what I'm working towards right now. I definitely gonna try to make the team play better. And right now we have sort of strategy already comes out. We played more comfortable with Mel in the team as well. We hope for the best.
Okay, certainly makes sense. Legendary Liz, what you got for Mad with the Riz on the other side?
Congrats on the win once again. So you mentioned Sumail and making him play. Like, is Storm broken? That's my first question. And second is he asking to play Storm every game, or are you just picking it for him?
既然聊到了 Sumail， 就是想问一下，你觉得现在蓝猫这个版本算超模吗？然后想问一下，是 Sumail 自己每场比赛都要玩蓝猫吗？
其实不是蓝猫这个英雄超模，是 Sumail 的蓝猫超模。然后 Sumail 其实也不是很想玩蓝猫，但是他觉得对面不搬蓝猫是非常的不尊重，所以 just show some respect.
Yeah. Sumail, we first off, I don't think Storm Spirit is overpowered right now, but I do feel Sumail's Storm Spirit is very overpowered, and he didn't really want to play Storm Spirit all over again, but he felt like they didn't respect him enough without banning Storm Spirit, so that's why we picked him, and yeah, show some respect for Sumail's Storm Spirit.
It's working so far. First phase Storm winning games. Definitely need some respect. And I'm wondering, like, you obviously show a lot of respect to your previous, like, coach colleagues and coaches in Chinese region. Is there maybe someone from other regions that you look up to, or maybe sneak in, snatch a little bit of their strats and heroes?
那之前你也就是对国图表达了一些在执教上的一些尊重嘛？那想问一下，其他赛区的话有没有一些教练你会经常去参考一下他们的执教方式或者他们的这种策略？
其实那个 Will 就是 Bliss 在之前的一个采访，他说的很多话我也仔细的看了之后，我觉得对我也非常的有帮助。然后我觉得他也是一个非常不错的教练。其实他的我感觉他也是。就是因为李逵也是一支经验丰富的队伍，然后他在这个队伍里面也是充当了一个非常好的一个角色，然后我觉得非常的有帮助。最有印象的应该就是 Blitz。
Yeah, I think it's Blitz from Team Liquid. I've been watching an interview he did, and I took a lot of notes from that. I really feel like because it's like a similar situation because Liquid also has a lot of good experienced players, veteran players, and yeah, I feel like he's really doing a good job. He's a very important role in that team, and yeah, I try to take a lot of idea of his and implement on my own team.
Okay, thank you for that. I heard Blitz is partying all the time as well. I hope you wrote that one down too. That's it from me, Snare.
The party part's the most important part. I have two more questions for you, Master Mad. The first one, I want to ask, when you're preparing for these games and you're doing your practice sessions, obviously there's a language barrier between yourselves and Sumail. How has that been coming along in terms of ensuring that you're always on the same page? Like, obviously we've heard from him that he says go, go, go a lot, but have you been trying to ensure that there's other ways that he can communicate with the rest of the team?
就是想问一下，跟 Sumail 之间毕竟还是有一个语言的磨合，然后就是问一下，之前的话也听 Sumail 说，就是他经常会指挥大家一起上。那现在的话，有没有其他的一些方法，就最近来确保就是在团队的同步上会做得更好？
这个其实大家学习英语的这个热情还是挺高的，然后特别是我记得皮球感觉他每天都会学会一句新的这个英文，然后来做更多的交流，然后反正大家也都是就反正他们不懂可以就我会稍微就比如说在训练里面遇到那种 就是他们想不起的英雄名字或者想做什么，但是没有说出来，我就会告诉他们在英文里面是怎么说的，然后他们就会做得更好。当然 Sumail 也在很努力的学习中文，但是确实中文比较难学，所以我觉得他学中文就just for fun 就行。Yeah.
Yeah, everyone is kind of keen on learning some English right now on our team, and especially Pikachu. He's been learning a new sentence, a new word every day, and I'm trying to help as well. So during scrims, during pubs, if there's certain hero names, English names, like my teams cannot recall, or there's certain item, there's some certain simple sentence they want to say, I will just give them some hint, or I'll just teach them how to do that in English. Of course, Mel is trying to learn some Chinese, but I feel like learning Chinese is quite difficult. So I just hope he enjoys the learning process just for fun, not really taking the learning Chinese part too serious.
Okay, definitely makes sense. And then my last question that I want to ask you, there's a move that Team Asta makes almost every single game. Between 11:30 and 12:30, the entire team is mid lane trying to force a tier 1 tower. Is this a specific strat that you guys have practiced day in, day out to make sure that always happens?
就是 Aster 最近比赛11分钟、12分钟半这个时间节点的话，经常就是5个人在中路开始抱团推塔了。这个是平时日常训练里面战术设计好的吗？
其实我没有注意到是这个时间点，因为其实不是一个固定的时间吧，就是他们觉得对面快不行了，就会做出这样的一个举动吧，就是会打得可能比其他的队伍都更凶一些，然后去逼着对面做反应，然后去逼着对面犯错误这样子。
I didn't really set a fixed time for doing that. I just feel like our team play a little bit more aggressive than other teams in the region, and whenever player feels like it's time to crush the opponent or make them make mistakes, whenever they feel like they are having an upper hand in team fights, I just let them do it. I just ask them to be more aggressive on the map to force the tower, but I didn't pay attention to the certain time mark.
Okay, definitely makes sense. Well, thank you for giving us your time here, Mad. And so far, your team is doing really, really well. Can't wait to see what you bring us at the Bali Major. So good luck, have fun for the rest of the tour and for the Major itself, and hopefully for the International.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
That, of course, is Mad, the coach for Team Aster. Also, have you not felt, Lizard, that whenever we do interviews with coaches, they're just much more willing to give us the juice, man? You know, coaches will delve into the nitty-gritty. We heard the same thing from Super earlier on today. We saw this all throughout the last tour. I just love having the coaches on, hearing about the voices of the people that make the players as successful as they are. And I like the fact that he is very cognizant that, yes, they're doing really well right now, but there's always more work to do to make this team even better going into the next tournaments.
Yeah, and the way he spoke a couple of those English sentences, I'm pretty sure he's bilingual as well, at least. But it's more fun to give Marshall something to work with, you know. Anyways, of course they're more talkative. They can actually speak, unlike the players, right? I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but no. Like, to be a coach, you have to have good communication skills. I believe that's the case, at least. There's a lot of players that have those as well, but coaches, I think it's a must. So that's why we get a little bit more out of them, even though they don't give us all the secrets away. They will share a lot of their opinions and just be more talkative, which is always nice.
Always nice to get people as talkative as humanly possible. Of course, in the advent of the games that we've had, Extreme Gaming will now drop down to 3-2, and which means that they're tied up with Azure Ray and IG and pretty much tied for second position. Both PSG, LGD, as well as Team Asta have secured their spots towards the major with these 5 wins. Which position it's in, whether it's first or fourth, we don't know just yet. And it's not an academic question, given that this is an allocation of DPC points that go a very long way towards making your road towards TI easier. So winning the division between LGD and Team Aster, whichever one does, probably going to be the first team guaranteed to go into TI through DPC points. As it stands right now, though, Liz, I've been thoroughly entertained. LGD and Team Aster still showing themselves to be the best teams, but also showing that they can bleed. they are mortal, including Team Aster. And there's occasions, let's say Game 3, if Extreme Gaming had banned out the Storm Spirit, who knows exactly how the series would have gone down at the very end.
Yeah, Storm Spirit definitely made a huge difference. I think overall they drafted a little bit better in Game 2 and 3, but they also made this middle of the pack very interesting. 3 teams with 2 wins and 3 losses. It's it's going to be interesting in these last couple of days of the DPC scene. And look at that, Aster Aries versus Piggy Killer. I guess Aries, they really want to take a W, but at this point, 0-5, it doesn't feel that great.
I believe that if they lose this game, that they're relegated.
They're relegated
at the very
for sure.
least,
Yeah.
Then they're definitely relegated. It's going to be almost impossible to envision them coming back after that. So they need this win tomorrow for Aster Aries up against Piggy Killer. And opposite from Team Aster, Team Aster lost their first game overall today. Aster have yet to win a game overall. So it's very rough for Aster Aries at this point in time.
Let me just check on that one more time, because I think maybe Piggy Killer have also only one. Yeah, Piggy Killer have only one win.
Yeah,
so
they
if
have
Aster,
one, yeah.
If Aster Aries wins against them, they can still go through, right? But if they lose, that's it. Piggy Killer have 2 wins, and there's no way for Aster Aries to come back.
Yeah, then it just becomes way too difficult for them. So Aster Aries certainly need that victory up against Piggy Killer. And if they do, they'll make the bottom of the pack and another entertaining place to be. Of course, one of the other teams that we'll be witnessing who's at the bottom of the pack is Team Bright as they take on Azure Array. And this is a very scary matchup for Team Bright because if they lose, they're also in the same position as Aster Aries, staring down pretty much guaranteed relegation. But they can't expect mercy here, Liz, because for Azure Array, like you said, they're in the midst of a 3-team tie in the middle of the pack. They can't afford to lose this game. Otherwise, that's pretty much the major ticket taken away from them.
Maybe you can imagine a world in which Aster Aries takes down a game or 2 off of Piggy Killer, maybe. But Team Bright winning versus Azure and staying in the division. Yeah, I can't have that copium. That's not going to happen.
I think we might have expended the supply of hopium and copium that we gave you earlier today. We need to go and replenish your stock of that before we head on into our next games, because these games really are going to determine the fate and future of many of the squads that we love to witness here in the Chinese region. With that, though, we are going to be done. The second week is officially over. Only 4 more official game days left in the DPC, potentially tiebreakers thereafter. But then after that, that's it. No more chances to go to majors, and more importantly, no more chances through the league to accrue points for TI. We'll be witnessing throughout the course of this week exactly how it all shakes out. So for today, from myself, Sneh, from Bro Liz, the Church of Rock as we are, from PTP, our observer, the PGL production crew, and of course, Marshall helping us out with the translation, we bid you adieu. We say goodbye. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever time it is, go take it easy. Thanks for giving us your time and attention. Remember to hydrate, remember to love yourself, and remember to go to Lizard's Twitter and remind him to share pictures of his rock days. Peace out, y'all. Recommend him some anime while you're at it, and we'll see you next time.